folks. It is Friday, September 16th, 2022. We're back, and we got it to work on the first try. Yes! Start the new streak! New streak! New streak! Yes! Of course, it had to be 101. That's
101, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's the part that I enjoy. 100 episodes, more or less work, more or less the way it's supposed to. 101, never mind.
Over the brink. That's it.
Yep. All right, we're starting a new streak. We're new streak. Speaking of our new streak, Eric, where's name?
In our latest segment of Where in the World is Name Cardinal?
Our cheap knockoff of Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego.
He will not be able to join us this evening because he's not met his daily thesaurus quota. He tries to get 30 words a day, and as of right now, he's only at 7. So he'll be unable to join us tonight.
He's behind schedule. I like it. Huh. Now, you guys have already been fired up with the comments, so appreciate it as always. I'll get into a couple of these comments here, and we'll talk about a couple of these things. Saray Tops Vintage Sports Cards. Hello, Carlos and crew. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Bob Jackson. I'm told this is where Beaver Cleaver Fan Club meets. Facts. We always appreciate it, and we appreciate when Bob is ready to go right off the bat. So that's always a nice thing. We appreciate that. So let's see here. Just checking out some of these other ones here. Okay, so next comment here. Paul says, "Sup everyone, is this the episode Eric announces he's accepted a position at Beckett?" Read his name.
Oh. Yes. No.
Countdown went all the way. Countdown got there. Good evening, Baz. Absolutely.
I think Fanatics got to him first.
Yep. Is he going to spin a sign in the street corner for him? Listen, he'll do whatever Father Beckett wants to do. Good evening, friends and fellow card enthusiasts and lovers. Thank you, Tom. Yep, might have to. BGS is the Domino's Pizza of grading. Facts. Business 124, good evening. Absolutely. So this one, Hockey, I know you're into this right now. This week, honestly, I've been out of it completely. So, Herbert card tampering. Can you be more specific? I assume it's like patch tampering, or maybe I know there was a card. I don't know if it was the Herbert. Was it the card that had like a foreign substance on it that got rubbed off or something like that? I know there was a card that was mentioned in social media about that. Is that what you're referring to? If you could be a little more specific, it would help me out. So Jeff here. Good evening. Absolutely. Streakers, not that we're aware of, not yet. Eric might need a little extra for that. At least another $5. Good evening, Global Card Investor. Yep, have a good one. Need a counter in the background like the ones that say how many days without accident in workplaces? Facts. Hockey Bar Collectibles, good evening. Timeless Cardboard, good evening. Absolutely. Wisdom is questionable. We'll do our best. We'll try. Yep. One day with no issues starting. Facts. Bravo's Journey, good evening. What's up? Absolutely. Thoughts on the Slabfolio, My Slabs, and eBay listing site? Yes. So I only briefly heard about this. So presumably, My Slabs has now got some kind of a deal with eBay where they can actually list on both places simultaneously. Now, to be fair, people do this now manually. Like they would have an eBay listing and then have a listing on My Slabs. I think the integration is a good idea because right now we're in this weird spot where like we've got so many marketplaces, and people have talked about this before. If there was a simpler way to be able to search for the item I'm looking for over a couple different marketplaces, look, at the end of the day, I don't care where I'm buying it from, as long as I can get the product, the price is reasonable, and I get what I'm supposed to be paying for. For me, other than that, I don't care. But at the same time, we right now, in the world we exist in, I've done well buying stuff on PWCC. I buy stuff on eBay. I buy stuff on ComC. But now this is 3 different ways that I have to then make arrangements, right? There's the stuff that I get from eBay, maybe directly to me, maybe to ship my cards, whatever. And then ComC just sits there until I can ship it. I actually ordered a ComC thing last week. So now I'm watching the little countdown timer saying, presumably they say they're going to ship it by the 30th. But I did it last week, so it's about a 3-week turnaround. We'll see if the machine that in the building we can see from space is doing its thing. We'll see. Otherwise, you all know I'm not shy about giving ComC the gears if they fail. So they have told me September 30th for my shipping. So be it. I will hold them to that. We'll see. But the point is that's 3 different marketplaces and 3 different sets of doing everything, right? Which isn't the best experience, and I don't blame anybody if that's too much work. I really can't. Like, not everyone has the time in the day to be, I got to go check here, and then I got to go check there, and then I got to go check at
eBay, Kijiji, Marketplace. It's like if you could just list one and go boom.
Yeah, ideally, anything that makes that a little bit easier is wonderful. And if they can integrate it in a way that you can actually search for something and find it on one or the other platform, or somewhere in between and search both, that's awesome. Hopefully it works. I would like to see it.
Does Beckett still have a marketplace?
Yes.
Beckett?
Yep. It's not the greatest, but it works. Like, you can actually find good stuff on it.
What? Wait,
I know.
Hold on.
Listen, as a Beckett show, it's your job to defend them.
It is.
Are you going to sit there and tell me that Beckett has a marketplace and it is not the greatest?
As I sip my cold brew coffee, yes, I am.
I can't believe what I'm hearing.
In my University of Guelph mug.
Of
What we got?
course, it's not the greatest. Anything they touch turns to crap.
I will say though, you can find some decent deals on certain cars because some of those dealers actually list a fair bit of stuff there. But again, that's yet another place you have to search that has no connection to these other ones. So it's like it's so inconvenient. It's so ridiculously inconvenient to have to play this, and there's some opportunities there. Again,
Yeah.
but you got to be willing to put in the time to sift through the muck to find the occasional gem in there. There is some. There are some opportunities, but you really got to search for
Before
it.
you can get to the marketplace and get those gems, you have to somehow navigate their website,
Yes.
which that takes an hour and a half alone.
And that's what allows
They're
the gems to
fixing it
still be
now.
there. That's what allows the gems to still be there. That you have to, if you're willing to jump through all of these hoops, there
Yeah.
might be a pot of gold in the rainbow, or maybe a coupon,
Yeah.
an expired coupon.
I like a coupon. Yeah, that works.
Yeah, an expired coupon. That would be Beckett's style.
Exactly. Okay, so the Herbert Chemical story. Gotcha. Okay, yeah, we'll talk about that in a minute. Thank you for the reminder. Yep. Eric is still working on his 5-part BGS video series, announcing his role of said company, as he should. Working and watching for now. Yep. By the way, good day. Absolutely, Aussie Card Dad. Good day. Universal Pop Report would help too, even if some mini BGS mini gem, it still shows the total gem men. Yeah, there's a lot of folks that have pitched that. It's one of those things. It's going to have to be somebody basically paying it out of pocket, because nobody wants to flip. Nobody wants to flip the bill for it. It's an idea that's been out there, but nobody wants to flip the bill. And the distinction between the different grading standards between them, like a
Yes.
gem min is not a gem min is not a gem min. That makes it tricky. It's like, okay, so how do you want to count that? The Beckett with its subgrades. Okay, so are the 4.95s different from 3.10s and a 9.5?
Add
different.
tag in there. Wipes the whole.
Thousand point scale? Dang. It's like, do we count the 925 or do we have to go to 935 and higher?
Yeah,
Dang.
probably better.
Oh no. Terrible.
Mhm.
Yeah, ComC uploaded the cards. They send them in less than 2 months. I think the turnaround time. The processing when the stuff I left at the expo wasn't bad. They were actually what I will give them credit for is they actually did it in batches. So they didn't just try to wait and do it all at once, and then I had just to wait a really long time. A couple of weeks after I was at the expo, they were already starting to process a couple of cards. So they actually would do a couple and then do like 30 a couple of days later, and then do like another 30 a couple of days after that. So somebody was like chipping away at it, and then eventually they got through all of it within the time frame they provided. So they did meet basically what they said, and they just did it in batches, which is fine.
I still don't understand that if I buy. I mean, I kind of understand it, but you understand what I'm saying. If I buy something from ComC off eBay, I have it in 2 days.
Yes.
If I buy something directly from them, I have to wait 2 months.
Well, yes. If you buy it from eBay, they activate the machine, and if you do not buy it from eBay, then they activate Larry.
Yeah, and his
From
other
accounting.
brother Larry.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Larry is a drunk, so you have to wake up Larry, sober him up a little bit, and then he can begin picking your order.
And then his brother Daryl comes over and tries to assist.
Yeah,
Yes.
and then he invites him over to the bar, and we start this process all over again. It's
Yeah.
a tragic story, really.
Yeah, I will never I've had a few people try to explain it to me and give me excuses why. Hey, Brandon.
Yep. Hey,
why,
Randy. Good evening.
It's the same damn company. I don't get it. It's. I mean, literally, I win something off of eBay. It's in my hands in a couple of days.
Yeah, because it's considered to be priority. Like they actually treat it as a priority shipment. Like let's put it this way: if I was going to order stuff from ComC, I have the option if I want.
Well, that's because eBay forces them to, really.
Well, basically, yeah, but they should because eBay has a standard. Like as a seller, they're saying to you, you have to get it out within a certain period of time. Otherwise, then we have a problem because it's like you got to prioritize that. Now, if I was going to have my stuff shipped, the order that I made was about 95 or 100 cards. So 95 or 100 cards. And I had 3 different options. I had the cheapest option, which is what I selected, where they said September the 30th, which for the cheapest option, quote unquote, not the worst. The actual shipping cost wasn't too bad, but it's the duties and the rest of it gets tacked on where it gets really expensive because it's $16 to ship plus $60 for duty. So I'm basically paying $76 for the shipment of less than 100 cards, which isn't great, but it is what it is. That's
Go
the slowest option.
USPS.
Yeah, it's one of those.
$10.
Well, no, the thing
That's
is that ComC is using ComC. It's not like you're not selecting a service; you're selecting a speed. So they ship it however they ship it. So
Well,
that's
if
the
they
thing.
ship it USPS, you wouldn't get hit with duty, would you?
I think they declare. Well, they declare for the full amount of what you paid for all the cards in it.
Oh,
So
sure.
they hit up the duty is included in there, and the time, and you have an option where you don't do it, and then they charge you the duty separately anyway.
So they must have a duty officer on site, or they use one directly, because otherwise, anything is shipped is it's free. I've never been hit, and we're talking hundreds, thousands of items. So
No idea. But yeah, so regardless, so that's the slowest one. Then they got one that's a little bit quicker, but again, it's more expensive. And then the last one is super expensive. So I think when they do the eBay, they basically force it into that higher tier, even though they're not charging you directly through eBay. The idea though is that it's supposed to be expedited. You get it straight, send it straight through the machine or whoever, grab it, send it out. It's prioritized.
Can you do it to ship my cards?
I have, yeah.
Oh, okay.
The only thing that's a little bit
So
tricky
that'll
with
save
it,
you, right?
it does. But the only thing that's a little bit tricky with that is that they try to crack down on the your payment method if the address doesn't match the other one. I did get away with it once, but they tried to give me a warning. They're like, "Wait a minute, that address in Arizona doesn't match your payment."
Your brother-in-law.
Yeah, exactly. But this is one of those things where it's like they try to give me a warning. They still did it. And it's one of those things where, like, if I have a bunch of high dollar items, I'd be like, might still be worth a try. Just because it can be huge savings on that kind of thing. So yeah, Paul's gotten some good deals from Beckett Marketplace. Again, if you're willing to trudge through it, it's a bit of a slog though.
Paul
Good
must
evening,
not have a job or a life, because because how could you have either and manage the Beckett website?
There you go. I watched the Arena Junior Investment interview with Cage and Andrew. Yep, I don't quite see what their goal or niche is. They're trying to have the world and everything in it. Right now, their best bet is the marketplace piece because you can do trading on it, which is just a good feature. But again, we have a lot of marketplaces, right? So it's the same issue as what I talked about a few minutes ago. It's like we have so many marketplaces that it's like people only have a certain finite amount of time to be able to go and track down all those different options. It's a lot of options. I don't know if that's what you'd want to do. Is Sports Card Radio the official tablet of the hobby? You can make that pitch, yeah. The space alien story is there, so that's a thing. Down there in your hand, yep. Entertainment
Like
with
the
Mary
National
Casey.
Enquirer, there is a lot of truth to what they say,
But they will include the space alien story every now and then on the front page. Yeah. So there you go. I don't have the guts to break home in a BGS 9.5 to submit to PSA. Ditto for SGC 10s. There you go. Let's see. Hockey Roger sit back watch. He'll do it to himself. Yeah, it's true. He will. Okay, so real quick, I want to touch on this one. This one's actually a straightforward discussion, but it's still worthy one to have. So from what I recollect of the story, and look, he's got the up arrow too. So I think the way the story goes is that there was a Herbert, I believe it was a 1 of 1. It was one of those prism cards, and what happened is it looked like it had some kind of a smudge or an issue on it, basically a foreign substance on there. And what happened is presumably somebody went and applied a cleaner, basically a chemical to it, to clean it up and basically get it graded, and it came out well. But basically the commentary that came after that was basically the idea that, well, as soon as you apply a chemical to it, and we touched on it briefly in the PSA Canada episode yesterday, is that for me, as soon as you apply a chemical, a cleaning agent, anything of that sort, you are now altering potentially the card because you're applying a chemical. So we don't know.
Include Windex?
For me, it does, because you don't know what's going to happen to some of those either cardboard or plastics over time. Like in the short run, it probably isn't a big deal. But it's one of those things, to this day, we still don't know exactly what the chemical reaction is that causes greening in refractors. Because there's only a specific era of refractors that have that issue. So it was the composition of whatever it was in combination with moisture. And it wouldn't happen right away. And sometimes it would happen faster. And sometimes it would happen slower. And it was a chemical reaction based on the way they manufactured it. And then they were eventually able to figure it out because the refractors that came a couple of years after that did not have that issue. So again, as soon as you apply anything to it, doesn't mean in the short run it's going to damage the card per se. But in the long run, could it? We don't know. You have to give it enough time to find out if whatever chemical you use it actually starts damaging it.
Is there some real copper in it or something? Because you know how copper turns green.
Yeah, but I really don't know. That's the problem is it's whatever
Makes
they
sense.
use for the chromium. Yeah, it's
That's
whatever
what
they
I
use
mean.
for the chromium.
Is too much of a content of copper, and
Yeah, and it could be, and they might have changed the mix thereafter, and as a result, then it became less of a problem after the fact.
Yeah.
You got to redo it. But yeah, so okay, let me ask a question, because this kind of delves into almost the area of restoration, because this is the classic thing. In the art world and in certain things, restoration is accepted. In the coin world, not restoration, but basically, if say a coin has been dipped and there's an issue, like a chemical reaction was a result of that, like PVC. You have the PVC plastic, and as a result of that, that residue got on there. People can remove that, but you're applying a chemical to it. But it's also a piece of metal. But as soon as you do that, you are removing some of the metal. But at the same time, if it has PVC, that plastic creates this gunk on it, like it can actually keep damaging it over time. So removing it actually reduces something that is going to damage it for sure, with something that at least takes that away. So like, are you helping or hurting? And in this case, you're applying it to a piece of cardboard. Down the road, it might damage it, it might not, but you are doing something to it. As opposed to like, say it has some dust on it and you clean it off with a cloth, or it has a fingerprint on it, you just wipe that off. Most people are pretty comfortable with it.
You did.
With coins, you can dip. That's the thing.
It's really difficult, and who's sitting there watching anybody do that?
Well, the problem is they brag. There are companies that brag about it. There are companies that literally advertise that service. They'll be like, "Yes, we'll clean these cards professionally for you by applying chemicals to said cards." So it's not like you're taking a cloth and like rubbing off a fingerprint or something.
Well, you actually cleaned your window, which had Windex on it. Now it's on that cloth. That cloth goes to the card, wipes the card, Windex. You chemicalize. You're a reseal. You're just a refill. Oh my god.
Absolutely. Now I don't put Windex on this, but yes, sure.
Just saying.
Yeah, but the thing is, your point though is that there
Fell in a
is
puddle of Windex. I don't know.
Yeah. The point is that there is a lot of gray area with it. I think that's the reason why I use the word restoration. I'm asking a question. Like at a certain point, if it was something in the coin example with the PVC, it's actually a chemical that will break down the metal over time. So the argument that the people have is like, look, yes, you are in fact altering the coin by applying a chemical to it, but you're doing it to remove a harmful chemical we know will damage it. So it's like you are actually applying a restoration technique to try to prevent a further damage, deterioration. In this case, it's like this smudge that they couldn't get off, so they decided to do something about it, artificially add something to it. As opposed to, again, if you took a microfiber cloth and wiped it off because it's a fingerprint or something, well, so be it, whatever. Most people don't have any issue with that because that's pretty common practice for submitting a card for grading or whatever. But what's the line is kind of the question.
Well, the line's been crossed.
It has.
For years.
Yeah. Let me put it this way, though. For you, is there a line? Would you ever have any concern with that? Like, if you have a card like that where you can't just wipe the thing off, do you give it a go with a chemical thing?
Well, I don't know about that system, really.
Sure.
But let's just say, as long as you haven't altered the card, I think it's fine. I think you can do a lot of different things to the card, and you can pull the corner if it's we all do it. Bent corner, you want to straighten it out with your finger a little bit. You're altering it? No, not really. Yes, you are, but I mean.
Now what about the ones where they will flatten, like, so the vintage card, they like flatten it out to get the cardboard, a little bit extra cardboard, and then boom, you get the old sliceroo.
Oh, I don't know. I've heard of that, but I'd like to really see that done. I'd really like someone to show me how you could really, because the pressure you would need would be like 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 PSI. Like, just amazing amount of pressure to flatten the card out, wouldn't it? Like even the screw downs, they do it a little bit, but I mean, that's minor. And
I think it would also be whether you're trying to do it quickly or whether you're willing to let it sit over a little bit of time to allow it not to be like all at once. And unfortunately, I don't have the finer techniques of it, but it's one of those things. There's a lot of these questions that come into play with stuff like that. It's like,
but that's altering. So
yeah,
that's a no.
For me, that's alteration. For me, applying a chemical would be alteration. That's the line that I draw. For me, applying a chemical to me is alteration. Like wiping off a fingerprint or something, I think is well within bounds. I think basically that fingerprint shouldn't have been on there in the first place, and it's still removable. Like, to me, that's fine. But I guess it depends on the individual where they kind of sit on that idea.
Well, with wax boxes, what I do to clean them is I use some furniture polish, and then because it has a shiny finish, and you can just buff it off. It'll take a lot of the dirt off or anything else that's kind of on it off, and that is sort of a chemical in an indirect way, right? So, is that altering? But that's not a card; it's a box. So, getting into cards, it's a little different thing. You're talking about posters. Well, they're doing that because there's one or two of those posters known. It's not like there's 40,000 Mickey Mantles, kind of thing that we're talking about. And comics, it's noted on there. And so when it's noted, it's fine. You can't note cards because you really can't tell.
Right. I think that's fair. Like I said, for me, this one is more of a where does your personal line fall? What do you feel comfortable with? Because it goes back under the idea of like, yeah, we don't have like this agreed upon standard. It's like, this is alteration. And again, the other collectible categories kind of muddy the waters, because I gave that coin example because no, there is a legitimate case that can be made for some of those. It needs it. If you don't want it to get further, you know that it will damage. History has shown us. There's been enough time now that we know PVC can damage that coin over time if you leave it alone. So the idea of leaving it unaltered in this case is actually damaging to the product. So you don't want to do that. At the same time, then on the art restoration, it's like, well, why are you doing that? It's like, well, because it actually gets worse over time if you don't take care of it. It's meant for conservation. But again, I guess if everything is disclosed, then so be it. The disclosure, I suppose, is kind of the catch-all caveat here. But if you do it and nobody knows about it and you find about it after the fact, that's where you kind of run into some trouble.
Malevolent disclosure, yeah, sure. Yeah, I did get that out there. So okay, so they used a chemical, or did they, or they just cleaned it with something?
That's the belief based on what the pictures that were shown. It looked like something you couldn't just wipe off, so so you would likely have had to apply something.
Likely and possibly don't work. It's like facts are facts. Unfortunately,
the question that I would have
forward, who cares? It's off.
Well, I think you do. I think you do. If you want,
prove it in a court of law, and we'll talk more.
Yeah. Well, I said I think you do if it turns out that there is a chemical reaction down the road, and we find out about it because because that one is a 1 of 1. So if down the road we get some pictures and all of a sudden there's some discoloration in that spot, it's like I don't think that happened naturally. I think somebody kind of played around with it at some point. It'll be found out at that point. At that point, somebody will have a question like, wait.
Possibly.
It's like all the other ones from that same era don't have that issue. Why is this one discolored in that way? So it's
in this specific case, what was on the card? Any idea?
I'll see if I can find it. I'm pretty sure Card Porn had it, so I will see if I can find it.
Card Porn. It must have been Gizmo. What's wrong with? See, dirty mind you. He giggled like a 10-year-old girl there on that one. It just. Say fart or say anything like that, and you'll get Eric going. So,
listen, Eric is a different conversation entirely. We're not even going to discuss that.
That's a different space right now.
Listen, is he of the chocolate stick? Like, do we really have to go into this again?
No.
Like, at that point, do we have to explain further? Like, we're done. We've covered it. Chris, good evening. Absolutely. Carlos, you're going to sell your Juan Soto cards during a slump. I've sold some, and I've kept others. The slump really hasn't caused me any issue one way or the other. But again, I bought a lot of that stuff pretty cheap, so what do I care?
Slump or not, he's making that bling.
If you basically, the only time it becomes an issue, and I had a chat with this with a buddy the other day, it's like it becomes an issue if you paid like top of market price. Like if you paid top of market price, well then you're not feeling great. You're very uncomfortable. Even the one when I got the PSA submission back and I did the video. I had the 2 cards. So even with this slump and everything, this card is worth more than when I bought it. That's even with prices down. And the other one, this one is higher than when I bought it. And this one is the out of 51, and that is now a PSA 10, and now it is worth multiples of what I paid for it. Even after the slump. So again, the buying is the price you bought it at is the most important part. Simple example, good old-fashioned real estate. People love real estate. Okay, if you bought the house for $100,000, you put a little bit of renovation into it, now it's worth $700,000. Oh, the market's down. It's down, 30%. Oh, your house is only worth $400,000. Well, great. I put $110,000 into it. It's still worth more than what I put into it. So I could sell it at a discount compared to the top of the market, and I had less into it.
That's what I like about collecting vintage is I don't have to worry about slumps and ups and down markets.
True enough.
Bobby Orr's statistics have not changed.
Well, the interesting thing, and this was where where that video I made with Favre comes into play. Now, if the person is still alive, they could certainly find ways to soil their legacy. They could come up with something. It turns out Bobby Orr is a serial killer. I see. So do we add additional value to that for, obviously you kept busy after you retired, so good on you in that way, I suppose. But on the other hand, you are a serial killer. On the other hand, you are a serial killer. I don't know. Is that more appealing or less appealing? I guess it depends on your demographic.
Yep. I don't think OJ cards go for what they used to.
No, but I don't think OJ cards really, outside of his rookie, really went for that much anyway, because football took a while to really develop that market. So, like, if you're doing the 1970 Topps football set, because if memory serves me, I think that's his rookie card. If they're doing the 1970 Topps set, you still need the OJ card. So it's not like the OJ card is worthless. It's still a key card for that set. You still need it as part of the set. But is it worth as much as it would be otherwise if he had gone on to just have a normal? Because by the time he was doing those Naked Gun movies and stuff, he actually had a lot of stuff going on. OJ had some things going on, and things were going all right for him. And then he kind of like torpedoed the whole thing.
I grew up after, either at the end of his career or a little bit after. And I knew O.J. Simpson because he was running through airports. Bobby knows what I'm talking about. Yeah. Mm-hmm. He was running through airports. So I was like,
and I'm Canadian, and I know that.
Yeah. That and Isotona gloves, which, of course, the whole glove thing became irony. But
history likes to have irony like that, though. We do appreciate a little historical irony.
I mean, growing up, O.J. Simpson was on TV 10 times a day just selling me gloves and rent-a-cars.
The funny part about the isotoners is one size fits all.
Oh, my goodness.
Facts.
That one, eh?
Now, Dave here is making a good point that also kind of plays into it. And this is the reason why I broached the topic for a moment is that it's nuanced. I think a lot of folks spend a lot of time making it all or nothing. And that's always why I kind of point out, like, there's a little bit of nuance here. T and E cards, because people would paste them and mount them into basically an album. And then you'd have this paper that would get stuck to the back of it. However, if you soak the card very carefully, you could get the paper off of it and then let it dry up, and then the card would be, and you would have to be an absolute expert in the paper to be able to figure out anything was ever done if you did it properly. Yeah, absolutely. But that goes back forever. And they do the same thing with stamps and those little adhesive hinges that they would have with that. That was a normal in stamps. It was pretty common practice. People would do that all the time to get them out of albums, the residue off of it. As long as you didn't damage the back of it, you'd still have the back would be intact, the front would be intact. Card looks real nice, and it's straight out of an album.
So, Dave, was that a Freudian slip by soaking T and capital A and E cards?
And E? Sure.
T and A. Anyways.
Yeah.
Capital A. See it?
I saw it.
That's Freudian all the way.
It's the EH we needed. It's the EH we needed. I was fascinated by watching a conservative restore paintings with reversible paints and glues. Yep. Seems like anything that can be undone should be okay. Again, you can have that take. Like that's not an unreasonable stance if you want to put it in. That's why I say I don't like to take a hardline stance on it, because there are other hobbies that I'm familiar with that play in those waters. They call it conserving, and they do restoration. Like NGC is one of the main third-party graders and coins. They have a restoration service and a conservation service. They will actually do it for you professionally if they're able. Now there are things they will not do. They make clear, like we'll the PVC example I gave you is a thing that they will try to help you with if you ask them to as a service. And if they can't fix it, they can't fix it. They'll say, nope, this is beyond our capability, because they will only go so far. They draw a line like, okay, we're willing to do, we can do this and this and this for you, but after we do it, we're going to label it as being conserved. Like it actually is on the label itself.
So does that hurt the coin or help it? Well, it has to help it because
for the PVC example, it helps in the sense that it prevents further deterioration. Because again, you can damage that metal further down the road, because it's basically like an acid that it damages it over time. So you want to get that off of it regardless. And it does mean it is correctly labeled and accurately labeled. However, could somebody crack it out and try to pass it? They certainly could. Like that's always been possible.
True.
Steven here. Good evening. Absolutely loved you feeling players off the field impacting card prices. Yeah, no, I appreciate it, Steven. But yeah, that's the reason why I broached that topic. Because I mentioned I've been collecting those Favre cards. But the thing is, like, he wasn't a good dude on the field either. He was kind of a jerk. He was a diva. He had a lot of things going on prior to. This is just the latest. And he's still got plenty of time. I'm sure he could come up with some more transgressions between now and then.
He had the whole scandal when he's with the Jets for that 1 year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Him and text messages, man. This guy just should stay off his phone. Brett, stay off the phone.
Sent some inappropriate photos of himself to a lady.
Well, listen, there's an unconfirmed rumor that Eric might have used a similar technique to get his job at Beckett.
Ooh.
Altering and restoring is a fine thin line. In stamps, regummed and perf stamps that aren't disclosed are considered fraudulent. Yeah, the disclosure piece is always key, right? We're back to disclosure. That's a really important thing, because if there is disclosure, some collectors might be okay with that. It goes back to what we talked about with that with the Honus Wagner, the Gretzky McNall Wagner. At this point, most knowledgeable people in the hobby is like, yeah, it's trimmed. But there is to be some people that fully knowing that are like, yeah, I'm okay with that. Okay, fine.
PSA doesn't grade trim cards, so
clearly not. Well, listen,
right.
as long as they hold a hard line and not doing sheet cut cards, we're okay. Moving on. A couple of people in the 60s and 70s went to jail. Yeah, no, for sure. Do people even know what the card was cleaned with? Or is it all speculation?
That's
so
speculation.
It is speculation. Yeah.
So
There were
you
pictures
can
of
never
it prior
prove-
to. Yeah, there were pictures of it with something on there, and then there's pictures of it after the fact where it was disappeared. And that's, I think, where they put two and two together, and they're like, that's not the kind of thing you can just wipe off. But all right, maybe it was magic,
Or is it? Or was it?
or is it? Well, I think the person
that is the true question.
Yeah.
Like, it's easy to assume that doesn't come off that easy. Well, who says?
I'd be curious because this is an issue that does come up sometime in these other collectibles. Is sometimes they'll be able to tell because if the chemical at some point leaves a residue, that would be a little obvious, but also can leave a smell. So it could be one of those things where if the chemical somehow leaves it, it's like, well, that isn't natural. The card on its own should not have any kind of aroma, not like that, and then that would be a tip off.
Was it graded?
My understanding, yeah, I believe so.
So you wouldn't be able to smell it. It's pretty.
Yeah, inside of the holder, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why I say, though, my point is if down the road, inside the holder, and assuming the holder hasn't been tampered, the seal is, and then all of a sudden you find a discoloration down the road in a spot right about the section in question, then everybody's going to be like, things that make you go,
And then what will happen?
Well, then
Nothing.
Hobby Goat will pronounce it okay, and we'll move on.
Oh.
Hit the 1,000-point scale. Hit it.
Again.
Yep. Bobby's seen a post on your Facebook group with Loblaw stamps. What is the rarity of these? Have not seen them myself. So Loblaw stamps.
Loblaws, yeah, it came out in 1974. Every time you went in, you would get a booklet. Once you, it was free. When you went through the line, you get a booklet, and it had some savings on them. Each booklet, but also had 8 different stamps on each of different players of the NHL. You could purchase an album extra on the side for that, mail away for it. I think how many in a set? Oh, it's 200 and something. Not rare at all. There we go. Yeah, Eric's got them. If they're not rare, Eric's got them.
There you go. There's a new standard. I like that.
You're a jerk. I hate you.
Yeah, it's okay. So yeah, but the stamps aren't. They're kind of nice. You got Bobby Orr in there, so they're a nice little collectible. Did a lot of stamps through that early time from 70 with Esso, and then Eddie Sargent and the Finest, and 71, 2, 3, and then 74. I think kids had enough stamps by that time.
Fair enough. I like it.
I remember buying them, getting them at the store at the Loblaws at that time.
I think it's fair. Baz here with a valid question. When Eric takes his nightly bath with his ducky, does the glue and paste from his hip dissolve off? You could say his hip is altered and not authentic. I think that's a valid point. Some solid points there.
It's definitely not authentic. It's been altered.
Yeah,
quite a bit.
Bobby Orr was the Boston Strangler. # sources.
I think I've said this before on the show that
The Bobby Orr was the Boston Strangler?
my grandmother.
You live near there, right? Be careful.
Close.
If you start slandering Bill Russell, we may have to shut this thing down right now.
No.
My grandmother is buried in the same cemetery as the Boston Strangler.
Bobby Orr's still alive. What are you talking about?
What
How dare
cemetery? What cemetery is that?
You can look it up.
Moving on.
Okay.
Serial kill memorabilia has a large collector base. It does. That's very true. That's 100%. That is a fact. Neo Cards and Cowboys. Good evening, Neo. Comics are clean and pressed all the time. Yeah, and it's 100% accessible. Hell, the grading companies offer a pressing service. No, that's the reason why I'm making points to some of these other hobbies where like there is an acceptance in some of these for that kind of. And to Neo's point, correctly so, they offer a service. The coins, they will offer a restoration service. Again, there are limitations. There are things they will do and things they won't do. They'll specify that ahead of time. But they say, if you want us to take a look at it and see if that's something that it's eligible for, we can look at it. And if we do it, then here's the fees. Here's the cost. So they will do it under those circumstances, but they will also label it. And I believe with a lot of the pressing stuff, they will also label it as such.
No, not for pressing. You can press any.
For the comic books?
Yeah.
I'm saying, but he's saying where the comic grader does it. Because some of them offer a service.
Sure, and it doesn't. It has nothing to do with it. That is allowed. It is accepted.
No,
100%.
I'm not talking about whether it's allowed or not. I'm talking about whether it's on the label.
It's not
like
on
if
the
they're
label.
the ones who do it.
Nope. The only thing they'll put on a label is if it's restored. So if they've added paper or if they fix a piece of paper. But these guys, they rub off stuff. It's amazing what they do. Unbelievable. They soak the paper, everything, and they can press it. You can press it 3-4 times. It doesn't matter. They don't have that on the label. Only if it's restored will it get a purple label, and that's with comic books. So
Now is that with the? I know there's a. I think CGC is the main one. Neo, help me out here. I'm
Yeah.
gonna plead ignorance on this a little bit. I know CGC is the main one, but there's also another one. I'm wondering if they apply the same standard.
SPX or something.
Yeah, there's another one. I'm wondering if they apply the same standard. If you could fill in the blanks on that one. I don't know enough about comics to claim that, but I'm just curious.
Yeah, CGC does both. Will alter it. The other one, I don't think it says if it's altered or not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I
idea
think
for
he
the
does it
ultimate
out of
four.
his parents' basement or something like that.
There you go.
Not kidding.
Eric, are you doing some work?
Maybe.
You got a little side hustle working on over there?
He's altering.
Doing what I can, make that money.
Well, you know why Eric needs the money though. Eric needs the money because yet again tonight he has sponsored the like button. And I'll be invoicing him again, once again this week. So as a result of it, ladies and gentlemen, if you want Eric to pay, and he will pay, I might bump up the rates because now that he's a Beckett show full time, he has extra Beckett money now. So frankly, I should be charging him double.
I'm paying for 2 shows now. I can't afford this.
You need to pay the equivalent 4 shows, Eric, because now you're getting that sweet, sweet Beckett money.
Uh,
You sold your soul to Beckett.
Yeah. Beelzebub.
It happens. It
We'll
happens.
start with B.
Mm-hmm. Facts. Facts. So now as a result of that, if you want Eric to pay, hit the like button. It is free for you watching. I make him pay.
Look at it, keeps going. Bang, bang, bang.
Actually,
Oh
I'd
my.
appreciate if everybody would just hit the dislike button. That'd be even more better.
It works both ways.
Better.
Yeah, more better.
And both help the engagement, buddy. Both help the engagement. But I do charge them for the like button. And they seem to not like you. So I see the likes go up when we charge you. So it is what it is. Idea for the ultimate 4-player on-card auto. Jordan, Brady, Gretzky, and Woods. What are your 4 living legends? Okay, so you're putting living on there. Fair enough.
Oh,
Okay.
living. Oh,
Yeah, so in this case, so 4 living. So Brady's certainly off of that list. Psh, Tom Brady. Ha! Adorable. Ha ha. I want an athlete on there. What do you want me to do with that guy? How dare you?
That's a tough call. Basketball didn't really.
Jordan's not a bad one. Like if I have to have a basketball player for a living player, Jordan's not a bad call. I think that's reasonable. Gretzky was a good one for hockey. I think that works. I don't mind Tiger. Like obviously he has his transgressions, but as a living player,
Have a beer, would you?
I will. But like I mentioned, I barely slept, so I'm trying to stay conscious here. I'm probably going to need a second one of these. But as a living player, a legendary player in that, I don't think anybody's going to touch his records. He's got basically far and away the most wins. I don't think he's going to catch Jack Nicklaus at this point for majors, but he's right up there. Like he's close. He's as close as anybody is going to get, likely, because you have to be really dominant with the amount of majors you have to actually win that many. And he did such a good job early in his career that he basically set himself apart. And he was beating legitimate competitors. So like that era had a lot of good golfers in it. So that's a good third one. The fourth one is the one that I'd struggle with. I'm going to think about that. But like 3 of your 4 makes sense to me. Gretzky for hockey, Jordan for basketball, Tiger Woods if we go outside of that. I don't know where I'd go for football though. I have to think about that one if I want to do the football.
Oh, I'd have to go back to the good old days. Most of them would be good old days for me anyways. I'd be Wilt Chamberlain. I would be, obviously Bobby Orr or somebody else. I don't want to pump Eric up too much. Who do we got? Football, I would say an old Steelers or Dallas. The running back. Who was it?
Maybe I'll take Bobby Orr if he inscribes it Boston Strangler.
Mm.
Admit your crimes, sir.
That's why he puts BS at the end.
Listen, I'm just saying, if he's willing to do that, then that right there is on the Mount Rushmore of the quad. It's like, why do you have Bobby Orr there? Boston Strangler.
Yeah.
I see. It all makes sense now.
I'll be sending some stuff to him soon, so I'll ask him to inscribe that.
As you should. Wonder if clean with a spit like art conservatives do oil paintings. There you go.
So spit has chemicals.
It does. Yes. The
A
saliva
lot more chemicals.
It's like it disintegrate. Terrible. With PSA submission pricing coming down, do you see the return of base card submission en masse? Or do you expect people will be wiser? So I never subscribe people with wisdom. What I would expect is there to be, it would not shock me. And this is not inside information because I don't know yet what they would be planning. But
You were already on the show last night, Hockey 99.
yeah, but here's what I would think. If they wanted to go really low, it would make sense for them to do a $99 declared value if they wanted to go really low. because that would be your like set registry kind of level. Like you want to put some commons there for your set registry thing. Here you go, and you make that about $12 or something. You basically come up with the idea here is this is not the base card you're trying to get PSA 10s on to suddenly boost the price up. This is no, you want to submit a bunch of cards that are low value relatively and submit a bunch of them. Here's your level. So it'd be like it would be very much a bulk rate, but it would be like a bulk rate more in line with what used to be in the past. Because I went and looked, and I showed off on one of them and this is 2018. It wasn't like forever ago. PSA Canada it was $8 US, and it was $99 max declared value. It was $8 US, and you could submit as many cards as you wanted at that level. But again, it had to be under that $99 threshold. That was the idea. So I could see that $99 threshold being brought back. I don't think you'll get all the way back to $8, but you could get to like $12 or so, and probably people would be all right with it. And it would still offer, again, the set registry folks. That would be more for them. It's to be like, this is makes sense for you, maybe not for a lot of other folks, but there's somebody who at least has an application for it.
Sure.
Yeah, and that's the way I would look at it for that. And then the $199 maybe is a couple of dollars above that, and then there's a $499, a $999, and up, and then that's how they would segment it. That's just kind of the way I would see it. It wouldn't surprise me if they went that route. Speaking of hitting, hit the like button for every like. Eric's agreed to rip off vintage Bruins cards. Yes. I like it.
Oh, good Lord.
I wonder if the chemical used is alcohol, because it does clean well, but it evaporates. That would be a reasonable, like an eyeglass cleaner. You could probably play along those lines. The eyeglass cleaner would probably be one way you could definitely do it.
Yeah.
Because it is meant to evaporate. Because when you do it here, you don't want it to stay on there too long.
Is Bobbles admitting to something?
How does he know?
Yeah.
Well, he's part owner of SGC, so he knows all the secrets.
I knew
Is
it.
that SGC policy?
That's my understanding. Look, if Bobbles says it, I consider that coming straight from the mouth of Peter from SGC.
Yeah.
As his personal emissary, that is who I believe is doing it.
Oh, yeah, makes sense.
So let's make that official announcement here on because I'm Carlos.
See, you're the one who needs coffee too. You need one? Hold on, should I get you one?
No, my wife got me the no caffeine.
What's the point? That's like alcohol-free beer. Do you just want dirty water? Like what's the point?
Yeah,
it defeats the whole idea here.
I just like to burp. I don't know.
That's our best.
Anyway, lots of people do collect Bob here. Yep. Who's the goat of serial killers?
Oh boy, Canada's almost Canada's kind of up there.
Interesting.
Canadian churches?
Hardly.
Wow. That would be mass murder, Eric, not serial murder. Come on. There's a difference. There's a difference. Listen, I might have taken a course in university on serial murder. I mean, go on.
Yeah.
That was actually a course. You definitely could take it. CGC equals the PSA of comics. All right. CBCS. Thank you. It's Beckett. Hey, Eric, you should have known that.
Go. It is part of
jerk.
Well,
It's being compared to Beckett at least. You should know that. Cleaning and pressing is not noted. Gotcha.
Company.
Yep. All right. Got it.
Cleaning and that
restoring. Yeah. So that's restoring.
You can erase. You can everything. Honestly, beforehand, they don't care what you do. It's what's in their hand and what they grade at that point.
Yep.
They look for alterations. Yes. Now that means adding some paper to the spine where it's gone, or pages.
And now I will say, for some of the comics, like some of the Golden Age comics and those ones, some of them literally have this massive paper loss. Some of them are magicians. Like they can literally make. They
are amazing.
They can do some because if it's that damage at that point, it's just an aesthetic decision at that stage. But it's because they can do some wizardry. They can really do some crazy stuff that it looks pretty good. Makes it because it wasn't like that before.
When you're buying a graded comic, do you realize you have no idea what's inside of it, and a kid could have used crayons and colored all inside?
Eric,
they check it out, Eric.
They do flip through it. You actually have to look at the pages.
Part of the grading.
Part of the grading is at least flip through it. Take a look.
Purchase it. You're looking at the front cover and the back cover. That's all you see.
All right, Eric is reviewing
what's in that book.
Yeah, okay. Eric is reviewing footage of the raccoon fighting other people behind TJ Maxx. He's having a rematch in a few weeks. Well, he should. He should study the tapes. Rick Vintage Oddball Cards. Good evening. Leave the cards alone. Rick is for not touching the cards. Love it. Do any of you have any collectible historic magazines? I think that might be more up Bobby's alley. I just picked up a Sports Illustrated from Aaron's 715th home run. That's a pretty good one. That's solid. That's nice.
Yeah, significant ones with stars on the cover. Yeah, we all have them.
Fair.
Old programs. Actually, a lot
Yeah,
of
I
these
got.
programs have old leaves on them, so it's great.
Yeah, I
Nice.
got one I just picked up recently. That's pretty cool.
All right. While you're doing that, I'll read a couple of these comments here, just because. Thank you all for the comments again, as always. I appreciate it. Eric bets on fights on Raccoon Duel. Love it. Jordan, Ruth, Brady, Gretzky are the big four North American sports goats. Obviously, Ruth would have to be a cutout. Yeah, you'd have to do a cut if you wanted to get the autographs on there at this point. Do you see a time when Collectors Universe goes public again? Yes, I do. Whenabouts? No idea, but it would not shock me if in the next couple of years they
Okay,
did.
so the Ruth, that's a nice 71, 70,
And that's
71?
Gordie Howe, if you can't tell.
With the big elbow. Yeah.
Yeah. 70, 71. It's in
Hashtag on brand.
unbelievable condition.
It's like I know hockey or something. I don't know.
It's like you know hockey or something, but it has Gordie Howe on it, and it's got Cashman and Hodge, and yeah, it's in unbelievably good condition.
I'd like to go back to that one question where he says, Ruth would be a cutout. Like, remember that guy who did all the Ruth signatures? I think he's still alive.
We're thinking a legitimate Ruth autograph.
Well, not that anybody knows, right?
Yeah. It's like unless Babe Ruth is hanging around with Elvis, there's a good chance that if we want a legit one, we're probably going to need to resource it from somewhere.
They're at the bar with Bruce Lee too.
Listen, fine. Ask them to invite us over and we'll hang out. I'll order a round for everybody. Tiger is a no-brainer goat, though, of course. Yeah. Like I said, Tiger's personal issues notwithstanding. That's why I made that video. I'm trying to separate out. For collecting purposes, and again, you could be completely on the opposite side of the discussion. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's completely okay. For me, I do separate out the athlete from the person because, again, I didn't collect Brett Favre cards because I thought he was a swell guy. That wasn't why. It's because I appreciated his play on the field. I appreciated that I got to associate a lot of good memories in games that I got to watch where he performed well. I watched the Super Bowl when they won. I watched the Super Bowl when they lost. A lot of good performance, a lot of bad performances. So I separate out that dude from the guy who, scams the poor and sends pictures of body parts to people that they shouldn't be sending them to theoretically. So I have to separate that out because, again, I don't think Brett Favre is a great guy, and I'm not going to condone or be like, yeah, what he did is fine. No, it's not. If he gets prosecuted, I'm completely good with that. Go ahead. Like, it makes total sense.
This is, and I hope I don't start anything and get people upset. And I'll limit my conversations, but I didn't understand that after the very tragic, and I'm being sincere, the very tragic loss of Kobe Bryant, his daughter, and the rest of the people in that aviation crash, why he was looked at as such a godsend to all of us and this wonderful human being, when we know we're very aware that this man's imperfections, and the fact that he holds such a high place in the hobby has always dumbfounded me.
Well, in fairness, he didn't really hold. He held a place. To be clear, it wasn't like he wasn't a star. When he retired, he was a star. However, after he passed away, suddenly he ascended, and suddenly he was in top 5 discussion. I'm like, I was there. He was not in the top 5 discussion. Unless you lived in Los Angeles, he was not in the top 5 discussion to anybody. I have never heard a top 5 list that even discussed Kobe Bryant until after he died. The day after he died, suddenly got in the top 5. Suddenly he got another 3,000 points or something, like in the NBA. And I don't know where those 3,000 points came from. They found them. Something happened. I'm like, did I miss something?
He got the artist treatment. Once they die, and then all their stuff is worth and admired.
And it was like his stuff went ballistic. It went crazy.
Yeah.
And like, I understood that because that is actually a normal thing. Again, for better or worse, you can critique it as much as you like. When these athletes pass away, their stuff gets a boost early on. Now, but he suddenly, people tried to suddenly shoehorn him into like a top 5 conversation. It's like, why?
And
it's not that he's not good. I'm not saying he was a bad player at all. No. But like, he wasn't discussed in those discussions prior.
I guess the last comment I'll make about it, and try to leave it as that best I can, is Mike Tyson went to jail as he should have, and Kobe Bryant didn't, and I want to know why.
Conspiracy.
It was the exact same situation. Why did Mike Tyson go to prison and Kobe Bryant didn't? and
He
Mike
probably has better
Tyson
lawyers.
is I think that's probably it. So
Could be.
Tyson ran the prisons. What are you talking about?
yeah. So I mean, I don't.
And
own,
Tyson did win a heavyweight championship after coming back. He wasn't the same guy, but he did win another championship or two
I
after.
don't own Mike
He
Tyson
killed it.
stuff, and I do not own Kobe Bryant stuff.
I like I'm going to leave this comment just where it is. Moving on. Howie Morenz, greater than Bobby Orr, greater than Mary Lemieux, greater than Gretzky. Going for the Morenz is like
You
I
can't
don't-
compare eras.
They're completely different eras.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Completely different eras.
So you didn't ask me about my Mount Rushmore, and I wrote it down.
Okay, is this the Mount Rushmore of like people you would want on the
Living-
autograph for the autographs?
Living
This is living, right?
athletes. Yes.
Okay, fine. Four. All right.
Yes.
Go.
Living legend.
Eddie Merckx, the greatest cyclist of all time. Carl Lewis, the greatest track and field athlete of all time. Michael Phelps, the greatest swimmer. of all
Wait,
time.
Carl Lewis. So we don't care about the steroid thing now?
He was never caught. Ben Johnson was up north.
The
there.
entire 100 meters, everybody. If there was a guy who wasn't on steroids, there might have been one. Maybe one.
Usain Bolt, maybe.
Whoever was last was probably the one who was off the
Ben
juice.
just took more than everybody else.
Yeah, the
and
problem is Ben Johnson was caught and they were stupid enough to actually tell on him. It was like, you do realize they all, literally, after the fact, like, we know all of y'all took it. All of y'all.
I was doing landscaping when that all happened, and he used to show up to this one complex that we used to do every Monday, and we'd be talking to him all the time. Want to race? No.
Yeah.
And so Eddie Merckx, Carl Lewis, Michael Phelps, Bobby Orr.
Look at you. All right, let me read a couple of these. So, Jay, good evening. Hopefully things are going well with you. I know you were at the Dallas show. I did see a post on it, so glad to hear from you. Appreciate you chiming in. Eric has a tag, 827 in grade in terms of promoting vintage magazine covers. A solid BGS 8. Love the reference. If you separate the athlete from the player, then Rose gets in. No, you don't. You're talking about separate the athlete from the player from collecting standpoint. I'm talking about collecting. Pete Rose did the one thing that was stupid. And by the way, Pete Rose was still involved in the game when he did the stupid thing that got him barred. He was a manager and he bet on baseball. I don't care whether he bet on his team, didn't bet on his team, bet for them to win. I don't care. The thing is, for me, the Pete Rose thing, I'm not morally offended that he gambled. I don't care. What I got a kick out of is that baseball had one rule, one thing that they cared about. They let you get away with pretty much everything else. One thing. This is the one thing, Pete. Don't do the one thing and you'll be fine. And he did the one thing because he's an idiot.
The difference is, listen, and this is how I've always defended Pete Rose.
Defend Pete Rose.
Pete Rose never cheated. He broke a rule. The steroid guys cheated. It's completely,
At the time the steroid guys did it, there was no rule against steroids.
But then they couldn't.
There wasn't a
stop.
rule against it.
But then
there
they
was
couldn't
not.
Stop. And then
Yeah, they today, if you test positive for steroids, there are infractions in place. You would now be suspended. That is now a thing. At the time that Mark McGuire and Sammy Sosa and Barry Bonds did, there were no rules. In theory, they could do whatever the hell they wanted.
Yeah. Okay. They cheated.
Except there was no rule in place.
That's semantics. You know it.
No, it's literally what the case was. There was no rule against it. The same as there was no rule against greenies in the 60s.
Was your cyclist Lance Armstrong? No.
Well, yes.
Sorry.
Yeah. He wasn't on my list.
Oh,
He's a
sorry.
cheating bastard. And he got
I
his
don't know.
toes taken away.
Seems like he's the greatest cyclist of all time.
Got 7 toes taken away.
All right. If you separate the other from player, then Rose gets in and all the steroid players immediately. I'm actually for the steroid players getting in. I'm for Pete Rose not getting in until he dies because he's stupid.
He is so stupid.
And it's like, for me, it's the stupidity. That's my rule. It's like, look, you were just so stupid that you deserve nothing. You can get in after you die. Your family can take the induction. You die first.
It's sort of like Mastro. He did the shill bidding. Here's a guy who doesn't need the money. Then why do you do it? Because you can get away with it.
Yeah, for sure. So
And
we all know you.
that's scary because that's going beyond the envelope. That's power and corruption. It's just that's evil at that point. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna do it just cause.
Just because.
Just cause.
Yep. Staven here says we all know you collect far for the Wrangler. He did do a lot of Wrangler commercials. I collected him despite the Wrangler.
Gretzky.
Yeah, that's true. Tragic deaths tend to raise
Oh,
people up.
GWD. Sorry, my mistake. Yeah.
I figured you collect Favre because of their malfeasance. Listen, I'm not saying it wasn't a feature. But it wasn't specifically the reason I started collecting. For me, it's more of a feature.
Yeah.
I'm okay with it. Look, I also like the $1 Million Man, who, by the way, is also implicated in that fraud thing. Just to be clear, he was also implicated in it. So that's why I got a kick out of it. It's like, wow, it's like beautiful. Hold on. So should I be showing off my $1 Million Man with my father? My boys!
Indicted.
My boys! Good job. What's up, everyone? Hope you're having a great night. Absolutely. Thank you for Leaf Cards. Yep. When did the NBA stop? Why did the NBA stop on the day of his death? I don't know. Ask the NBA. Meant a lot for them. To be clear, again, separating the athlete from the person and whatever. Players admiring Kobe Bryant, like the generation of players that was there at that time, would have actually been growing up watching Kobe Bryant. So for them, he was their dude, which is perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with it. Before Jordan, for some of these guys, it would have been Dr. J, right? So but Dr. J would have been their guy, and then Magic would have been a guy for a generation after that. Jordan for the guys the generation after that. So like this is fine. It makes perfect sense. So if a kid grew up watching Kobe and watching win championships and stuff and everything, again, he was an excellent player. It's not to say he wasn't a great player. It's not to say he wasn't a Hall of Famer. And by the way, it's not to say he wasn't accomplishing things in his post-basketball playing career. He was actually accomplishing some impressive stuff. Could it have continued? Who knows? Could he have done something wrong going forward? Could have been. Who knows? But that's the thing. When these athletes retire and they do stuff after the fact, maybe they had too much time in their hands and just decided they could give it a go. Oh, I can get away with this. Because that's basically, when you read the text messages with the Favre thing, he basically was trying to get away with something, and he knew he was getting away with something, and then he was being all sneaky-like about it. But this is like within Brett Favre's character. If you follow his career, it's like this is the same dude. He's not going away from his character.
Law, right?
Yeah, he's not getting away from his character. He got away with so many things prior to that. This was just another thing he thought he could get away with.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but again, I never collected him because he's a swell fella. I don't know the dude, so I couldn't tell you one way or the other. And by the way, there are people who are probably buddies of his who have had nothing but good experiences with him because all they do is just hang out, they chat, they have a beer, whatever. So they're like, oh, Brett's just a great guy because they never saw the other side of Brett Favre that other people would have seen, right? Just depends. Your mileage may vary.
You go back to Kobe's press statement or press conference back in the day, and you read between the lines, he admitted to doing what he did.
Oh, no. Not really.
I just have never understood the love affair with Kobe Bryant when he probably should have been in prison.
Yeah. Like I said, though, for the NBA to honor him, for a lot of the current players who would probably idolize him, I understand. I do understand it. You don't have to like it, but I do understand it. So I can say that I understand. Eric spiked Ben Johnson's water ball? Facts.
Yeah, I did.
Proceeded with court bats. Verified.
It went to the right place.
Yeah. Okay, so Bobble's here. Does Pete Rose really need to be inducted? No. At this point, he's got a record and is obviously famous. It's called the Hall of Fame. After all, the man is clearly famous. Yes, that's true. That is true. Who would be your Mount Rushmore of the hobby business leaders as we sit on today? Now, there's an interesting one. But before that, let me read the next comment real quick. This pains me to say is this, but Eric is exactly right. How dare you? Rules broke a rule without cheating. The others cheated without breaking any rules. It is true. It is true. But we never disagree. Here we go. Carlos enjoys Ted DiBiase enough to attend his church services. I don't like anybody enough to. I don't like God enough to attend church services. Moving on. What if Pete Rose gets in after Kane gets his tombstone him again? He's already in the WWE Hall of Fame, so I'd argue he's already in a prestigious Hall of Fame that somebody made up. Prestigious. Prestigious, man.
I think it's prestigious.
Yep. My favorite Mark McGuire moment, he married a pharmaceutical sales rep.
Smart.
Nice. See, that adds to my appreciation of Mark McGuire. It enhances my appreciation.
Because he knew he was going down one day or another.
Yep. I don't follow the argument.
Up being a hitting coach in the major leagues. The guy, after retirement, after going through the congressional bullshit.
Hitting coach. Tap your hand like this. Wrap the thing tight.
He came back and was a hitting coach in the league. But Pete Rose is banned for life.
Well, in fairness, Pete Rose was literally put back into the studio covering baseball, and then he started saying and doing dumb things again.
Well,
did I mention Pete Rose is an idiot?
He's the dumbest human being.
They've actually tried. They've actually tried to be like, hey, okay, look, we'll let you cover baseball in the studio. We'll hire you. We'll pay you money to talk about baseball. You know baseball. You can do that. Okay, sounds good. And then he just starts doing stuff again.
But then OJ gets off, and then he goes back into More stuff.
But that's what I mean. Is there's a
Cover
certain
stops.
there's a theme of much stupidity here, and
Yeah.
like I said, to me, stupidity is the biggest sin. I can live with almost all the rest of it. It's like, but you're just an idiot. I feel like you should be punished for this.
There's no excuses for horrible things. I am very curious when the time comes and OJ passes, does he have CTE and how bad is it? This is a running back who just blasted through people through high school, college, the pros, 2,000 yards in a season, just putting his head down. Using
Eric, I honestly think when he retired from football, I think he was perfectly fine. I honestly think it was the Naked Gun movies that did him in. Have you watched the Naked Gun movies?
I have.
That man probably had 50 concussions just from the first one alone. 50. My God. So really, it was Leslie Nielsen that did him in.
I think you're
My God.
correct. I didn't think of that. Leslie
And it's
Nielsen.
so hard to conclusively prove that too. On top of that,
Yeah.
which is,
Even with all the footage, we'll have to slow it down. We'll have to watch it. But I would recommend watching Naked Gun, and you'll see probably the decline of O.J. Simpson. That's probably what ended him. Think about it. Moving on.
He took it out.
yeah.
Let me scroll through here. Okay, here we go. So real quick, I'll read Mark's comment and then I'll get back to DR's question because I like the question. I don't follow the argument that Pete Rose gets in after death, but Shoeless Joe will spend eternity shunned from the game. I agree, but to be consistent, I'm okay. Like, to be clear, if it was me, I think Shoeless Joe at this point we can induct him. Like, he's long dead. Like, my point is that these guys did something very stupid and participated in something stupid or put themselves in a position where they were implicated in something very stupid. So I don't reward you while you're alive. To me, induct Shoeless Joe. You can have the remaining family members go ahead and do it, but it's not going to be the pomp and circumstance. The point is I'm not rewarding you, is the point. I am going to acknowledge you because you were part of the game and you were a Hall of Fame caliber player. Therefore, I'm not ignoring you. You are part of the history of the game, so you deserve to be acknowledged. It just means you don't get the pomp and circumstance. As far as I'm concerned, they get a plaque, you put it there, but you don't need a whole induction ceremony and everything. No, you will be acknowledged. You are worthy with your play on the field to be in this room with these other players.
Wasn't Shoeless Joe's stats made it that he didn't really?
That's been the argument for many years. The argument is that statistically, it's very difficult to believe that he was throwing games because he was performing at a high level. He was performing at a superlative, as opposed to other players where it felt like you saw a drop off clearly compared to the normal play. So I agree. I do believe, like, regardless, we can't relitigate it at this point. We'll never know 100%. For me, though, Shoeless Joe at this point, like, we can't punish him any further. He's already dead. So for me, it's like, no, let's just acknowledge the career he had. We can acknowledge it. Let's put him there, and then that's fine. With Pete Rose, it's like, no, Pete Rose is still alive. When you keel over, buddy, well, I'll put you in the next day. Don't worry about it.
I think that time period, they threw out the baby with the bathwater. They just kind of said, all you guys, okay,
very well could be. Yep.
And then the other guys who were innocent, and it happens all the time too. Where some people get lumped into something, like Beckett, with grading, and just saying.
I would argue that Shoeless Joe is more popular now because he's not in. And if you put him in today, in 50 years, people aren't going to be having these discussions.
That part's true. The infamy of it goes back to the infamy thing. He stands out because of the infamy.
Yeah. I mean, if
Black
I was
Sox will
his
always
family,
be.
I'd be like, no, we don't want him in. We like the fact that people still talk about him, and as a family, we can still make money off of this. As soon as you put him in, the bank's going to dry up.
There you go. All right, real quick. So let's touch on this one quickly because there's some other good comments. Again, thank you all for the comments. Appreciate it as always. So DR said, well, who would be your Mount Rushmore of the hobby business leaders? So we've done the hobby goats discussion before, but this is hobby business leaders, which to me is a little bit different.
Josh Wilbur.
Obviously, like, no question, no doubt. So who would be your Mount Rushmore of hobby business leaders? On his way out, I would suspect, or already out the door, or probably just hanging out, buying shoes somewhere.
He's painting his nails.
Probably. That could very well be. It's important. Your Mount Rushmore of the hobby business leaders as we sit today. So do you want ironically or unironically? Because if we go ironically, Kenny, I could definitely sell myself on that. That'd be fun. That'd be a fun one for me.
You can make fun of it, but on the other hand,
he has had success in business.
He's got the money, baby. He's got the connections. He's got the money. He's got the cars.
And now he is a shareholder in the Collectors brand, the Collectors mega brand. So, and if they do go public, he would be a shareholder in that. So
let's just say his life doesn't suck. So I mean, we can make fun of a lot of the stuff that,
and we will.
Is there to make fun of,
and we will.
His life doesn't suck.
It is true. It is true. And he got to hang out with Don West once upon a time, so can't be all bad.
I would love to do that for an afternoon.
So, all right, Ken Golden, because again, he has been successful in the hobby. However you feel about how he got there, he has been successful, at least to a certain degree, and made some money in this business. So that's a big thing. So business. I'll be honest. I would put Beckett in it just because he got out.
You have to.
Like he. To be fair, there was more money to be made down the road, but the fact is, he got out and made money. Like
Yeah.
he did. He made money. So I can't say he was a poor businessman when, in the end of the day, he built something from nothing, made it into
There
a
was
thing.
Nothing,
The
and
brand
then
still
there was
exists.
Beckett.
Yeah.
And that's something. Unfortunately, now Beckett, again, everyone's heard me rant, was here, and now it's down here somewhere.
Yeah. But the reality is, he, aside from his name being involved in it, he's not in day-to-day operations. So he'd be like, I am not responsible for that. And you can't argue he is, because like he literally has no position in the company. So
He sold it
No,
in
I
2006.
it was some years ago. Yeah, it's been a while.
2004, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that anyone who said he shouldn't be there.
So I think for, like I said, those guys, I feel like I'm very comfortable with that. After that, honestly, though, it gets murky, because almost everybody else that's in business, okay? Brian Gray entertains us. But at the same time, I don't feel like I can't put him there. Like it wouldn't make
No
any sense.
way. No.
That was what I'm trying to get at, Bobby. I'm saying like it wouldn't make any
I
sense.
know. Yeah.
And Nat is too new to this. We haven't established any track record of
No.
real success.
No.
That company already had a lot of things. Its place in the marketplace was already there. They bought into it high. Have they increased the value of the company? On paper, yes. But in practice, we don't know yet. Because they do have revenue streams. They do have ways of making additional revenue. But right now, they've been in acquisition mode. It's been buy. Now, if they're able to navigate the next year or two and still be in a solid position in those different categories, different discussion. And if they're able to go public at that point, they would make money. So based on the way the business is structured today, if they're still in those solid places in those different categories. But that is yet to be seen. It is too soon. Right now, I have to give them an incomplete at best because it's too soon for that. But hobby business people,
Steve
there's
Hart?
not that many. Sorry, go ahead.
Steve Hart.
Again, if we wanted to go tongue in cheek, sure. But like, there aren't a lot of. Can I say it this way? Maybe there are not a lot of legitimate hobby business people because if I'm saying hobby business leaders, there are not a lot of them that I really feel qualify for this.
Jeff doesn't qualify.
Yeah.
Joff.
I would argue this also. Whoever was behind the creation of Upper Deck belongs there.
Oh, Richard McWilliams?
They changed everything. We had cardboard cards, and then we had this new material of cards. We had autograph cards, memorabilia cards. We had Upper Deck brought us things that we never imagined in the history of the hobby for 100 years.
Do you still count it? Do you still count it though? Because it says as we sit today. So do you still consider Richard McWilliams there? Given that he passed away now years ago and the company's kind of in a limbo, in a trust kind of thing?
Whoever got Upper Deck up and running and was responsible for it blowing the hobby apart in 1990, I would put up on Mount Rushmore.
All right. Interesting. Let me scan a couple of these comments here. So I do struggle with this one because when we do the hobby goes, we can have a little bit of fun with it. We can really have some fun with it. It's a little bit of a different, but hobby business leaders, then it requires me to think about a successful business, not just a business that generates revenue. To be clear, there's a difference between a business that generates revenue, because you can make a business that makes $300 million in sales, right? But if your expenses are $299,999,999, you made $1. That's not a successful business. That's actually not. It's the opposite of that. So you can have amazing revenues, and on paper, again, think about all these companies in the late 90s, those companies that went bankrupt. They had years where they made money, in theory, on paper. They had all these revenues and they were selling all this product. Pinnacle went belly up. Playoff went belly up. All these, Fleer went belly up. And these companies produced amazing stuff, but it was not actually a profitable business model. And a lot of these people that own these card shops, somebody mentioned Burbank. Today, Burbank is probably, I think, is a solid choice. But we have to kind of think dealers in at that point. Like, we run out. After I go with Beckett and the first two guys, I have to think like a Burbank, because I have to think somebody who's spread their tentacles out of these, built a successful website, built a successful business with an online store, has the store there, has the warehouse, is starting to do shows now and trying to promote them. So
But
they've
he's
got some
only-
brand equity.
He's only been like that for a couple few years.
That's what I mean. So it's
You
very,
know, he's rather new. Yes.
if they can sustain it for a few more years, like
10
and
years.
really show
10
and really
years
show
is
some
a-
real money, yeah,
10 years is a look back period.
Yeah.
Anything beyond that is before that is not.
so
So-
it's really tough.
My last one would be I have Ken Golden, Beckett, Upper Deck creator. And I
Richard
think-
McWilliams. I just said Richard. He's on the back of the cards, man. Go
He
look at the
doesn't
back of
know.
the
He
cards.
doesn't read.
All right, and the last one I think
Yeah, right.
is whoever created eBay and the eBay platform, because before eBay came,
It's not
how
a
we used
hobby. That
how
was
we
just-
used how we
yeah,
used
that
supposed to
morphed
get
into
cards.
that.
But it's a platform
Brick and
though.
mortar
That's
based.
like saying Jeff Bezos if they had actually continued on with Amazon auctions.
Yeah.
Like the Jeff Bezos built a marketplace, yes. And in theory, if for some reason he gets bonked on the head and decides to go back into it, he could always do that again if he really wanted to. But it doesn't mean that he's a hobby business. It's Amazon. it's a different beast entirely.
I just think eBay changed the entire hobby with his platform.
By the way, for the record, I would have given it to Tim Getch had they been more successful as a business sooner. The 2020 period, like you don't get to wash away that stain. If they can rebound from it, keep improving their offering here going forward, and they can sustain that for another 5-10 years. Tim Getch has been around a while in the hobby business, but I can't give you credit for it because you did not build up the infrastructure that allowed you to weather that. You are now recovering from it. That does not mean down the road you cannot be considered for something like this if you can show me another 10 years down the road where now you're operating successfully and being profitable consistently.
And if we ever discuss it again.
True. Can use more? Yes. O.J. Simpson went to jail because of the value of his cards. Sure. Baseball Hall of Fame separated from the MLB. Shouldn't even matter if a player is suspended. Yeah, they can put people in, but they generally don't go away from the MLB's concept. The MLB can't stop them, but at the same time, why would they care to put them in if MLB suspends them, right?
It's all political anyway. So
Why did the hobby business leader Mount Rushmore a few weeks ago? No, we did the hobby goat Mount Rushmore.
yeah.
Yeah. Which, by the way, is more broad, more open-ended. We can have a little bit of fun. Like, look, I could make a pitch for Don West being a hobby goat. For the entertainment value alone, I could make a pitch for him being on there.
Yeah.
Completely different category. It's more open-ended. There you go. Tyler Hitt, Joe Orlando, Mark from Mark's Cards. You got to put the X in there. You got to put
all
the X
big
in there.
boys. There we go.
Yeah. Bill Master, yes. Gray becomes on the Blowhard Mount Rushmore. There you go.
Mount Rush no more.
Yeah.
Bob,
BGS
you
going
gotta
on.
be careful. He's going to sue you.
True. He is litigious. He is on the hobby litigious Mount Rushmore.
Oh, number one.
Right there. We got he's solidified. He's solid. He's right there. BGS going up on paper like WWE. You somehow messed up for 20 years and are still in that spot. Yes. Yeah. So that's the thing is that when you establish a brand and you're able to then ride the coattails of that brand, even after you're no longer performing well, you can still ride that residual momentum for a while. And at a certain point, it comes back to bite you though. Beckett, I think at this point no longer has that luxury. They cannot ride those coattails any longer. Yeah, the guy from Burbank Cards. Here, Bobbles. Very disappointed I haven't mentioned with as many companies I'm accused of owning. With how many companies you own. Look, SGC doesn't count, Bobbles. I'm sorry. We cannot count them. We have serious questions. Until further notice, I have questions about their marketing campaigns. Get your man on that. Call up your guy and say, look, as owner, here, I'm putting my foot down. Enough of this nonsense. How dare you?
Go in the bobblehead room and see if they're all nodding.
True. Mount Rushmore of hobby content creators who took off. I think if a hobby content creator took off at this point, there's no Mount Rushmore. They're automatically at best an honorable mention, because at the end of the day, a lot of the ones that took off, they really didn't provide that much value in the first place. They were just there, and then they got bored and went away. And there's some that are still around that basically are just kind of just putting off the odd video here and there. They're kind of just going through the motions. They're not really trying to produce anything. PC Professor Rob Veras is the owner of Burbank Sportcast. Yes. Panini is Pinnacle. Yeah. ComC has a machine, a building can be seen from space. Facts. But the problem is they only got those recently. So I can't. I start the clock after you get the machine in the building you can see from space. Not a moment before. We're starting the clock at 0.
And 1, wasn't it?
Yeah, we're starting the clock at 0.
Everything's back at 0.
So for content creators here, Elite Co 3, Oh well, Alico 3 is a content creator, but Probstein isn't. 4 Sharp Cards. Are you mixing two things there, Bess?
What the heck?
Whatever.
Like, Alico 3 is in YouTube. He still makes videos. Not all the time, but he still makes videos. Probstein is Probstein, and 4 Sharp Corners is its own thing. So I'm not
I
sure
haven't
where.
done a
Imagine
probe
throwing
in a while.
curveballs.
Yeah,
Just trying
yeah,
to
you're,
get
you're combining a couple of things here. Okay, here we go. Eric, he can have fun with that as a public figure. He can look up the definition of blowhard as well as a person who blusters. Yes, that is true. All right, got caught up on the comments. Thank you all for that. There was a lot of them there. But yeah, no, I'm gonna say that. Yeah, when it comes to the hobby business side of things, is like actually, if you honestly put a gun to my head and told me to, outside of like from a historical perspective, Beckett and a couple of those folks who were able to sell at the right time. Again, he could have made more money if he'd sold a couple of years after that. Like there was another opportunity afterwards, but he did. He did
I think
fine.
he made it.
He did fine. Like I don't. The fact that he was able to retire and he's kind of just been able to do his own thing and do whatever he wants, do consulting or whatever, I consider that successful. I think they had a good run. I think they built up a brand and everything, and it tells you something that they were able to build up a good enough brand that it's taken years of neglect to get them into this position. So that's kind of something you got to bear in mind. So they did something right, I suppose. So let's take a look here. Cardlat has to be on the Rising Stars list. No, it's just no. And plus, also now they're owned by collectors anyway, so that's done. It was a startup. It was literally like maybe like Eric. Jokes aside, from the start of Card Ladder until the time they were acquired by collectors, that's like a year and a half, a year.
Yeah,
And change.
Yeah, they. But you know, and you know this. All jokes aside,
I'm saying all jokes aside.
Yeah,
I'm just
they
analyzing this as a concept.
butts off. I don't know how when they had time to sleep. It was amazing what they were doing. I mean,
Yeah.
because throughout their day, throughout the night,
Yeah.
it was the work they put in was extremely commendable. Whether you like the product, or the fact that people were that passionate about something that they barely slept and were on like 22-hour days. It was just amazing. I really applaud them for the effort they put in, and they got it, and it paid off.
Yeah, but I want to say one thing about that though. What you're describing though is almost every single tech startup.
Sure.
They're like identical. The whole not sleeping thing, basically living for the work, doing all that. But some of those tech startups had to work for years. And again, I'm talking about the successful ones. I'm talking about the ones that succeeded. They had people that were like literally like sleeping in the office and sleeping underneath their desk and stuff like, because that was what they needed to do to get that off the ground. And some of them took years to become profitable.
Yeah.
Amazon did make money for years and years and years and
I
years. Technically, they were a failure for years and years and
They were
years
losing, yeah. I
until
remember.
they became successful, and
Well, who wanted to
and
buy
they crossed that line.
Huh?
I mean, they started off selling books. It was like a freaking bookstore online. Who cared?
It was that was the initial, yeah, that was the start, and then it became. But today they're a juggernaut. They are a powerhouse. They've got a lot of power, and Bezos is a billionaire many times over. He could afford to have a divorce and still be supremely rich. It didn't matter.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah,
10
so
divorces.
it's one of those things where it's like that is not easy. In reality, though, here's the thing: we can still give credit. I agree that the Card Ladder folks put in a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. But here's the truth: it was about a year. And if they're still killing themselves at this point, then they need to reconsider the budget of their division, because Collectors has the resources to get them help.
Yeah, I honestly don't know their current state of affairs.
Yeah. So it's one of those things, though. Like at this stage, in relative terms, though, like right now, even if they were killing themselves doing 25-hour days right now, they're still within the startup period. But they also got bought out by collectors. So you got kind of have your cake and eat it too in about a year.
I don't think they're a startup anymore. They got bought out by a multi.
And so I have to treat them now as a different thing. I can't treat them like a startup anymore because they're no longer in that original category.
Absolutely not.
Yeah. So I think Beckett has to make the move to dominate the digital pricing space versus Card Ladder market movers. I think it's too late for them to try. That is true. Like if we were being honest, that would have been a very smart thing for them to do if they could figure out the technology. And again, the new CEO is supposed to be a technology guy. So in theory, if they could manage, look, if they could crack the code and legitimately take, and we said this before, but I'm going to repeat it. If you could legitimately take eBay data and find a way to make it usable, so that you can actually price things properly. And again, if you could harness sales data from ComC, because all those transactions go through. If you buy an item on ComC, the sale is done. So you have a price, you have the item, and you have a price. So if you can actually use that data, you can use eBay data, and you can actually pull, say, from PWCC as well. You've got 3 at least decent-sized platforms, marketplaces. if you're able to pull data legitimately from those three places and get that data and actually build a real price guide, that would be Beckett reasserting itself back in the price guide side. Today, Beckett's price guide is irrelevant. But if they could figure that out and crack that code, then there would be some value to Beckett price guides again.
Yeah, absolutely. But
it's not easy. I'm not going to claim that's an easy thing to do. It's a difficult thing to do.
And hey, I would love to see that and have Beckett back on top where they belong. You know, the reason I hate them so much is because, you know, and I've said this 100 times, it's because of how they let the hobby down, because they just rested on their laurels and didn't care about us anymore. But if they started a new business venture like that, it would just be another thing for them to screw up.
Such confidence in the Beckett show. Love it. Big up for the host. Appreciate it. Thank you, PC Professional. Don't buy from Four Sharp Corners. Don't cap the shipping charges. Charge me $25 to ship an order. Any other consignment charges more than $8. I would recommend buying elsewhere. Sorry. I actually haven't had too much trouble with them because I've actually had them shipped to Canada. It wasn't nearly that bad. Mind you, I'm usually only buying a handful of items at a time. So I guess if you're buying multiple items and they're stacking them on top of each other, then that could run up your price for sure. Don West / Mr. Mint. Actually, if it hadn't been that he was out of the game for so long, Mr. Mint for a while ran a pretty robust business for himself in terms of the cards he was finding and selling. But again, hobby businesses being sustainable and profitable over time is very tricky. It's a very low margin business. It's not an easy business to make real money over time. Like we're talking like big money.
Huh.
I would see him once a year at the what we have, and Bobby's aware of this, the Shriner show in Wilmington. He had the best booth in the place every year. It was the main entrance. He came through the main entrance. He was the first booth on the left.
Yeah,
and big giant signs, and he stood there all day and just made money.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It was very look. If your question had been a Mount Rushmore of hobby self promoters, Mr. Min Al Rosen is right there. Right, like he'd be right there on the short list. You have to at least consider him for that discussion. I would put him on there, no doubt. So Bob was here. What do folks think about Topps Chrome? What appears to be another 2021 event where they put SPs on the checklist and apparently don't exist. I haven't seen the first SP variation of the rookies. But we do love when they add cards in that theoretically don't exist. So I'll leave that open to the chat if anybody have any thoughts on that. Amazon's net income for last quarter was negative $2 billion. Psh, Jeff Bezos has that in his pocket change. But it is true. Like a business of that size, they can run. But again, they have that ability. They have so much marketing power that they can have a shaky quarter and be like, okay, so what do you do? Go buy something else.
Well, in all honest, now just like the card hobby, which you know we've been discussing since January, that we knew that it was going to take a dip. Amazon's the same thing. They had their best 2 years ever.
Yeah.
They have to lose $2 billion. Yeah. Because they're evening out just like the card hobby is.
Yeah.
Them losing $2 billion was inevitable.
Yeah. And they also were never shy about expansion. They get into so many things. They get into a bunch of stuff that eventually doesn't work out. Well, guess what? That's a huge R&D cost. You decide, like Amazon's experimenting with drones. They're experimenting with this and that. That stuff isn't cheap. And most of it won't work. Just to be clear, most of it will not work. So as a result, they're taking loss leader. Amazon Prime for years was a loss leader. You're basically offering free shipping on you buy a toothbrush and they would get you the next day shipping on a toothbrush. That's a money loser. You don't make money on that. That's a terrible deal. But for the customer, is that super convenient? Yeah, sure. But you don't make money that way. You need to sell a decent amount of stuff to actually really start making money. And a lot of the stuff's low margin too. So it's kind of an interesting thing. So here, Carlisle with kind of an open-ended question. That's fine. I like that. What game were you the most nervous watching, either in person or TV? So presumably, you have a vested interest in the outcome of the game. So what game are you most nervous? So I'm going to go get my refill, switch over to my high-octane beer, and then I'll be right back.
Uh-huh.
So, Bobby, why don't you take a stab at it first, and then Eric can pick a Boston Bruins thing that none of us care about.
Yeah. Okay. Which game? That's a really difficult one. I don't think I can really. Is this current or was watching? Let's see.
Just whatever you've ever watched.
I almost would say the '72 Canada series, but I was a kid. I can't really say I was nervous watching that. I think I was nervous watching. There's quite a few games, a lot of playoff games. Usually the playoff games, the finals. And if the Leafs are in there, which there hardly ever are, I get very nervous. I get very nervous when they get breakaways on goalies, and that's where everything comes down for me. You know, baseball, I don't really care. It's a slow moving game, anyways, right? Football, I don't follow it as much. And basketball, whatever. What about you, Eric?
Mine. I mean, I have two that I remember just like going absolute bananas, and one was 2011 Stanley Cup clinching game for the Boston Bruins. Um, I I was born in 1974. I was not around for 70 and 72. So in my lifetime, as a Bruins fan, we had never won a Stanley Cup. We've been to the Cup Finals a
Yeah.
handful of times. Never ever won a Stanley Cup in my lifetime. And as such a passionate fan, when they finally that clinching game, watching the clock tick down, I thought I was going to throw up.
Well, they didn't go to the full series max, did they?
No, I don't. No, I don't
So
believe they
why would
did.
you be nervous watching it?
Because it's
They
the
cleaned
freaking
their
Bruins,
clocks.
man. We could be up and then get swept. Look at
Look at the Leafs.
against look at the Leafs, right? Which we did that too to get there. But look at Philadelphia series a couple of years later when we were up 3-0. Philadelphia went to 7 games and we were up 3-0 in the 7th game. And Philadelphia came back and beat us to get to the
That's
next
where
round.
you should be nervous. That's where you got nervous. Not with the clock ticking down because we know we're going to win. Kind of crap.
Didn't know if I was going to win because I didn't trust them.
Oh, you didn't trust them?
I believe that the Boston Bruins were put on this planet to ruin my life.
That's so true.
Just you're a
And the Leafs too.
Maple Leafs fan. You understand?
Yeah, I saw one Stanley Cup. That's it.
Yeah.
As long as I got one in, I'm okay.
And
I was young. But
just to be able to actually celebrate a Stanley Cup was everything.
I hate you.
As you should. Like, really, we all do. So my answer to this one, 98-99 Stanley Cup Game 6. Triple overtime, and I really wanted to get rid of the Buffalo Sabres, and I was sick of Dominic Hasek by that point, and I wanted the stupid game to end. It just went on and on and on. And because at that point, the Stars could not have lost at that point. If they had lost the game, they could have still gone to Game 7. But the point was, they were in a dogfight with that Buffalo team, and Dominic Hasek was great. Like, he was playing phenomenally well. Both teams were like locked down defense. So it's like one goal was at a premium. Just get a goal, and both teams were playing ridiculous. So it's one of those things. You're sitting there, and it's overtime in Game 6 of a Cup final, and you can win. You just have to score one goal, get one past him by accident, anything, a bounce,
the crease.
Yeah.
Score a goal.
And legit, love it. Good times. I like it. Yep. So here we go. Tom gets worked up about this. It's like, I don't recall what you're talking about. Seems it was a perfectly legitimate goal. Moving on.
Well, I mean,
it's not like Buffalo has a real team anyway.
They obviously didn't interfere with it, but the rules are the rules.
Look, here's the thing. The best part about this is that this is a situation where a call goes in the favor of my team, but guess what? I have a perfect counter. It's not like he kicked Dominic Hasek. Oh, let me boot you out of the way here, and now I'm going to deflect it in. It's like, I'm sorry, dude. Dominic Hasek might as well have been in South Dakota at that time. Guess what? It was going in.
Did not affect anything.
No, he didn't touch. If he had touched Dominic Hasek, you have an argument. He did not touch the man. He was not. He could have still made the stop if he had been able to get to the puck. So be it. Get over it.
Did not
wide right.
But the rules are the rules.
Wide right. Plus, honestly, I'd be more pissed off about wide right if I was them. By the way, I'm serious. I would be more pissed off about wide right because I actually think, obviously, if that not happened, they actually would have won the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl was in their hands. They actually had a chance to kick for it. They were winning. Had a chance to win. But I actually think, my opinion, to this day, I believe if the Buffalo Bills had won that Super Bowl, I don't think they would have made it to 4 in a row. I don't think the motivation would have been there to get them there. But I think that team was good enough where if they had won that one, obviously then they win. But then I think that team was good enough to maybe get to one more and maybe win one more because it changes the course for them. I actually think they would have won one more, but not made it to 4. Which, by the way, I think the Buffalo Bills fans would have taken that in a heartbeat. It's like, okay, we'll trade off the 4 for two wins. We'll take 2 wins and you only make it to 2. Sounds great. We'll take it.
that was back when the Patriots were 1-15 every year. So they kind of dominated the AFC. There wasn't a ton of competition like there
And
is now.
Buffalo was good, man. Buffalo was
Buffalo
good.
was unbelievable.
Yeah,
I mean, the
like
whole team's full of Hall of
that
Fame.
team was scary good.
Yeah, they were sick. But the Pats, along with some of the other teams, were really down. So the fact that they went 4 times isn't overly surprising.
Yeah.
But you would think 4 times you would have won at least one.
Well, like I said, the first one was the one. Really, the first one was the one. It was right there. It was on their hands. So yeah, for sure. Eric's hate for Beckham must be an extension of hate towards Bruins ownership.
Oh God, do I hate Bruins ownership?
The entire 2019 MLB playoffs for Bobbles. Fair enough. For Carlisle, 1980 Winter Olympics, USA versus Russia, even though it was aired on TV hours after it ended, but it wasn't positive for the outcome. Fair enough. Looks reasonable. Price must be determined by pack odds plus market movements. Every card is available for $1 somewhere. There you go. 87 Canada Cup after the Soviets took game 1. Fair enough.
So we're just going to break their best player's ankle, and
that was the Summer Series. You think it's 72? 87 was the Gretzky Lemieux one.
Oh, he said 87?
87 Canada Cup is what it says
I
here.
thought we were doing 70. Yep, okay.
If you do Summit Series, that's a different conversation. Yes, Bobby
that's
Clark.
what
Bobby Clark
was
and
saying.
Yes.
What Bobby was saying earlier.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah,
Yeah,
so I'm not
Bob-
sure. If it was 72, then I stand corrected. But
Bobby Clark
87
broke
was
the best
87 was Lemieux to Gretzky or Gretzky.
Yeah,
Lemieux.
that was incredible.
Yeah. Bobby's was 93 Kings, Leafs game 7. Yep. Canada Cup, World Juniors, Olympic Hockey Finals, Blue Jays World Series game. Blue Jays World Series game would have been my second one, but the triple overtime thing drove me crazy. Watching it in real time, the triple overtime thing, I'm just sitting there like, get it over with. Bruins Canadian.
Joe Carter hitting a home run to win the World Series. That was just.
Like as a singular moment, that was spectacular.
Absolutely.
It was fantastic, and it was
How
one.
many times has that ever been done? I'm not a baseball historian.
So at the time, I think it was him and I think Bill Mazeroski in 1960.
Okay.
I think it has happened again since then, but it's not often. It's an irregular thing. Yeah.
Home run wins you the World Series. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's an irregular thing. It doesn't happen very often. 96 game 7, Wings versus Gretzky and the Blues. Nice.
Oh God, that was horrible. I swear Eisenman shot that from the other end of the ice.
Yep. I like this one, Paul. Funny. I have fond memories of the Bruins Stanley Cup appearances in 88 and 90. I bet you do, Paul. I bet you do. As an Oilers fan.
I hate you.
I would like to reiterate, I think the 93 Stanley Cup playoffs where the Leafs went, the Detroit last minute, all these overtimes, I think that was the biggest time. And after that, they just became a team of sustenance. They just basically sustain themselves enough so that you can go to the game, and they haven't done anything since. And you'd think, oh, it's a management change, it's all this other change. Really, just get some defense and maybe a goalie. And, we're just outscoring our opponents. We have a great, strong forward line. We don't do anything. We just outscore our opponents. That's how we get wins.
Yeah, so here, Thurman Thomas would have been the Super Bowl MVP that year. Definitely would have went to 4 straight. Yeah, and that's what I say. Like, outcomes do have some impact. I think it drove them that they lost, and it drove them to keep trying, and obviously it didn't work out. But my opinion always was no, if they had won that first one, maybe they get to another one, maybe they win another one, but I don't think they'd go to 4. I think the drive wouldn't have been there. The anger carryover from previous attempts wouldn't have been there to push that team that way. But obviously, legacy would have been very different for all those players. It would have been a big difference for those guys. Hobby Champ says I'd trade 4 for 1 Super Bowl win. Yeah, and I think I could totally understand that. The drive for 5, became a Bills fan during that time. There you go. My most nervous was last season's divisional. Never been so high or low again. Screaming, dancing through 13 seconds of no offense in OT. So that hurts. So fresh. Yep. 2002 Olympics. Yeah. Golden goal. Yep. I do remember that, watching that at a buddy's place. So that was a big one.
Yeah,
I'm not really an international hockey guy, but it was definitely a great game.
A good one to watch.
It's a great game.
It was on every TV. So
yeah. Well, what the best part is, at that time, my buddy, we watched it at my buddy's place, but he actually, they made the decision. They actually went over the air antenna, but they had to position the over the air antenna the perfect spot, because the HD that you get from that is uncompressed. So it was actually a crisp, beautiful picture we were getting that whole game. So it was so we watched the golden goal in actual 1080 as opposed to what the satellite and such were giving you, the compressed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was crispy. We saw it about as good as it could have been without being there. Beyond That White Right by Scott Ray Finkel Norwood is definitely, but still too young to be invested as I am in the current Bills team. Yeah, that's fair. That's
Laces
fair.
out. Laces out.
Laces out. I remember that. I feel like the Buffalo Bills are one of those organizations that may never win the Super Bowl. It's going to be tough. I will say, like, the team's good. Like, it's one.
So close, but all the time they lose.
It's gonna be very difficult because that whole side of the coin is going to be a dogfight. I will say though, I do like Josh Allen. I think he's a great player. I just think it's very difficult to have a team that can sustain. I think teams nowadays, even if you got a great players, you got a window. You got a window to try, like a legitimate window. If you're in that window, go for it. Really try.
And then you're in the backseat for another 5-10 years.
Yeah. So it's like that's why it's like this. I will be selling.
Yeah,
Now would be the time.
Yes, it would.
He is going to kill himself.
Absolutely. Like I said, I like the player. I enjoy watching him play.
Yes,
it's fun to watch. But it's like he's gonna die. He's gonna die. That is right.
And it's just, oh my God! If I was his coaches, I'd be like, stop it. We want you around here for like 10 years. You can't do this. He's going to die on live TV.
Yep. Now I will say, like, the reason I also mentioned the window thing is that I think a lot of fans sometimes forget that like they have this weird, almost limitless optimism, which is commendable to a certain degree, but delusional another one. It's like if we're being realistic, there's windows. Most franchises have these windows, and if your franchise is really good, they can then find a way, rebuild, have a down period, restock the shelves, and then give themselves another chance at another window if they really do a great job. And by the way, that's ideal. If your franchise can do that, that's awesome. You're going to be at least competitive over time and maybe have legitimate chances. That was why because I remember the time at sports radio when they were doing it, when the Jays had their run in 2015 and 2016, 2015 in particular. Some people were very critical of the management at the time, where they said, it's like, well, why are they getting all these free agents or whatever? It's like, because you're looking at this team, you're realizing this team is catching lightning in a bottle. You got to try. Do everything you can. So he threw everything but the kitchen sink at it, and it almost worked.
Almost.
And the reality is, a couple of bounces their way, I legitimately think if they had been able to get to that World Series, because they were right there, I think they would have won.
Momentum, yeah.
So you have to try, because you're getting career year from this player, career year from that player. So you can't assume you're going to get that again.
No.
It all worked beautifully for that. And 2016 team was still pretty good, but obviously they lost some of that. You didn't have as much lightning in a bottle, but 2015 was a magical run. You had a great run down the stretch. People saw it. They got excited. One more bounce their way, and it would have been very interesting. But I did enjoy the historical, time is a circle. I did enjoy that they got bounced from the Kansas City Royals. And in 1985, when there was a Jays team that had a legitimate shot, it was the Kansas City Royals that did them in, and both times they won the World Series.
Damn.
It's like the Royals. It's like anybody but the Royals.
Yeah.
Man, George Brett was awesome.
But the best part about it is the Royals were trash after 85. Didn't do crap for years. And the time they actually get... And by the way, they were crap almost immediately after that. But it's like they were able to put it together for a brief window there. And that's when they get to... When they denied the Jays a chance in the World Series. Like, come on, man.
It's all about timing, right?
Yeah. It's like, could you have picked the worst time to do this? Right now? Braves won 14 consecutive division titles and won World Series in that stretch. Yes. Yes, absolutely. And they had chances. That team was really good. Again, really good for a while. And they had a pretty decent length window there for them. Number one offense and defense, best roster in the league if they stay healthy. We're winning that Super Bowl next 3 years. That's a lot of optimism. We'll see. I think they've got a window.
Going to die.
Yeah, they've got a window before Josh Allen dies. Federer and Nadal 2008 Wimbledon for nervous. Okay, fair enough. That's all right.
Tennis.
Yeah, Josh is going to kill a DB on TV. You watch that stiff arm. Yep. Stop trying to truck linebackers and safeties. Yes. The series Boston reversed the swept Yankees to go on and break the curse. Seems like a Bostonian all time. Yeah, that would have been a big one. Now, to be fair, in retrospect, we really, to be clear, at that time, I didn't have a horse in the race. I just hate the Yankees. So I was like, yeah, I'll root for this. Sure. All right, Yankees, screw you. Great. Now, in the years after, where Boston became increasingly insufferable, I'm like, I have regrets. I kind of wish the Yankees had just beat him down one more time. Like, it would have been better for all of us.
Have you been watching the Boston Red Sox this year?
A little bit, but I try not to.
They are a shell of their former selves.
Thank goodness. Like, we're sick of those guys.
Disgusting. Do you see the inside the park home run and that, little league garbage that was going on the other day? The Yankees,
No.
The Yankees, hit one out to the outfield. The guy throws it in. goes by the cutoff man. The Yankee just keeps running. They throw it back to first. It goes by him back out to the outfield where the same guy that started the play has to pick the ball up and throw it back in again. It was a little league play, man. It was just horrible. That it's like these guys are getting paid how much to play this game? It was embarrassing. And the Yankees just kicked the crap out of them.
And I'm sure the baseball world weeps for them. And their three World Series. They'll be fine.
No, I mean, I'm sure plenty of people saw at least the low lights on Sports Center of how bad that play was. It was embarrassing.
Yeah. It was fun to watch, though.
But that's the thing. But listen, watching a team that has true futility do a thing like only this franchise could do that. It's kind of impressive in a certain way.
Leafs are good at that.
Yeah. Dave here says Pirates have a window every spring training. Then we talk about it next year. Yes. Montreal Expos, 94 World Series championships. Keep going for it, buddy. Keep going for it. All right. So PC Professional here says the LA Dodgers will win 100 games plus soon. The organization is in that window again. The LA Dodgers have been in the window for a while, but they've only to be clear. And my buddy's a Dodger fan, a fair weather one, by the way. But the point is, so he's a Dodger fan. And he follows all that, and I make fun of him for it because I'm like, okay, look, the 2020 World Series, I will count it. I will allow it. I will count it. But just to be clear, the only time you won was the truncated year, the truncated COVID year. And you had multiple opportunities. They have been to the World Series a bunch of times, and there's always an excuse. So it's like, it's not like a talent. It's not like a money. It's not lack of chemistry. Like the team's really good, but there's always seems to be something missing. They always seem to do something wrong. So it's like, to be blunt, if you're the LA Dodgers, you better win another one. Because with all the opportunities they're having and how much high-priced talent they've got, they should be winning. Why not?
Yeah.
So Ricardo Berra here, missed the start. What hour are we on? Well, I don't know. We'll have to see. We're an hour 140-ish, heading into hour 2. Let's see here. Sabres may have gotten...
It's not going to get any better. Just want everyone to know.
Well, I was expecting you to do better in hour 3. How dare you?
No.
Disgraceful.
No.
Disgrace.
No. I've already given my best. It's downhill from here. So if you missed the first hour,
damn,
I'm sorry.
Awful. I think in that case, what I may have to do going forward to properly inspire you is as your performance downgrades, I will increase the rate at which I charge you for likes.
Oh, come on.
It'll be staggered. It'll be like PSA staggered. Like hour 1, you're paying one rate. That's like a low declared value. Then slowly, we bump it up to a higher declared value. Oh my God. Right now, you're moving into the $4.99 declared value category. We're heading upward. Headed quickly to $9.99.
Sell a kidney. This is getting ridiculous.
You're going to need to, I think. That's about right.
Graduated prices.
Absolutely. Sabres may have gotten one with Miller coming off the Olympic run with Briere and Drury, if not for the lockout as well. So good to make the big game. The Buffalo blows it. Welcome to Sporting Life. Yeah. If you're a Buffalo fan, not good times. Y'all barely getting worn up. True. This finest baseball team of all time was a 75 Chico Bail Bond Bears. I have the Kelly League rookie card. They were bad news. Look at you. Look at you. What inning do you think you're on? Lord knows. Listen, I'm probably top of the first there. Eric's just throwing beanball after beanball. It's like, did you throw a strike? Nah. Bad hip. Sorry.
My armor's junk. I got nothing left.
Yep.
That's what you said. You threw it all out in the first inning or first hour.
Yep. And unfortunately, we don't have other pitchers, so Eric's gonna have to keep throwing. So here, Rock Latex says, true, the Dodgers have at least World Series wins during the recent... Yeah, they've been playing so well, and they've been consistently right there. It's actually more embarrassing that, again, the Atlanta Braves of the 90s that you were talking about there, referencing, yes, I think they probably should have won another one, but they did run into some really good teams. 91 was probably a good chance for them. Obviously, they got to Game 7, but Jack Morris played out of his mind. He pitched probably the game of his life. So, what are you going to do? And you had John Smoltz, so it's not like you had a bad pitcher on the other side, a young John Smoltz. So they went blow for blow for most of that game, and Jack Morris just hung in there and made it work. 92, the Jays had a really good team in 92. 93 team, I would argue, was better, but 92 is a really good team, a veteran team, solid players. That team was in the middle of its window, in the middle of its title window there. So tough to beat them. It happens. 93, obviously, they weren't around, but by 95, they won the World Series. Congrats to them. 96, they ran into I think 96, they played the Yankees that year. I think they did get to the World Series that year. 97, they weren't around, and I think they were around in 99. '99 was the other one that they played the Yankees, and that was in the middle of Dynasty Yankees era. They were in the middle of the run because they won 98, 99, 2000. They won three in a row, and those teams were really good. So no shame in losing to those teams, even though, again, I would have preferred that they'd won that one. But that team was really good. So you were playing great teams for the most part. Most of them were actually really, really solid across the board. You just didn't have the luck. Sometimes it happens.
You're lucky or you're not.
Yep. Bills fans talking about Super Bowl already, and they're technically not even leading the division. They're behind. Wait for it. The Dolphins. Yep.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah. Joe Carter. Bo Bichette. Yes. Those are two past and present Jays players. Yes. But anyway. But yeah, it's one of those things where, like, look, appreciate it for what it is. I like I said, as time goes on, I become more and more of a casual sports fan. I'll watch, like I re-upped on my DAZN package. I want to watch the football games. I watched the Packers game and I put on Red Zone, and I enjoy that because for me it's fun to just be able to watch it and have it kind of on the side, and I'll kind of peek over and see what's going on and keep an eye that way. But I don't need to sit there and watch. I'll watch Sunday Nighter, still enjoy that. Monday night game, enjoy that. Thursday night game, I'm busy. I'll usually catch the replay.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, for the most part, I'll try to watch the games.
So, it's kind of a family tradition. I watch football with my mom. We look forward to football season, and now that she lives with us, it's much easier. So,
And now she can yell at you for being a Benedict Arnold? For your
yells at
horrific
me-
betrayal?
She yells at me for a lot of things,
Deserve the show.
mostly just being a simple disappointment to the family.
Valid.
But so Thursday night, I'm down I'm downstairs in her place, get the game on, and we're watching it. And at the same time, I got the computer and I got one earbud in, listening to you and the perpetrator of cutting,
The fanatical AMG.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I was on double duty Thursday night, watching football with mom and watching you two clowns.
It happens. It happens. Yep.
Where is the perpetrator of cutting cards?
I would bet if I was going to make a wager, I'll ping them around, but I'll just see. I'll be
Probably
honest.
cutting some
I know
cards.
for a fact that they've been shipping out stuff like crazy. It was funny though because like I gave Brad a little bit of a hard time because I asked him because obviously we had shown off the results and I've got the cards now obviously, so all good. But I was saying like, all right, you guys got the cards. It's like, you gonna send me an invoice? And they're like, we did, and I'll be like, okay, do you want to check? Turns out they forgot because I have my Gmail address and it has a number 2 at the end, but they forgot to add the 2.
Oh.
So they sent it into the void, into the wilderness. And it's like, well, I'm happy to pay the invoice, but you gotta send it to me. So they sent it to me, paid it, I got it the next day. All good. But it was just very funny that it was like because they UPS it basically overnight, you get it right away. So I picked it up over here and all good.
I have nothing but bad things to say to Brad if given the opportunity, because if you remember last night, he purposely called me out and then fanned out a thing of Bobby Orr rookie cards, and then fanned out a bunch of Gordie Howe rookie cards, and then fanned out a bunch of Gretzky O-Pee-Chee rookies.
I deserve this.
And I just hate him. I want the whole world to know that I hate him, and I encourage the whole
In fairness,
world.
you hate a lot of people.
Oh no, yeah,
You're full of much hate. There's a lot of hate in your heart, is what I'm saying.
It's my thing.
It's his thing.
It is.
It's a thing.
In fairness, though, you have to appreciate the consistency. Like he pretty much just hates everyone.
Yes.
Yes, he's
Except for random cyclists. That's kind of a weird thing that you're on the opposite side of.
I'll be right back, guys.
Female cyclist. Okay, we'll show Needham now.
Yeah, nice. Real quick, I'll read a couple comments, and if you do want to show it, we can definitely do that. It's your call. So Dolphins have sucked for 50 years. They're the Leafs of the NFL. They've been bad since. Now, mind you, they had that one last hurrah at the beginning of Dan Marino's career. That was the last attempt. They weren't ready though. They got there, but they weren't ready. All the Dolphins have the division win. Yep. Dolphins are perennial optimists early in the season, always fall flat, just like the Leafs. Two franchises have very similar parallels. Yeah. And in fairness, the Dolphins were also a dominant franchise. So if you want to go with the parallels, the Dolphins were a dominant franchise in the 70s. Like they were actually really great. They had the perfect season.
Them and the Steelers were just great to watch. Lynn Swan.
Lynn Swan is Steelers.
Yeah. Lynn Swan. There were so many names from that time period. Mean Joe Green. You had everybody was in that era that I remember, and Landry and what have you.
Yeah,
It was
but the
really
Dolphins were
simple.
right up there consistently. They were
Always.
great teams, franchise year after year, and they were always legit. They were always in the conversation.
Tony Dorsett. That's what I was trying to think of.
But it's just interesting because, like I said, where I will agree with the parallel is that as a result of that, after the '70s, it just wasn't the same. The thing is, they drafted Dan Marino. Oh man, the good times are here again. And Dan Marino was great. To be clear, Dan Marino set records. He was offensively, they were fantastic, but they had some deficiencies. They were not a complete team, and that haunted them all through Dan Marino's prime. They were never able to get the recipe together. And by the way, the model has been stated out there. All you got to do is look at John Elway. Supremely talented, great player, lots of big moments. He was clutch. Like he could get the job done. But it wasn't until Terrell Davis showed up that suddenly, boom, everything suddenly fit.
Oh,
all the pieces fell into place.
Terrell Davis.
Yep.
Oh,
Two Stanley Cups, buddy. Two Stanley Cups, and it worked. Sorry, two Super Bowls back to back. And then he got to ride off in the sunset with 2 Super Bowl rings.
Nice.
After all those years of missing. Like he made it to, I think, 4 or 5 Super Bowls prior to that and lost. Yeah. So it was like
Became general manager and won another one.
Yeah. But his career, there's a guy whose legacy changed at the very tail end as a result of it. It wasn't that he wasn't a great player, but he was always like this great player that can't win the big one. Gets to win 2 at the end there because he's still playing well enough, but he also had the right combination of players to complement what he could do at that point. And he wins. And all of a sudden, 2 Super Bowl rings, looks a hell of a lot better on the resume with everything else he had done already. And it elevated him to another tier. It pushed him up another level. But he was great anyway prior to that.
I feel that for McDavid as well.
That could be, yeah. That's a valid comp. Yeah.
He'll have to be traded to really make any chance for it in Stanley Cup. I really do believe that. I don't think they're going to build. They're so far away from being a team. Like I'd say 10 years.
I think that's fair. It's one of those things. It's going to be very difficult. And and Paul's a big Oilers fan, but I think he'll agree that like they're missing a lot of things. And it's like I think people underestimate the importance of the right recipe. You can have these amazing individual ingredients that on their own you think, oh, this is the centerpiece of this recipe, but it doesn't fit. It doesn't work. There's something missing.
Well, yeah.
And like I said, that's why I kind of make fun of the whole the two quarterback thing for the Packers. Brett Favre was a supremely talented quarterback, but he had flaws. He had certain warts to his game, and if you allowed him to get into those bad habits and flaws that he did, it was a disaster. But if you allowed him to play to his strengths, it could work. They got to 2 Super Bowls back to back. Won one, lost one. But the point is, he was a 3-time consecutive MVP. Yeah. He had the talent, but they also had a great defense with a Hall of Fame Reggie White. They had that, and they had enough offensive talent on that side to go with Brett Favre as well, and players who were determined and talented, and all those pieces fell into place. Now you go to Aaron Rodgers. They had some talent. They lucked into it. I think Super Bowl 45 was a complete accident. It was ahead of schedule what they expected to happen, but the pieces all fell into place just right. And then right after that, the pieces suddenly didn't fit anymore. Some of the pieces went away, and suddenly the chemistry was lost. We missed some pieces to it.
The 40s, there was a lot of upsets in the with those series, all through that the 40s, 45, 46, 47, right?
Sorry, you're talking about in the NHL?
No, NFL.
Oh, in the NFL, yeah, absolutely. So it's one of those things where you had these teams that would randomly make a run, yeah. And that worked out for them because they got hot at the correct moment. Suddenly, because one of the things that I remember from that particular run is I think it was Ryan Grant. I have to kind of think back. I think it was Ryan Grant. He became kind of their guy that they could rely on as running back in the playoffs. In the regular season, he didn't really, you wouldn't have even thought about it. But in the playoffs, all of a sudden, it wasn't like he had one monster game, but he was reliable. You could actually be like, suddenly it worked. And then the defense clicked really well, like beautifully during the playoffs. So all of a sudden the defense was working. You had one more element to the offense in addition to what Aaron Rodgers could already do. It all fell into place beautifully, and you got the right matchups. You got the right combination of teams you faced on the route to getting to the Super Bowl and winning the Super Bowl.
And that's key too.
It is. Getting the right combination. Sometimes you just get lucky and you face the right team. And if that happens, congratulations. You get the win, you get the ring, you get the trophy, you get the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
The following year's team, offensively, was better in every way imaginable, but the defense fell off. So all of a sudden they were missing the ingredients were no longer to get. So all of a sudden when the offense got stalled, funny what happens. The offense got stalled. It didn't work. And then they lost to the Giants. The Giants went on to face the Patriots, and that was the second time Eli Manning put a loss on Tom Brady. And it's like, which team do you think is more talented, really?
Hmm.
But the Giants were kryptonite for those Patriots team. They were just like, they understood how to play them perfectly, and they executed beautifully. But another team, they would have just rolled right over them, and it wouldn't have been a problem.
The Giants won fair and square, no excuses. I know that, especially in the first loss to the Giants, there was all this thing about the last play that there was holding and boo-hoo. But the Giants won both of those Super Bowls on unbelievable throws and catches that it just aren't supposed to happen. The helmet catch, and then the second Super Bowl, that was the first one, and the second Super Bowl, Eli just dropped, I forget even who the receiver was, right on the sideline, just dropped it right into his hands. Those things aren't supposed to happen. And if it wasn't for those two plays, they wouldn't have won.
Yeah, but also, to be fair, they also played a great defensive game plan. Because what they did is they stalled the Patriots. Because if it's not a close game, that's not even going to happen. It doesn't matter.
The Patriots were winning with like 2 minutes to go in the first one.
No, I understand, but they were winning by a score. They were winning by a score. The thing is, that first team was literally putting up like 40 and 50 points on everybody, and in that Super Bowl they couldn't do it. It just didn't work. None of the stuff that worked before was working.
They definitely won, taking nothing away. You're not supposed to be able to win 2 Super Bowls on impossible throws and catches, but they did it because the Patriots were winning both times.
And that's what happens in sports. It's all about those great moments, right?
Unbelievable throws and catches in 2 Super Bowls. It's just remarkable.
Yep.
That's what.
But I'm always a big proponent, and Bobby, you know this. I'm a big proponent of, if it's a close game and you lose on a controversial play or a singular like crazy play or whatever, you left yourself in that position. If you're the better team, you shouldn't be within a score. It shouldn't be close enough that they can get you on one bad play or one bad call or something. Then you screwed up. You made a mistake because it shouldn't have been that. If you're that dominant, you're the better team. Beat them by 30. Beat them by 30, and it doesn't matter. One play isn't going to do you in. There's no 30-point play in football.
No. And I think that's the problem with the NFL is they only have one game, really. And any given day that you can lose.
Any given Sunday?
Any given Sunday, you could lose. And,
great movie, by the way.
It was. And that's what can happen. And, hockey has series, which is good. Baseball has series, which is good. But football is just that. And that's where you're going to see those upsets so many different times. And that's why you have those teams that won, all through the Super Bowl there, where the upsets were there. It was just one game, If they would have played 5, they would have lost the other 4.
Oh yeah, no. If they had rerun those back, if it had been a series, I think the Patriots would have won both of those series from those teams.
Guaranteed.
But for one night, the Giants came with a beautiful game plan, executed to perfection. It worked. They left themselves in a position. Yeah, what they basically did, like the analogy I would use is they basically did like the Rocky Balboa, Rocky 2 idea here. It's like, we're just going to keep taking lumps. We're going to hang in there, though. We're just going to keep hanging in there until we can win it with one solid punch. If it just connects beautifully, we'll win. Yeah. And it worked. So it's like, but if you're getting destroyed and the other person's keeping you at bay and they're at arm's length and you can't even connect with anything, they're winning. It's not a problem. But it wasn't like that. They kept hanging in there and kept staying in the game. So Tom here says, any thoughts on the Federer retirement? I did hear about that. I'm not a tennis guy. I'm not a big thing for me. Federer has to be like at least top 3, right? Like I think it's very comfortable. Like he's minimum top 3.
He's on the Mount Rushmore of men tennis. It's going to be him, Sampras, Nadal, and Djokovic. I think.
I don't think that's debatable. Like he's got the record. He's got the accolades. Like he's right up there, no question.
Yeah, I mean, you can go all the way back to Laver, and you can go to Connors or Lendl or Borg and McEnroe and Becker. I mean, they did some legends over the years, but everyone at their prime, and they went to play today. The 4 guys I would put money on are Sampras, Federer, Djokovic, and Nadal.
Yeah, there's a lot of advancement in the rackets too.
But everyone being even and at their best, that I'd still put money on those 4.
But their best isn't their best if they have lesser equipment at that time.
No, I'm saying everyone thing being equal. If you're
You
able
can't
to do
equalize
it
errors. That's the problem.
in
I'm
Magic
sorry, Eric,
Land,
it just
that's
goes
what
up
I
the-
think.
In Magic Land, yes, it works. Perfect.
In the Magic Land.
The Magic
Trademark
Land.
art.
Yeah.
Trademark. Didn't Blacks have a career TD catch? Yes. So for Dave, Federer's number 1, but it's close. Fair enough. You got Desmond Howard was the difference maker in Super Bowl 31.
Took the air right out of the Patriots. The game was done on that return.
Yep. My recent BGS 10 purchase, I've seen that the delta between BGS 10 continues to grow in PSA 10. This trend has been in multiple cards. Any idea why? There's less PSA 10s. They're actually still very stringent on the 10, unless you work for Leaf. I mean, go on.
Well,
Leaf gets what?
Brad, if you're good, just give me a thumbs up.
Oh,
sticker auto.
stupid Brad.
Well, listen, I was promised Eric, Bougie Eric over here, claims that he's got words for you, Brad. He claims to have words. He's got
Now
words.
he's here.
All right. Say some words. Say some words.
They jerk.
He's on his cell phone.
But that's
Can't
our,
hear you.
can't hear you.
Oh, come on, Eric. Grow a backbone. Say something to the man. Have some guts. You were all big talk before he showed up, and now all of a sudden cat got your tongue. What the hell, man? Terrible. Atrocious. Tragic. I already unmuted him. I unmuted him. I knew at that point he was making sounds anymore. All
That's
right.
even better.
Yeah, man. When you pulled out those Orr rookies, Howe rookies, and Gretzky rookies, I wanted to jump through the screen and choke you.
You know what? So did I. When I seen the box come in and I opened it up, I just was like, oh, like
You wanted to jump through the screen and choke yourself? Man, that's a dramatic turn of events. Jeez.
That's good.
Oh my God, that's just awesome. What an amazing opportunity to have all those just sitting on your desk.
I know. It truly. It's the greatest thing about this whole job is when you see and unexpected.
Mhm.
You know, like if you know something's coming. But yeah, awesome. How are you guys making out tonight?
Pretty good. I think tonight's been a little bit chill, just because there hasn't been anything crazy. Ken Golden still hasn't lit himself on fire, despite my protestations to the contrary. I've made the suggestions, if you want attention, kerosene match, we'll talk about it. I will devote an hour block to discussing this, and Zap Bruder filming that. We'll go one frame at a time, and we'll discuss it in depth.
I'm for it.
I am willing to give an hour of valuable airtime on this show. During that hour, I won't even charge Eric for likes. 1 hour. I would commit to this if Ken Golan would agree to light himself on fire.
Wow.
In clear video.
Do you have any idea how valuable that airtime is, Brad? Do you have any idea how valuable that real estate is that I'm willing to commit commercial free for y'all? Just because I can. Uninterrupted. Just because I can.
2 views.
I'm saying.
Brad, Carlos says that you might be neck deep in submissions right now and you're super busy. Is that true?
Yeah, but you know what? We're actually tonight was kind of the night. Chairs like, you know what? We're going out, and they surprised me. They took me downtown Halifax, so we went out for we're calling it a night for PSA. So we stopped at 6:30, and I said we're done until tomorrow, and we got the long weekend this weekend for us. So we'll be back to work tomorrow afternoon. But we're almost through June submissions, which is awesome, and tons more coming in. So things are looking really good.
Wonderful.
Great. I'm glad you took a night off. Can't work 24/7. You go crazy.
No, I kind of hit the wall the last 3 weeks. I have to say I'm a workaholic and I love working, but I told Carlos, he noticed me last week. I had the head bob going a few times where my eyes, I was like, I think I might have just fell asleep. Sherry was like,
half a second maybe. Yeah.
I couldn't help myself. I was trying so hard. I had a Red Bull. I did everything. And I was like, oh my God. So.
Well, you didn't answer my question yesterday, but it wasn't asked, I guess. Is PSA going to be rating bottle caps soon? Like the Coke caps from 64?
Wait, wasn't it the sheriff coins though?
No, that was another question.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I saw the bottle cap one done. Sorry, I saw the sheriff coin one for sure. My apologies.
Okay, you can avoid me. It's all right. I'll just talk to Brad about it. So, Brad, no bottle caps. I heard a rumor or something.
Yeah, honestly, Bobby, I don't know. I'm not sure.
If they can do share of coins, because the bottle caps.
You could probably, as long as it's
Right,
because
baseball,
how
football.
thick are the bottle caps? It's normal bottle cap width, right?
Yeah, it is. It would fit in capsules. With
Yeah, you could probably take the coin holder and probably borrow that and use it.
Yeah,
without too much
it
issue. I
would be
think.
hard to retrofit.
Yeah, no, there's I like those too. I got a bunch of. I think I got a dozen. The 80-81 because it's his rookie year Messier's, just the Pepsi ones. But like they're a little bit thicker, and they're in perfect condition. I always say I'm just waiting for the day that PSA.
Oh yeah, because there were the family size bottles. Those are the big ones, and then they had the other regular bottle cap ones. Yeah, so I could see that. The other ones I'm talking about in the '60s, they didn't have the family size
Right.
ones, so it was really just the regular, the Howe and Hull and all the, NHL teams. The 108 they did in the '64, and then there's the football ones from the same time period too. So there's lots out there. But I heard something, I don't know, from somebody.
Yeah, no, it's that'd be news to me. I haven't heard, but I haven't dug into it either. I know that Ed Daw or Ryan Daw that from Newfoundland asked a question about sheriff coins because he has a whole bunch that I'm holding on to for him, and it's just you can still only get those done at economy level. So, at $70 a pop, it's just not worth it. We're hopefully that could be some of the cool things that PSA will do, and they'll say, you know what, for this month we're going to be grading some obscure things at a low rate for the set registry for Truco, for collectors that are out there. I got to be careful what I say, but I think all those little unique things are going to be cool. So
yeah, well, I think sheriff coins, especially when you got the 68s, and some of them are worth a couple grand, right?
Do you know what? A guy called me this week, Bobby, and I was going to reach out to you because he has the full set of the 68s.
Yep.
And they're all meant, like some of them are great at, like, I think the golden seals are all 8s in PSA holders. Anyways, I don't know. I think what he wants for it's very reasonable. So I'm going to reach out to you to see if there's someone that you know that might be interested in it. Sounds like it's a really good deal. So
there's the off center Bobby Orr. It's always off center. It is.
It is
one of those ones out of all the cards.
But the important thing is how it's tag graded. That's what I want to know.
I don't know.
Yeah, we have to see if the centering is the centering still Gem Mint 10 centering is the important part that I care about.
I mean, I think this would be awesome to get graded, if possible, something like this for, these sheriff coins, the ore especially. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard with Brad. It's hard with a set of those because it's not cheap. And there's not a lot of people really willing to, go for the full set and buy a whole set because usually they've been working on it for some time. So you have very few people who are in there for the, hey, sheriff, okay, yeah, I'll give you 10 grand, whatever it is,
Yeah, I think that's the problem with a lot of that stuff. The new collectors, the new generation isn't collecting that oddball vintage.
They're collecting the 3 Oaklands, the 4 North York Rangers, the top ones that are really worth the short prints and stuff like that. Yeah. And the same thing with the bottle caps. You would collect the Howe and the Hortons and all the other, top guys would be done. But who cares about whoever, Boston Bruin, regular common guy, nobody.
Facts. True story. Yeah, I agree. Nice one.
Just mean.
I don't know what you're referring to. It seems like I just heard facts being stated.
Just mean. That's
all the cool stuff come through. Yes. Here you go. Your favorite guy, Brad. Hockey 99. Brad, if I consign 3MG, what's the cut you take? So if a dark, shadowy figure in a hood comes by to consign, what are you charging him?
We don't take consignments, but at the same time, in saying that, we're happy to connect to like-minded people and let them make a deal amongst themselves. So I guess I could say if we can connect two people that are both going to help each other, then we take 0% commission.
You stupid Canadians are always so damn friendly and nice. I feel like I want my Boston cut, baby.
Well, the thing is, it's not working for you so far. You're doing like your Boston cut. Okay, your Boston cut is here's an invoice.
That's it.
Pay it, idiot. It's like, but I thought you were supposed to be nice. I didn't get that memo. I was born in Panama, bro.
That's so good.
Don't even worry about it.
Not the Van Halen one.
Yeah, you're not a true Canadian.
The real one.
Yeah, this Boston serial killer again. Facts. Yep.
Facts.
That's right. No, good stuff. No, I'm glad that you were able to get away anyway, because it's one of those things like you can't only burn the candle. It's kind of what we talked about the last night. You can only burn the candle both ends a certain degree. Like I'm really good at it, but at a certain point, like even I hit kind of the wall. And honestly, this week I was kind of hitting the wall a little bit because even during my vacation, I was doing stuff every day to try to take care of some stuff around the house anyway. I was taking the time. It wasn't a vacation. That's not a real vacation. You're supposed to be getting away from doing extra stuff. It's like, no, I was working on some stuff. And that's like, okay, now I'm ready for vacation and I don't have one. So it's like.
I've been working against the wall for 5 years now on this thing. anyways, we can roll into that. I have a nice.
If you want to do it, do you want me to like make
I'm-
Eric disappear so he can't see anything, or
Yes.
Come on.
Lock
Sorry,
him out.
it's the right thing
No,
to do?
so
So
it's
don't
rather
worry,
primitive.
Eric. For a small nominal fee, if you hit the join button, you get nothing except possibly we'll let you see like a couple of screen grabs where Bobby's going to show up.
You guys are mean. Just mean.
Let you know if this.
If you hit the join button, I'll send you because I'm Carlos keychain.
Ooh, hey.
I'm good. I
Says you now.
Can't give those away.
So you may as well because you're paying for the like button. It's like I'll be charging you double for the like button now.
And every customer gets a free keychain. There you go.
That's
Yeah.
right.
So, yes, we're in beta. Just to let you know. So things, and I did this myself, so I don't know why it didn't come out as clear as it should have. But I see all those other people. Anyways, my first time trying it, so we'll just run through it. I'll talk a little bit through it and just show you a little bit about what Needham is and what's coming in 2027 for Eric.
Yeah, everybody else will get it way before that, but yeah, like Eric, he's on the installment plan. It's like Eric, you don't reject the keychain; the keychain rejects you. And I'm thinking 2028, 2029 now for you. I'm thinking we'll bump you back a couple more years. We've got to really make sure we hone it down, like really get it honed in.
By the time you get the next hip replaced, I think.
Yeah. Now the good news is we can still charge you in the
Other
meantime.
side.
We'll still charge you in the interim, so you can keep paying for it. So that's good.
well, I assumed. Yeah. Of
Yeah.
course.
Absolutely.
All right, so I'll hit share screen.
Yep. When you do that, I'll put it up there.
Slides, video file, share screen.
So real quick, Bobby, for the people that are newer to it, Needham is your site that is going to contain information that you have compiled about different things, checklists, a lot of info, just high level. Can you just give it to maybe somebody who's less familiar with what we're talking about?
Yeah, Needham is a site that is going to house CFL and hockey collectibles, all vintage collectibles. CFL goes back to the beginning of 18, whatever, right up to current days. Whereas the VHC, or the Vintage Hockey Collective part, or my part, will run from 1910 till 1990. So it'll all be all cards, all food issue, all merchandise, and what have you. And that's basically the sum total of it all.
Right.
CFL is a lot easier to maintain up to that point. Where hockey is just 95. After 95, I could forget it. I'm way out of it. But anyways, it's a lot of good information, and I won't be showing too much. I'll be showing more functionality than I will be showing pictures. But I've already done this video, so I'm just going to put it up and explain it. So we'll take it from there.
All right, sounds fair. Yep. I don't see the share yet, but once you got it, I'll let you know.
Okay, share screen.
I feel like a kid at Christmas.
And that you are.
The only thing I didn't like about the schedule, I was saying to Brad yesterday, is the only downside for me is with the way the calendar goes. I kind of liked having the New Year's Eve and the Christmas Eve episodes. That was kind of fun. Just the way it worked out on the calendar, it worked out perfectly. They happened to be land on a Friday. This year they land on a Saturday. It's like, oh well, should I do a Saturday evening stream? Do you think it would interfere with anything?
Okay.
I wouldn't do that.
He would do that. He would. Don't you know it? All right. I'm almost ready here. I got to make sure it's set up here. Oh, I think it's up there. There it is. Okay. So share screen.
Yeah. Okay, it says your last night of that chat should have every panelist take talking cards and smoking pot. Have you seen Eric?
Ooh.
Like that's what it's like.
Close to
Why
one.
do you think he's got all that Bruins crap? He's been high since 1987. Good Lord. You don't think of sound mind he's going to do that, do you?
I am a drug and alcohol counselor, not a drug and alcohol user.
Well, the only way you're going to know properly how it is to sample the merchandise.
How
would you know?
Yeah.
How would you really know?
Right. If I don't,
It's like being a chef and never tasting the dish.
exactly.
Don't lie to people.
Yeah,
I watch Hell's Kitchen, bro.
Yeah, I
watch it.
Today. I wanted to make sure I fully understood what the client was going through.
Clearly. And you remain understanding and sympathetic to this very day. All right, so now I do have the screen share, Bobby, so I'll put it on there. All right, so now I can see it. Yep, you're good.
Yeah, this is just my phone, so we're using the app.
Yep.
So this is Needham right here, so we'll click it, and I'll take you through it here. Okay, we walk in, it's sports, and then you click in, and you'll have football or hockey you can go into. So we'll go into hockey. And at this point, if you have sets and would like to retain it without searching for them every time, save them here. So it'll always come up to the on a personal basis, whatever you want. Otherwise, you can just click down on the view screen there, and it'll bring you into browsing your sets. So this is the breakdown. So under browse sets, you have all the decades you can search by. You can search by any standard, food issue, or all of the above. And all these other set types and that gets a little bit more into specific information, but we're just going to use the browse section right now. So let's select 20s standard cards. So we go in, and here's all the listings of all the cards from the 20s. So you'll go in and you can scroll down with that. They're all listed from the 20s. Those are just the cards, not anything else. Maple Crisp Bet. And then you can go in and select from there. So let's take William Patterson there, 1923 William Patterson. We'll go into there. Click in. So those pictures will come up. In the beta mode, they're not there right now, but they're all inside. And there you have VGEX, you have your prices running down the side there, and you'll have all the pictures there eventually when you go into the app. So you can scroll down and find them all there. So what we're going to do is we click on the star, and the star will take you into the picture view and all the information. So at the top, you have the set write-up. You click that, it'll tell you all the full write-up on the set. You can scroll across, you can make them big and scroll across big. You can make them extra large if you want.
Oh, wow.
And get into every picture.
Tag 847. Go on.
There you go. And doesn't show across the bottom there, but anyways, there's in groups of 10, it's in groups of 10, or you will be able to select on the outside if you want to go into a specific player, but this just shows the scrolling right across the full set, and it grows in groups of 10, not to, so this is the last page. There's the wrapper for the Hockey League bar. So that's your William Patterson. Now below, so you have the pictures, now you have the set criteria there. So let me pause it there quick before it moves. So the category, sports cards and photographs, the scope league-wide, decade 1920. So all this is for search criteria. This is
now
just
real quick. I'll touch on one thing there, Bobby, just playing off what you're saying from Hockey. Any Angela Mosca. So there should be for Canadian football. So for Canadian football, there's definitely
tons.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Don't
yeah.
worry.
I don't think you have anything pertaining to the wrestling side of that because it's Canadian football and hockey.
The football section is a total different section.
Yeah.
But it's running off the same Needham.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, for Canadian football, that's where you can find Angelo Mosca. So when you talk about that, because Angelo obviously was a football player as well, that would be what you'd be finding in that category.
That's true.
Yep.
And so there's your set criteria. You can click on the other set details. So basically, it'll give you the set size. There we go. Just let me. Yeah, so then you get that. So you get the dimensions, sepia tone, what it is, blank back, any marks, none. And then you get into the basic set price. All the prices are on the other side, but this is just the overview. So VG set is $8,000, EX is $25,000, what have you from there. So that's one set out of the whatever. So we'll go back out and let's do a search, a word search. So we'll go
got any
into
Brad Hartland
text search. We'll do Bobby Orr. So it comes up, and then you can go into either BIC, Canada Packers, or Post for the 70s. There's stuff in the 60s, but it's not in there yet, so don't worry.
Brad, just out of curiosity, we might have to just make it. I assume there are no Brad Hartland cards that anybody manufactured, right?
So in the year that I played in the Quebec was the only year they didn't make cards.
I think we can do the
terrible.
We can do the newspaper photo as a collectible.
Well, I think Brad. In fairness, the only thing that this is basically the same issue I had when the Packers won the last Super Bowl. The NFL would release the DVD like Road to the Super Bowl, whatever.
Yeah.
So the year before they had a Blu-ray version, and then the year after they had a Blu-ray version. But in between, they thought they were going to have a lockout. There was an issue, so they changed the company that did it for them. So that year right in between Super Bowl 45 is the only year of those 3 years that they only released the DVD version. Right. And I was like, I hate you all. It's like, really, guys, the year in between, the year before and the year after is. So the joke has been with my buddy forever. It's like, unfortunately, the Packers last won their Super Bowl in standard definition.
Yeah.
It's like, it was available in HD. There was an HD broadcast. I know because I watched it.
That's so true. Because my year was the NHL lockout year. The year
Yes, terrible timing. Like
Yep.
the worst timing. Literally the 1 year in the middle. Go ahead, Bobby. Please continue.
All right. Interlude. Anyway, so we did a text search for Bobby Orr. So in the 70s, these three items came up. So you have Bic, Bic pens, Canada Packers, and Post. So we'll go into Bic and have a look. So you'll click on Bic, and all the things for Bic will come up there. So you want to hit the star down here at the bottom. It'll bring up the pictures, the write-up. You can scroll across the pictures. You can enlarge them, of course, and make them extra large if you like. Those are all the things that are related to his Bic pens.
You know, I thought, like, it seems to me, like, looking at this from someone that likes easy functionality, this seems to be right up my alley.
It is actually. I enjoy the app, and I'm not an app person.
Yeah.
This thing is just. Then it gets into the people who want to get really detailed into the set criteria. So you have all the drop-down menus, and if you want to get it right down to a specific searches you're looking for, it'll get into the item criteria search there. So, but most of the time, mine's a basic search and then a text search after that.
It's awesome.
And that's it. You go back out, and you're back at that page.
So, what are you going?
to...
So, Bobby, So, is this going to be a subscription-based, a one-time thing, an annual access? How do you plan on using this?
No, I brought you back. I had to take the screen share off first, and then it pulled you both. But I brought you back. You're good.
Yeah, it'll be a subscription based, of course, every 6 months. So it'll be a 6-month automatic renewal kind of thing.
And are you going to? How often will you be adjusting prices? Say every 6 months when you do it, like ballpark, or when you notice?
So to be clear, we want to distinguish between the average consumer and Eric. I think we increase his price monthly. In fact, maybe every 2 weeks we just randomly increase it.
Yeah, so prices really don't change that much when we're talking about raw prices. When we talk about graded prices, yes, there's upswings and downswings, but there's really not much in the raw department. So most of the grades are under a large PSA value. So if something is a near mint, it would be in a raw sense. It wouldn't be in a PSA sense. So the dollar value would definitely increase. But there will be adjustments, but nothing. And like I said about when we went through the pandemic in 2000 and all the increase in the hobby, hockey really wasn't touched, especially in the vintage area. So there's not too much an adjustment. What are you doing?
It's milk and cookies time.
All right, rock and roll.
I was gonna say, you madman! Look at you.
Is this showing my age? But I couldn't wait to come back to this hotel. I hate to get off topic.
Oh, it's a hotel. Cool. Oh, it's got a nice pool. Oh,
yeah, he's got a little staycation going on there.
I knew it.
They deliver.
Chocolate chip homemade cookies and milk delivered at 11:30. We had it scheduled. I'm like, is that terrible? Like not too long ago, it was like, yeah, bring an extra bottle of vodka and an extra beer and some potato chips. And now I'm like,
you haven't got time for that.
Eric's Loot is his element. The only thing you could have done that would have been excited him more is if you had a chocolate stick.
They didn't have them there.
That's heaven right there.
Oh my God.
Double tree cookie.
I'd interrupt on it, but boys, I thought about it all day. So boy, I gotta I gotta jump off. I just wanted to jump on, and Bobby,
no worries.
That's super exciting, and anything I can do to help along that route from that side, I'm all in to do whatever I can to support you.
So I appreciate that. Yeah, you were saying about prices. Like I said, the vintage really doesn't get affected, and neither does the raw too much. So we're not in that pricing game where we have to really fix things. When we did have the big jump with Gretzky and all those cards did go up. So those were adjusted and fixed. But for the most part, most things are fluctuating. It depends when it comes up. Like I always say with every set, actually, I say prices based on desire, availability, and team desirability actually is a really big thing because Flyers suck. Nobody wants to buy the Flyers stuff, but everybody wants St. Louis. Everybody wants Pittsburgh. Nobody wants Boston. It's just the way it works.
Yeah. Wow.
And that's the truth. Because if you look at these little plastic rings from 1967, a whole bunch of them just went on eBay $150, $200. I have $45 on them. Sometimes you just get two guys going at it. So you
Yeah.
cannot predict what's going to happen. And Pittsburgh went for more than, but Flyers got nothing. They got like $20. Red Wings, 20, $30. So
Yeah.
that's that diversity you run into, is that who collects and what in those kind of areas. Cards,
And will you take input from people too? Like one of the big things, my uncle, who is like my
Yep,
lifelong
who he is.
collecting, and yeah, one of the biggest collectors there is. We started together in '88. And anyways, long story short, he still, we have a subscription to Beckett, Eric's favorite. But there's things that he used to write into them, and they stopped. They just didn't respond. Like there's certain things that just don't make any sense in the world. Like I think I might have brought it up before, but you go to 19, and this is just a basic thing, but this is where other people can help clarify things, because it's too hard for one or two people to keep track of everything. But you go 90-91 Upper Deck, and Scott Niedermayer's rookie card is 75 cents. It's from the same set, the same year, same everything. And Marty LaPointe's $1.50, Chris Draper's $1.50. And it infuriates my uncle that Scott Niedermayer, one of the greatest defensemen of all time, in the same set. You're comparing apples to apples. How is Marty LaPointe's rookie card 2 times Scott Niedermayer's? And he used to write back and say, "How is this possible?" And there's a lot of things, right, that makes sense.
Yeah, when he came out, obviously they adjusted those prices at the time, and they just never changed them, never went back. It's so hard for them to look back, and that was their problem going forward, is they were so focused on going forward that the everything behind them was left. And that's where I pick the ball up. Although I won't be going up to 91 at this point, and it stops at 1990, but I understand what your reference is about.
Yeah, like if someone wants to contribute, someone out there that says, "Hey,
shoot.
What?
Oh yeah.
This is great," and then that's how you get your intel. So awesome, fellas. Well, Carlos, thanks again for having me on, and
of course. Enjoy your cookie and milk. You've added to the wholesomeness of the channel. Offset a little bit of Erickson. Look at this guy. He's got a plate of cookies
and 2 glasses of milk.
Oh my God! Really? Okay. Before you go, so ink, paper, wax collector. This was a comment for you. I have a rare SSB 1/1 Brad Harlan action shots from his time in Beauport somewhere deep in the storage room. We'll PSA slab them. We might have to make the arrangement. The fix might have to be in.
I love it. 100%. Thanks so much, fellas. I appreciate it.
Have a good one. Take it easy, Brad. Thanks for popping on.
Bye-bye.
Take it easy. All right, so I'll drop him off here. Jay, if you're good, give me a thumbs up.
Jay's back.
Yep. Jay, it's been a little while. How are you doing?
Good. How are you guys?
Doing well. I'm glad. Hopefully things are going well for you. I know you did drop off at Dallas. I did see some of your posts there. So how are things on your side of things?
Yeah, I mean, just the quick comment is, I had some family issues.
Sure. My
mom, and she passed, and we're working through that. But yeah, moving on from that, I assume people had noticed I'd call it the banter about Dallas, which was interesting because I'd say foot traffic is down, and it was that surprised me when I compared it to the Jubilance from the National, and that was interesting. So, you could just roll on with what you guys are doing with the show is actually kind of funny, but I have some funny anecdotes from from Dallas that are hilarious. So
for sure. I think we wanted to. I think right now we actually do have a little bit of an opportunity to talk about it a little bit, because I wanted Bobby to explain Needham a little bit for everybody. It's for everybody's benefit.
Yep.
We wanted Brad to come on and have chocolate chip cookies and milk. So that's important.
Which now I'm hungry. So
here's the thing. I don't have chocolate chip cookies, but I do have white macadamia nut cookies that I can grab. And it's not going to be milk. Unfortunately, it's going to be. I'm going to finish this beer before I do that, at least so I can taste the cookies properly. But I'll finish this first, and then I can do that.
Just bought a small package of nutter butter peanut butter sandwich cookies.
See? Everybody's in on the game. It might have to happen. It might be a thing. So real quick, I'll acknowledge this post as well. Steven, Pujols hit 698. He's creeping on that 700. I'm appreciating it. Look, I don't care how he's doing it. I don't care how he's doing it. But I do appreciate that Pujols is playing well in what needs to be his final season. To be clear, he needs to retire at the end of the season. He needs to stop. This is a good note to end on. It's been good. Everybody's been enjoying it. It's been a good time. If he gets to 700, fantastic. If he doesn't, you got real close. It's good. Enjoy your career. Go home. Yeah, it's been a good final. If this is the final chapter, it's been a good final chapter. St. Louis is a good, solid team. He's playing well. It's actually been good for what it is. It's a better story if he retires on a good note. It'd be nice to have a good taste in everybody's mouth, and he walks off into the sunset as opposed to the last couple of years where it wasn't that great.
So Jay, I had a question for you about Dallas. Was Dallas pretty close to the National? Is it always that way, or is Dallas show a little bit like you're saying?
So
the foot
they
traffic's
do it every.
down and what have you?
They do
2
it
months.
every
Every 2
2
months.
months. Yep.
Yeah,
So
that's what I'm kind of wondering.
and
yeah.
so I think I don't. I'd have to look back at the date for last year, but I think this is one of the first times they've done it on the opening week of football, and I
Oh.
think that had a major impact. So you had Thursday football, so that impacts Thursday, the start of the show, and certainly on Sunday. I've not seen, and talking with the other dealers, based on it's a recent memory, right? Because you remember Dallas wasn't let's call it a marquee show until 2 years ago, right?
Correct.
It was
Exactly.
a regional show.
Yep.
So when you think about it that way, you're like, but this show, I've never seen dealers pack up so early on Sunday, which to me is a major demarcation point. But my observation was I didn't expect it to be a fantastic show because on Saturday, we'll call it midday, right? So that's college football.
Right.
You can always judge a crowd by what they do. And there wasn't much of a crowd because typically the bar, which is just outside of one of the major areas in the hotel, was empty. So to me, that's like you don't have the foot traffic of dealers right in the bar area. You don't have the foot traffic of patrons, from outside non-dealers coming in, and that to me said, okay, the foot traffic will be less. Now for me, it was overall average, but I've seen comments that people said it was one of their worst Dallas shows ever, but you can't judge things based on sales. I judge it based on foot traffic. You can only sell to people that are there. And I don't think people showed up because I think people were busy doing other things. I mean, let's face it, there's, you have school just started in a lot of regions of the country in the last 2 weeks.
Just finished.
The National just finished. You have opening week of football. Dallas, I mean, they're Dallas Cowboys were just awful, but they were in town on Sunday night. You had I think it was Texas Tech was playing Alabama. That was a big game. A lot of people were watching that game in the bar. There was a UFC fight, I think, because I think they were showing that in the hallway on Saturday night, and that kept a lot of people out of the Saturday trade night. I think it's just a confluence of events that people have to look at. That cards aren't the be all and the end all of life, and you just you just deal with it.
The Expo was like that on occasion, Carlos?
Yeah, there's definitely been expos that have been impacted by different events and things going on and games. Obviously, it is a critical factor. It is interesting though. I think your point's reasonable and valid. I did have a bit of a chuckle though. A great curator in Merlin did their usual show where they talk about it, and I laugh because the great curator obviously managed to salvage it. He found like by hook or crook, he found every way to try to squeeze a couple extra dollars out of the thing.
He did.
That was funny. But then Merle basically, I think, sold 1 or 2 cards in the whole show, which is obviously not a good show by anybody's standard. Unless you're selling a really expensive card, it's not going to cover your expenses. But at the same time, I think the confluence of all that stuff you're talking about together at the same time in a place like Texas that is so heavily invested in football, I do see that as being a potential. And also, just to be clear, Dallas has become a bigger show now as opposed to just being the classic regional show it was in the last couple of years, to your point. And you can convince some people to actually go travel down to Dallas to attend the show based on the way it's been the last couple of years. But there was nothing special about this past show that would have necessarily be like, do you really need to go to the September show? Not really. Like, is there a reason? Like, unless you really just want to go. Yeah.
Yep.
It's not in a good spot because if you did go to the National, you might be tapped. Even if you bought things and whatever, it's like, yeah, I'm not going to travel in addition to and then try to check it out. It's like, what's the appeal to me? Even if I'm going to travel, heaven forbid, out of town.
And you know, to be clear, yeah, I'm going to go back to Dallas in November, but yeah, I was concerned going into September for the basic fact of, look, the draw previously to Dallas was, this is where people gathered to buy and sell cards, and I'm not saying that the novelty, but the reason to go there was because there was nothing else going on. Well, there's a lot more going on now.
Yes.
So if you think of it that way, I mean, Carlos, you guys must be really happy that this past Dallas card show was not as good as what the great curator and Merlin had experienced in Toronto. So Toronto.
So yes
I
and
don't
no.
know
To your
what-
point, yes and no. Just for various reasons. Look, here's the thing. With due respect, I don't know the great curator at all. I have no interaction
Yes.
with the guy. Whatever. If that turned him off from coming to Toronto, good riddance. Like we don't need him here. It was amusing to me that there was this belief. It's like, look, we don't need to accommodate you. The fact they threw him into the kiddie pool over on the other side, that nobody, they throw him over the kiddie table. They didn't give a crap about him. Yeah, that's about right.
That's where you start. That's where you start. Yeah.
Exactly. You have no tenor here. You have no specialness here. It's like, you're not Carlos. I can power strut into that place. Don't worry about it. This is what I do. But I've heard.
What
that.
about Eric? What can Eric do that? Can
Eric's a
waltz in
Eric's a
there and
peasant. Eric's a peasant. He's allowed to crawl on his hands.
He
and
doesn't get
knees,
the
and
respect in
he
Toronto.
He can't look at anybody in the eye. He's not allowed. He's not allowed. As a peasant, he's allowed to come in, and
When I'm with
if he
Carlos,
says very nice things, we may allow him to speak.
when I'm with Carlos at the show, I have to walk behind him at least 5 paces.
Until
My retainer is very clear on eye contact.
Yeah.
No eye contact. No.
But yeah, what I found most interesting about the show, and we had talked about this before in one of our chats, was again trade, a big impetus to make a deal happen, and then the second was that people were not making large purchases. I didn't see there were a couple deals in the works, but there were no really big deals that I heard about. That doesn't mean that they didn't happen. But the other thing was at trade night. So we do the Dallas does trade nights on Thursday, Friday, and then there's the real trade night on Saturday.
Right.
I found it amusing that there was no commerce going on in the hallways. There were factions of people that put cards out on a table or in areas, and everyone just stood there staring at each other. Meaning, let's say I put my cards out on a table. Normally, in the past, people would come over and look at them. That didn't happen. No one came looking anywhere. They're like, well, here's my cards. I'm ready to trade or sell. There was no fluidity to the commerce that is normally a trade night. Now, the regular trade night where they put the tables out, there was a lot of things going on, but the after hours in the hallways was, I would say, 10% of the normal deal flow that normally happens. And
That's
this is anecdotal.
drop off. That's
right?
a pretty huge drop. No,
Yeah.
in fairness, all of
Yeah.
it is just a discussion on anecdotal. But even if it feels like that, even if it feels like the normal traffic has been decimated, literally decimated, that's not great. And it does jive also, to be in fairness. Like I said, even though I like teasing, great career and all that, it does kind of jive with their experience of it. Now, to your point, obviously lack of foot traffic is going to hurt. So out of curiosity, do you feel like, okay, out of the foot traffic that was present, did that play into the hands of people who are moving regular stuff, more obscure stuff? Because the way you do your showcases, you do kind of create a scenario where there could be people that come by curiosity, or people that are specifically drawn to the fact that it is different stuff compared to what a lot of dealers have normally. And it can create those conversations and things that we've talked about in the past. So did you find that even if the numbers were down, did you still find that people still kind of ventured over and would at least talk to you about some stuff, or was that just down as well in the same vein?
I think there were less people, but people were actually more interested in talking about things.
Sure.
They may not be interested in purchasing things, but they were interested in having the discussion. And I think people were just being more picky. Maybe I'd say this. the speculative bug, if you want to call it that, is kind of non-existent. People don't want to take a flyer saying, hey, I'd like to get that because, well, I always thought about it. People really wanted to know, what am I buying? What do you, meaning me as the dealer, think about it? And then and I got a lot of questions about, hey, there's something else on this other table that I'm interested in. And I got the question of, I have two choices. I can buy something from you or buy something from someone else. What would you do? And so I try to steer away from answering that question. Like, I'm not
Right.
you. I would always buy stuff that I have because I think everything I have is great. But that's not. But I said, well, think about it in terms of price. Think about it in terms of scarcity, and then decide what is it that you really want. Like, why are you buying it? Maybe you don't want to buy either, right? That could be the right answer.
Yes.
And people thought about it. Some people came back and bought things. Some people didn't. It's and it was fine. But people were, which I liked. People were thinking about their purchases instead of feeling an impetus to buy something to do something. Right? It was more deliberate. Which I liked, because that's the way they should be. That's what collecting is.
I think that's fair. I think it's a reasonable take. So let me kind of pose this question because I like kind of the direction you took that and kind of some thoughts with that. Let me ask you this. So obviously we talked about the foot traffic. We talked about the differences in that and how that played out. From your perspective, even understanding the relative difference in the foot traffic, did you still feel like, were you still able to move some things, or was it just a situation where the lack of foot traffic obviously people were willing to talk to you in certain circumstances? Not everybody was necessarily, they were being pickier, fair enough. But were you still able to move some cards for folks that were interested, or was it just a case where mostly just a conversational kind of a networking, talking with people kind of show?
Yeah, I did about average. I had hoped to do a little bit better.
Sure.
But I have such a diversity of cards, right? I'm not doing modern. I mean, I have cards that go from 1885 all the way to 1975. So there's always something for everyone. What I did, I'm trying to think of the best way to frame it. I did find that to move the needle on making a sale, everyone wanted a deal, right? Sure. So here's an anecdote. This is the most annoying. Well, I'll give you two. So I dealt with this. It was a grandfather and the grandson. And I spent about 30 minutes with them. So I sold them, I won't tell you the exact cards, but I sold a card from 1911, 1974, and 1954 card. So grand total under $1,000. Let's just assume it's $1,000. And we talked for a half an hour. We walked through it. The grandfather was, just amazed at looking at the cards. One was graded, two were raw, just so, put it in context. Mm-hmm. And the grandfather, did want the cards. We talked through the history, blah, blah, blah. At the end of it, the price came to, let's say, $1,000. He said, "Will you take $900?" I'm like, "No, I'd just rather keep the cards." I said, "It's not an offense to you. I'm fine if you ask." And I said, I think this is fair price. And the grandson had said, "Yeah, pay it. We're not going to see these." And I said, "Look, I'll take the cards. I'll put them behind the table. Come back in 2 hours, look through the show. You don't have to buy them right now." And he goes, No, we're buying them now. I know we're not going to see them. He bought them. Now here's a funnier story, because everyone wanted a deal, and everyone wanted, like, let's say I threw out $100 for an offer on one or two cards. Everyone was like, "I'll give you $60. Like, it was just like an immediate decrease in value. So there's one person that came up, wanted a KISS card. PSA 8,
Eric,
1978 sticker. And Eric, I'll show you the card. It's actually a funny card. So I was doing the deal with the grandfather and grandson, and one of the people that was in our group came over and said, "Hey, how much for this card?" I'm like, "I don't know, $60." So I threw that price out. The person immediately came back and said, I'll buy it for $50 cash. Like, apparently $50 cash is more important than $60. It's like, we're not talking the $10,000
cash.
Yes.
But you don't understand, it's cash.
So, yeah.
Yes.
It's all cash.
Okay. $100 PayPal. All right. Yeah, we got a deal. I don't know. It's just as silly. So I said no. And the person got mad, and I said, just tell them no, pay $60, don't buy it. So then I did the deal with the grandparents. So I go back and I look up the card. Card is a Pop 2. It's PSA 8. Pop 2 PSA 8, none higher. And I looked and I'm like, this is a big mistake for me. I paid $80 for the stupid thing. So I immediately marked it up to $200 because I'm like, well, this guy's going to come back. He did. He didn't buy it, but he was very annoyed that he wanted to buy it for $60. And now he realized that I had mispriced. I was dealing with something else. But the weird thing is everyone is looking for a deal, but they don't even know a deal when it hits them. And that's what I took away from the show, because I offered a 1952 Topps Look and See. I can't remember the character. It's a very tough card. It's not the South Pole Explorer. Anyway, it's a $600 card, and I told the guy, I said, $450. It's PSA 6. It's a great deal. I'm telling you, it's a $600 card. He looked it up. He goes, yeah, it is. And I said, this deal lasts till the end of today. Tomorrow, I'm pricing it higher. I'm not trying to sell the card, but I know you want to buy the card, so I'll be fine. I said, I know what I paid for the card. It doesn't matter. And he came back the next day and he goes, I'll take it for that price. I'm like, no, did you not understand how specific I was with what I said? You can buy it today or tomorrow. I told you what I'm going to sell it for. And I didn't sell the card because I said, this is my price. I said, I thought you wanted it. I was not trying to make you make a decision, but I thought it would help you or encourage you because you had another 5 hours at the show to make a decision and you didn't. And that's fine. But now, okay, go find one. And it's, I think people are at the point of indecision. I think
that's been a thing for a while. There are some folks that are like willing to just jump when prices were going up all the time. Some people were like overly aggressive for the sake of being overly aggressive. But I do think, and this has always been a funny thing, kind of just playing to your point. As a buyer, because when I used to have the opportunity and a little bit more disposable income lying around, because I've mentioned before I like my watches and stuff like that, I was the easiest person to sell to at the watch store because I already went in having a good idea what I wanted to buy. I already had a pretty good idea what the price was. You didn't actually have to sell me the watch. The only thing you had to do was not be an asshole and be willing to negotiate a little bit in good faith on the price. I might try to knock you off a couple of percentage points, but there was a range that you could accept within reason that you were. If you won't do it, somebody else will. So it's one of those things like, I'm not going to fight you on this. This is the going rate. This is the range. You've got some room on it. You'll be fine. And as long as you're willing to accommodate that, I would go and drop $3,500, $5,000 in one shot. I won't do that for a card. I like cards, but like it's not something I'm going to do. Even if I had it sitting around. Today I don't have the cash sitting around all the time like that. But even if I did, odds are there's no card I want that requires $5,000. Unless I just get a card that I want in higher condition. Like unless I just intentionally pick a higher grade, just for the sake of getting a higher grade, I can get a nice high appeal version, much cheaper than that, and it's perfectly fine for my collecting purposes. So it's fine. But the point is, when I would go in, I already understood that if the conditions were met and I got the price I wanted and the terms I wanted, the deal is done. I don't have to sit here for 5 hours deliberating on it. If I go to a card show and I'm marginally interested in it, that's when I can afford to lowball. Because if you don't want to really offer it, it's like, I don't really want it that badly. It's fine. To your point, you don't need to sell it. But if you don't need to sell it as a dealer, then you can do exactly what you just said. Because a buddy of mine that sets up at the show, he does a similar kind of thing. He'll say like, look, if you want to buy it today, this is the price. Tomorrow, I might reconsider it. And then he'll look at it overnight and go like, actually, I priced this a little bit low. He'll adjust it. He'll adjust the supply. The person will come back the next day and be like, oh, what'd you do? What you said yesterday? It's like, that was yesterday's price. Today's price is now higher because I got a chance to take a closer look at it and go, actually, I should have priced it higher. My bad. It's like, that was my mistake, but you had a chance. I would have honored the deal if you had just said yes yesterday. But today, it's a different story. And he doesn't have to sell it. He's not in an urgent need where like, I have to sell this or else. This is not his profession. It's not his job. He's got a job, and this is something he does because he enjoys doing it. Very different conversation.
That was the conversation I had too, because I said, look, I'm on vacation, so
Correct.
You know, you interrupted my vacation, and now I have to look up more information on something you should have just bought. And you know what? I wouldn't have known that I sold it for less than I paid for it. It doesn't faze me one way or the other. But once you, once you made me look into it, well, this is where we are. Well, I just assume keep it, or I'd actually rather give it away to Eric. You know, because I know he'll appreciate the card. You know, regardless of price, because it's Kiss walking down. I believe it's like New York City. You know, the shirt's wide open. You see the necklaces. It's hilarious. It's a great card, and now I know why I bought it. I'm like, oh, it was a Pop 2 PSA 8, none higher. That's why I bought it. Like I was trying to think, how do I own a PSA 8? Normally, I don't buy that kind of grade in the 70s, but I'm like, oh, it was the best grade that I could get. So, yeah, it's just one of those things.
No, that's right.
I've been finding that at the expo lately. So a lot of people are just coming in and just they look at their price and then they just give you a lowball price and expect everything from there.
Yeah.
Was that card you sold? Was that the John Baird or Admiral Baird card?
You're talking about the look and
Which
see
one?
here? You're talking about the look and see?
Look and see.
No, it's the
You said
what's the other one
Explorer,
that's
so I
tough?
thought it was.
No, it's not the Explorer. So it's what's the other one that's tough? You know.
Yeah.
Take a second and think about it. Let me read a couple of comments. Take a second and think about it. Just take
Starts
one
with an
moment.
R, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Just take a moment and give it some thought. I'll just read a couple here. Would you be silly to make some big buys at shows nowadays? As Biden says, we're heading into a cold winter. The economy and stock market over the next 12 months will make Eric's July the 1st seem like good times. Don't reference his July the 1st. Don't do that. We had proper video taken for that. I do enjoy how many armchair economists we have. It's like everything is the Great Depression, except none of you were alive during the Great Depression. So calm down. Calm down. All right. Is it a 690? Yeah. Well, Eric probably was alive during the Great Depression. He was only in his early 30s at that time. So is it the 694 Salazar marker? I don't know. That's a question for you. Is that for the Kiss card?
Rembrandt. Oh
yes.
No, I think it's like I know. No, it wasn't that Kiss card. It was that wasn't the card number. It might be the maker, but it was card number 2 or 3 from the set. But the Rembrandt was the look and see, Bobby, that I was talking about.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Gotcha. Dave here says the 2 of our local shows this month, attendance was decent, but dealer sales were down. Yep. A couple of dealers indicated folks only wanted to trade. The show was deserted. Dealers were leaving at 1 p.m. So those are 2 different experiences from 2 recent shows. Rick here, Vintage Oddball Cards, says same dealer, same cards. People are not going to fly across the country every 2 months. The Dallas show will probably jump the shark. I think you're going to see similar attendance in the future. I think specifically the piece about repetitiveness in it is a factor. Now, one thing I did hear from the great curated discussion is presumably, even though foot traffic was down, presumably they sold more dealer badges, and apparently they tried to cram even more dealers in it. That's what they claimed. Like 700 dealers or 700 tables instead of like their usual kind of thing. Did you feel like there were more tables?
So let's see the best way to break this down. So starting in May, they had increased the table total to let's call it not quite 700 tables.
Dave got it, by the way.
That's 675. Yeah, so 675, and then I didn't attend in July, but basically, from what the people that were there in July said, the tables were about the same. The layout was about the same. What they did do is they expanded the number of not sponsors, but like we'll call it other companies, right? So they're not
the corporate presence.
Yeah, the corporate presence was bigger. So total maybe if it was 5% increase from July to September, it was an increase, but that's anecdotally it doesn't really matter because it's really about how many dollars are coming in the door that are non-dealer dollars. Maybe that's the best way to think about it, right? So how much outside dollars are coming in, and I think the fact is dealers. Normally, I do a lot of sales to dealers. I did maybe 3 dealer sales. Most of my sales this time, the bigger sales, were to collectors. I mean, at trade night, I probably did 2/3 of my total sales there. I moved to larger sets, but they're tougher sets to find. It's always hit or miss, but I think the total number of dollars that walk in the door that did not come from dealers is down because the foot traffic's down. And I think there's ways to cure that. And I do agree with what the prior comment that it's not special anymore because everyone has alternatives at different shows around the country. And like for me, what should I do? Let's not call it a dealer. I'm really a collector that just likes to masquerade as a dealer. And I like to go there just to meet people and see people. But I could do that, and I could come in Friday night and leave Sunday morning, as opposed to set up as dealer, pay a dealer cost, be there longer, and I probably could have close to the same experience, and it'd be a less cost, and I might get 90% of where I get to. Like, my cards sell themselves if I meet the right person, but I can meet the right person in various scenarios. I don't have to be behind the table. I think it's harder to meet people behind the table because they need to find me. I can't go find them.
Right.
And I think that is now lost as the show gets bigger. And I think Burbank's gonna try to take over some of that, but I think they're gonna run into that too. I think National is the same way. People can't find each other. That's a problem.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think
Toronto,
it's a question now.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking now, because we talked about it briefly a little bit ago, is that I do believe that we are, it's the same thing as the marketplace discussion. We have so many options now that it disperses a lot of the, so even if you're somebody who is actively involved in the hobby, and we've talked about this before, and I'll just reiterate it for the folks that haven't heard this piece before. Even as a hobbyist for a long time, who has been actively involved in the hobby for a long time, at all kinds of levels, I bought cards, sold cards, traded cards, did everything that I wanted to do. It's still a hobby for me. It's not a job for me. I have fun with it. I enjoy it. I spend hours on a Friday evening talking about this ridiculous thing endlessly, this stupid piece of cardboard. But I also understand the silliness of it. But even with all that, I don't need to go to every card show in creation. Even if I had all the money in the world, I wouldn't go to every card show in creation. Why would I do that? That doesn't seem like a good use of my time. Are there some that might be interesting? Sure. Would they be good gathering places to hang out with some folks? Yeah, sure. That'd be fun. But there's a time and a place. Even with unlimited funds and unlimited time, I still wouldn't make the whole card show circuit. And literally is a circuit now. You could spend every weekend at a card show somewhere. Breakout Cards basically did that for a while. He was basically going to a card show every weekend. Over that wears down on you though. Like, that's tiring, and you do see repetitiveness. There is a lot of inventory that's very similar from place to place to place. You will find the odd thing here and there, but it's the same thing as the marketplace discussion. The only way you're going to be able to find the hidden stuff is you literally have to go to everything and turn over every rock. If you're willing to do that and you got that much time in your hands, then good luck to you. You'll probably have an opportunity. You'll find some stuff.
You earned it, yeah. But yeah. Here's the anecdote that I would actually I come back to. I'm like, is the card show of 2022 or 2023 the mall of 1990, 2000? Because there's a reason to go. Like, you go to hang out, you can go and get food, you can go and meet people, and you can go and browse. But you don't need to. And if there's enough malls around, you're like, Amazon's good. Well, what's the Amazon equivalent? It's called eBay. It's called MySlabs. It's called whatever. Yeah. Is the card industry so far behind of where culture is, right? That the card show is the mall. We won't admit it yet.
Look, I've had this conversation offline with people who may be involved in the industry in different levels. And my exact words are, on a good day, the hobby is still in 1985. And when 1985 was happening, it was 1955.
Yep.
Like, it's at least 30 years behind. At least 30 years behind. So it's like, modern day may as well not exist. Yes, we have access to technology. We've got websites and all this. But the reality of it is we're still decades behind the industry, other industries, and also other platforms. They're doing all the stuff that's innovative. This innovative stuff has been done in other areas for decades. It's like, no, you're way behind. Like, your innovations are 1991. you're almost in the 90s. Almost. We're not even to Y2K yet. I think another 7 or 8 years we'll be at Y2K. We may get there by then.
But it is a hobby.
Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah.
You
But
have to
even
divide that
some of these
between
other,
business
but I'm
and-
also comparing it to other hobbies, and some of these other hobbies have also developed some of these things already forever ago. That's why they've already had these considerations. They've had these discussions. They've worked out some of these kinks. This hobby still is work. Like I said, it's funny with all the attempt at sophistication and all the beliefs that it's like, oh, we've got this figured out. It's like, guys, this is not new stuff. This is conversations that some of these other hobbies had forever ago. And by the way, you could learn lessons from what they did right and what they did wrong. You could actually understand, like, actually, that didn't work out very well for them. Maybe we should learn a lesson from that. Or if they did something right, maybe we should steal that idea. It's a good idea. We should steal that.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of an overload. I think people have too many shows. Not in Canada here. We have it twice a year, and I think it gets packed every time. Social event, but also people bring stuff. A lot of dealers who don't sell online bring stuff there, and that's where you get sort of the fun stuff. You get to rummage around through their stuff that they collected over the last 6 months, which is good, and they haven't been selling online, which is great. Cards are a little bit different too. On top of that, they're everywhere, and you can go everywhere and find anything. But the raw ones, not so much. And I think you'd probably do well in that area too when you're doing sets, right? Jay?
Yeah. No, I mean, it's interesting. The conversation I had with 3 different people, and this is more food for thought because I keep thinking about it. And, we always talk about, well, not we, the hobby talks about serialized cards, right?
It's a roll, it's a roll, you say.
So the way I look at it is, I'm like, I still like sets. That's what I collect. And I said, I think sets are the new serialized cards because they are unique. The set itself, as opposed to the individual item. I mean, I bought, this past weekend when I was in Dallas, I stayed up till 3:30 in the morning Saturday night, and I bought, 2 sets that I was really after, and I got 2 top sets to add to the things that I have. And then the next day, people had asked if I had gotten the cards I wanted, and I said yes. But they said, well, why do you collect sets? And I said, that's what I think we're moving towards. If you're looking at more on the vintage line, for modern stuff, I don't really understand yet what people want, because after listening to the great curator talk about those people just ripping wax packs, and it's basically like, if I don't get the hit card that I want, the rest of it's garbage. And I thought back to myself. I said, I did that in 1990. We opened up at one show that we were at, 1990 or 91 baseball. I can't remember what it was. We opened it up for basically 3 cards. The rookie card of whoever it was, and I don't even remember who the player was. I'm sure that person was not successful, and it wouldn't matter because it'd be worthless now. And then 2 other things. The heroes cards. Do you remember with the header card, and then you had like the 9 individual cards? So this is Upper Deck, and the 9 individual cards, and obviously we're looking for the autograph card. We didn't get the autograph card, and the 3 of us went in and bought a case.
So I think that's 1990 Upper Deck, because I think it was the Reggie Jackson. Reggie Jackson would have been the autograph.
Maybe that's what it was. It was. We opened, there's 24 boxes, 36 packs, and we did it in one night. We ripped it, and you know what we did with the rest of the cards? Put them in a box. We didn't care about anything else. We wanted the header card and whatever rookie card it was. And we sold the header cards, and we basically broke even on our case, and then we tried to sell off the individual cards, which we didn't even sort. But that's what's happening today when people, and these boxes are expensive that people are opening, $400, $700, $1,000. And you look through they look through the cards, and they're looking, okay, oh, it's orange. Here's my insert that it could be good. Oh, it's whatever. It doesn't matter. It could be minor character if it's Marvel, or it could be a minor player if it's sports. That's the only reason why, and the rest of it no one cares about. So it's like, what's going on? Like, to me, that to me, I've been there and I've done that. That's why I don't do that anymore. I'm like, it's just not worth it, because in the end, that's not how you collect. in my mind, I can be wrong, but
Well,
and this is the funny thing. I have strong opinions loosely held. So if someone wants to convince me how I'm wrong, I will accept their encouragement to explain that to me. But for the most part, I'm pretty stuck in my opinion.
no, I understand that. I truly believe that the older sets, the rarer stuff, it's affordable too, and you don't have to get them all.
Yes.
And I think people are the hobbyists are really tending to go, hey, that's a neat little set. I'm going to pursue it. It'll cost me $400 or $500 by the time I'm finished. No big deal. Not looking for one card. Or just chasing the Rembrandt or what have you. So I think that's a move a lot of people are doing right now, and they're enjoying that part of it. It's the enjoyment. There's the business side, and then there's the enjoyment side. And I think more people are apt to going that way if they're true hobbyists. In that sense, they're looking for something that's interesting them. Like Carlos says, I don't have to spend that money. He's just looking for whatever he finds that's interesting at a certain price level.
Yeah,
and that's
that's the thing, and I agree with that general premise, and that's the kind. As long as it fits whatever criteria, and I can change my mind on a criteria. I reserve the right to change my mind and pick different projects to work on, but it has to be interesting to me. If I'm bored with the project, we need to move on. Why would I waste more money on something I don't like or care about? What's the sense in that? That seems like a really dumb thing to do. But that's the thing. That's been the beauty of a lot of the collecting thing is that, and that's why I tease sometimes when somebody will be like, "Well, you can have such a a nicer collection, quote unquote, if you try to scale yourself up and try to work out." It's like cool. Then I would have really expensive cards I don't give a crap about.
and it's the status thing.
What's the point?
Status.
All right. I'll put up a picture on Instagram. You can all hit like,
That's
and
it.
and then we'll move on. And what do I get out of that? Like honestly, what do I get out of that? Nothing.
You gotta like.
Short-term likability.
Yeah. The problem is I just don't care enough. So it's like cool, good to know. Thanks, but it's like that's it. That has very little value to me. It's like no, I'd rather as long as I think it looks cool, or as long as I think it's cool, I'm good. I'm the only audience that I have to please with my collection. Everybody else can think it sucks, and that's perfectly fine. As long as I like it, that's the only person that I have to impress. As long as I can manage that, then I'm probably in okay shape.
In your face, Brad.
Nutter butter.
Look at waters.
Look at you.
Delicious.
What do I have bid on this?
Yeah. What is that a beer, Jay? What do you got?
I just got a Vex.
Gotcha. All right, just checking. Thought I'd ask. But yeah, no, absolutely. I do have a question for you here, actually, from Bubblegum Cardboard Collectibles. Thank you all for the comments again. As always, I do appreciate it. I do try to put them on the screen and as I go through them. Some of them I try to read as we go along, but if the discussion's good, I don't want to interrupt the flow. But here's a question for you, Jay. As a non-sports guy myself, did you see a bump in Queen Elizabeth cards at the show as she passed away leading up into it? So the timing was kind of specific on it, but
Yes.
Did you hear anything about that at all?
Yeah. I had sold most of my Queen Elizabeth cards back in May.
Sure.
So I didn't have any at the show. There were two dealers. Rumor, I don't know, and I think it's true just because there was a large collection of Queen Elizabeth cards. Well, let's call it Elizabeth cards. Because there's not too many Queen Elizabeth cards. That's 52
yeah, it would have been when she was still princess,
but,
right?
Yes, the princess cards versus the queen cards. But so a couple dealers went through and bought up the show starting on Thursday. The prices were probably 2.5x from where they were, let's call it earlier in the week. Upon her passing, they went through the roof, not unexpectedly. They went much higher quicker than I expected. Like if I had to predict, like it wasn't like Kobe. Like Kobe probably went up 50%. No, these things went 2 to 3x. And it's like Kobe was an unexpected death. Queen Elizabeth, what was she, 90 something years? Like there was no surprise here. She was in
Jay, the Queen Mum was like 106 or 105 when she died.
Yeah, whatever.
So Queen Elizabeth could have easily had another decade.
That's true.
Yeah, she was nice.
But yes,
yeah.
She was. It was. I wouldn't call it the talk of the show, but people asked about it all the time, and I'm like,
Sure.
Okay, now's not the time to buy her. Like maybe a year ago, 6 months ago. Like, why do you want one of her cards now? But they sold. if I would have had some, they would have sold. And I think it's just because it's the thing of the moment, and they're older cards too, right?
And, and in a month from now, the price is going to drop. She's hot
Yeah.
this week. I just can't imagine Queen Elizabeth cards staying at 2.5x for more than a month.
No. Has to drop.
Well, it should. Realistically, I mean, it's a cool historical card, and it's really interesting in context. But in the end, she's like any other. I mean, she was the last person to pass away from the 1952 Look and See set, which I found fascinating. And the Look and See set is the first set where she was actually named the queen.
Yes.
But what was most interesting about that set was the amount of interest in that set because of the visibility that the Queen Elizabeth card brought to it, and that people are looking at the Babe Ruth because it's one of the few affordable Babe Ruth cards that you can get of some type of vintage, and that has sparked interest in collecting the remainder of the set. It's like, what, 135 card set, which was great because I held on to a lot of high grade, 7, 8s, and 9s from the set. But people are not there yet in paying the premium for those. Yeah, the raw cards. Like, if you want to buy one of those sets now, you should go out and do it. The random cards in raw form are under $10 a piece. I mean, you could, like you said before, Bobby, you could get that whole set, maybe some of the tougher cards, but you could put that set together for about $1,000 in reasonably okay condition, just to have the set. And the stories on the back are fantastic.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's one of those things, kind of playing to that point, is that some people get this idea where they suddenly want to play into, like, she had a 70-year reign, and I had the discussion when I was over at dinner at the house with the family last week, because I was having some fun.
Dear old mama.
Yeah, but here's the thing. The part of the reason I got to have some fun with it is that I pointed out to them, both my parents are pushing 70, but the Queen Elizabeth became queen 2 years before they were born. Her reign lasted their entire lifetime in a couple of years, and they're both 68 years old. That's a very, very long reign. For most people's lifetimes, she is the only queen that has ever existed of England. Like, unless you go to historical times. And there was if you study history a little bit, like I said, I was a history major, so I studied a variety of different histories. Well, if you go look at the monarchy there in that run there, just starting in the 1900s, there was actually a lot of movement early on in the first part of the century. It was one monarch and then another and then an abdication. Like, there's a lot of shifting around in seats. Queen Elizabeth created this stability for 70 years for that country to be like, that's the queen. That's the queen. And now Charles is the king. I expect he's going to be transitional. I don't think he's going to die on the throne. I would expect that the likelihood is he's going to try to settle everything down, get it down, and then hand it off to his kid. Because I don't think he wants to be king. I think he wants to be like, look, I'll lay the groundwork for you. I'll get it set up for you so that you got, and then I want to go off and do what I was doing before. I have no interest in doing this crap. Like, none. I genuinely believe he'll be transitioned.
Of a job.
But
Right.
no, and like I watched his speech when he did it. He's like, I'm doing this because I have to. But at this stage in my life, like, I actually have no interest. Charles is almost 70. He's like, why on earth, or he might be in his early 70s, I forget. But the point is, like, why on earth would I want to do this? At this point in my life, I would rather just enjoy myself. I was living a good life. I was enjoying myself, and now I got to deal with this crap. It's like, no, boy, this one's yours. As soon as I get this thing settled down and we got it good, I'm going to abdicate. It's all yours, buddy. Here you go. Crown's yours. I'm off to retirement. See you later. Let me know if you need anything.
Yeah, sounds right.
Yeah. But what's going to be interesting and what's going to be funny about that, again, in the modern era, it's not going to matter because we produce too much stuff anyway. But for me, as someone who has collected coins and stuff, what's interesting to me is that means it's the first time in forever that they're going to have a different monarch on the coins. And
I remember you saying that on the other show that
for a brief moment in time. Yeah, for a brief moment in time. And if he hangs in there long enough to try to settle things down, if it's a couple of years there just before he hands it off, that means we'll get Prince Charles on our money, which would be hilarious. And by the way, it might be a very short run. and then his kid takes over, and then we flip it again. So
Yeah,
after
yeah.
70 years of consistency, you're going to have 2 flips in short order.
You're gonna have that big-eared adulterer on your money.
Yeah, and I know, and like, think of how embarrassing it's going to be when you come down. You just start hoarding all our money. You're like, that's it. I'm done with ours. Screw you, Washington. Forget you, Lincoln.
Yeah,
Benjamin Franklin, kiss my ass.
that's right.
Prince Charles, let's go.
Woo woo.
I know.
Char-
I see it.
Charlie.
It's like you're going to become a monarchist after all this is done. I see what's going on there.
Unbelievable. Like if your money wasn't weird enough, it just got a lot weirder. Jay,
From a trolling perspective, I appreciate
You ever
it.
held
From a trolling
Canadian-
perspective, I appreciate it.
have you
Eric,
ever
what?
had Canadian money in your hand? Like in the last couple of years?
Yeah. No, not for at least a decade.
No, this stuff doesn't even. It's the weird. It's like plastic.
It's
Yeah.
like isn't it like a mylar? It's like
Yeah,
yeah.
it's
just-
crazy. It's like not paper. It's a whole. It's the weirdest thing, and it looks like Monopoly.
But if I remember correctly, it's kind of like European money, where at least they have the common sense to change the size of the bills, right? Like U.S. money, a $1 bill is the same size as a 50, is the same size as 100, right? In Canada and Europe, they change, basically the square inch, the actual bill is different by denomination. Is that true? Is that Canada?
No, the bills
or
are
is
the
that
same
just
size.
Europe?
Bills are the same size.
Color,
Okay.
yes.
Different.
Color.
Yeah, Eric
So-
gets
so
confused.
Europe-
Eric gets
Europe
confused because
changes
colors
size.
confuse him and numbers confuse him and words confuse him. But the bills are the same size. They're all the same size.
Okay.
It's just they're basically color coded. They've got the
But-
different colors in there.
You have more coins, though. You have, just like
Yes.
Europe, you have like
yeah.
you don't use $1. You don't have $1 bills. You have coins
Yes.
that represent lower denominations.
Yeah,
They have
the $1 bill got
no
got
pennies
removed
now.
a long time ago.
Yeah, they
We used to have a
yeah.
1 and 2, and now the lowest denomination is a 5 that circulates.
So you walk around with all this change in your pocket that you don't want.
Basically.
Eric,
Pays for stuff.
Eric, I don't want to ruin this for you. Most of us don't have change anymore.
That's for you, Jay. This one's for you, Jay.
Look and see. Nice.
You can see. Yeah.
That's a display
Yeah.
box. So
Yeah.
and I
It's like-
love that
Yeah.
display box. It's really that's a
Yeah,
1
no,
cent
that is-
display box. That's really rare. The 1 cent ones, the 5 cent ones are more common.
So the 1 cent is one card, and the 5 is the 5
One
cards.
card gum, one
Okay.
gum. Yeah. The other one's 4 cards, 5 cards. I'm not too sure from 52.
Yeah.
We
But
don't
yeah,
know.
the-
We don't open packs, right? So 4 to 5, sometimes 6. If we
I
go
only
to
open them
baseball.
on camera when I already know what's inside of them. That's after listening to all the
The
different
clear stuff?
ramifications of everything that's been going on for the past.
You'll be fine
month.
as long as you don't open it up and just get all GI Joes. You'll be fine.
But that's the
Yes.
stuff I like to
No.
collect. I like the
I
display
want-
boxes.
I think the next. So if I had to have a prediction of the next fake instead of GI Joes, I guess maybe they're too. Simpsons are too valuable. Garbage
Boston
Pail
Bruins
Kids
cards.
are too
I think the
valuable.
next one is going to be Boston Bruins cards.
Sharknado.
up!
Cam Neely, what is this crap?
Sharknado.
Bobby Orr? What is this garbage?
I almost sold. I did have Sharknado out at the show. Someone found it
Yes.
interesting, and I
Yes.
almost sold it. But I couldn't even sell it for a loss because the person passed. But yes, and they asked why that was in. Yeah, see, they asked why it was in my display case. I go, look, I always like to have something interesting. I call it, just one of those things that you look for that you're like something's out of place. And I said,
Please
"Do you
continue
think
your words."
Sharknado fits in with the rest of my collection.
Mhm.
Sharknado pump, yes.
Like I said,
Um,
a cinematic masterpiece, really. The important thing is one of the culturally significant films of our time. Really, right up there. Some argue Citizen Kane. Some argue Sharknado. And really, the options are numerous. You could say Citizen Kane. You could say Sharknado 1, Sharknado 2, Sharknado 3, Sharknado 4.
there's more Sharknado movies than there are Rambo movies.
Now,
Who's
yeah,
better?
that's-
I mean, that's
That's some heady
Rambo,
praise right there.
Sharknado.
That's right there. That right there. That's if that doesn't sell you, I don't know what will.
If you have something for that one person, it's amazing. They'll buy it.
Yep.
People will buy stuff.
Yeah.
So real quick,
Because
I'll
they
read a
remember
couple.
seeing
I'll read a
that
couple.
movie.
It's funny.
Yes.
It very much is. I'll read a couple of these here.
Also
Look, Paul,
non-sports.
Jay, you already know this. The only reason I have Sharknado cards is we had that conversation, and I darted to the side of the screen and started looking. I was like, "What? This exists? I must have it." To explain Elizabeth going to 2.5x, people look at the pop reports and stuff and just buy. Yeah, they'll look at like a low pop, and then suddenly they'll run to it. Yeah, that makes sense. There are millions and millions of stamps and covers with Queen Elizabeth II on them. I'll sell them to you at 50% of catalog. There you go. Bargains.
Pass.
Some Queen. They didn't even mention her in Bohemian Rhapsody. 2 hours and 14 minutes and no mention. That's fair.
Rude.
Yep. Carlos is going to have some Chuck Bucks. There you go. Love it. Charles would abdicate. He's almost 74. Yeah. No, like I'm actually being serious. I genuinely believe he is taking over because of duty and like, okay, fine, somebody's got to do this. It would not shock me if he reorganizes what's going on over there a little bit. Like he basically will be an administrator. His job will be like, okay, let's figure out how to make this work. And then I'm handing it off to the kid. Like he's a lot younger than me. He can go take over this. It's like, it's all you, buddy. It's all you. I don't want this. I don't want to deal with this crap. Not at his age. He doesn't need that. He has no interest in dying on the throne like his mother. It's like, no, man, like that time has passed. If she had passed away 20 years ago, maybe he would have hung in there and done it. At this point, I think he preferred his life without even dealing with that nonsense. He'll just do his duties for a couple of years here and then hand off the baton. Good luck, kid. Have fun. And I think it'll be an interesting transitional period because a lot of people don't like the monarchy, but they respected the Queen. So Charles obviously doesn't have that. But mind you, I do believe that a lot of people are less irritated with Charles now than they were years ago. Because he's been in his marriage now for like 17 years, and like the whole Diana thing has passed him for a long time. Like it's been a while. Like at this point, he's pretty much kept out of trouble. Like at this point, he's just living his life, doing his thing. At this point, nobody really cares. At this point,
we did when Elizabeth passed, we did come up with, we talked about what is the all-time, because we saw the craziest, insert cards that people had. Meaning not insert cards, but they have the Game Worn patch, and I saw a space shuttle card, and apparently it had a piece of the the protective layer from some space shuttle launch from 20 years ago, and it was part of a card, and someone signed it, and I said, the more interesting card right now. Yeah, space worn, space flown, whatever. I said, if you had a piece of the vehicle that Princess Diana got in the accident with, now would be the time to have it. And you know what? Everyone said, you know what? That's a pretty good idea. And you know what? Someone probably is going to find a way to find something connected with her and get out a card. I said, no, that's how crazy it's gotten. I mean, people. I saw the weirdest insert cards, and I'm like, I don't understand it. You have pieces of home plate from a game, and I'm like, well, how many slivers of home plate can you make? Home plate's pretty thick. Like you can shave off a lot of pieces.
You could, yeah. If you're really smart, you could maximize that quite a bit. Yeah.
You could probably make 400 or 500 of them, and from a random game, and that's what we kept seeing. People, it's amazing the creativity of these card manufacturers, and I'm like, can we get back to simpler times that I don't need an artifact. If I want a game used jersey, I buy a game used jersey. If I want a game used bat, I go get a game used bat. I don't need you to put it in a card for me and have serialize it and try to sell it to me. But that's, I think, where we're at. Like, well, this is a good question for Eric. So if you could buy, let's come up with something crazy. How about a game used shoelace that Bobby Orr wore in his last season? If there were a card out there with that in it, would you want to collect it?
It doesn't jump out for me, but
does it change the fact though? No. To be fair though, does it change the fact if you're talking about his last season, it was just Chicago?
Yeah,
last Bruins season.
Okay, but it's slightly different.
It'd be interesting to have, I guess. I mean, I have Bobby Orr jersey cards. I mean, it's not much different, right?
Right.
I just think it's funny. Like as soon as you started discussing that, I was like, that. The first thing that came to my mind was exactly what I posted on the screen there. I was like,
They don't get Brian Gray ideas.
Yes. I missed that. Sorry.
like, no,
Yes.
like that was the comment. That was the comment that Rock Latex had, and my comment was basically just this.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, remember we talked about this many shows ago. Let's just go open up the old, the hockey pads and break those out and put them into new cards. Yes.
Just saying. Like, he's been threatening us with this the whole time. He goes, guys, look. The thing is, Brian Gray would do stuff like that. Totally. Look, what would be funny is if he decided to go down the movie route a little bit. What if he could buy Bruce, the shark from Jaws?
That would be
It's like,
huge.
That's a card that I might actually be interested, because that terrorized me as a kid. So to have a card that represents the thing that didn't work, right? It's a malfunctioning
Garbage.
mechanical shark that scared the hell out of me when I was young. Yeah, I'd like a piece of that.
I think I don't think you'd have to work too hard to sell that. I think there would be people who would be into that just because of the randomness of it, and like movie memorabilia is a big thing and all that. And like, yeah, buying the whole shark, even if you're super rich, would be really stupid. So it'd be like it'd be really difficult to deal with that. But a piece you could probably make work. But the funny part of that would be, and that was always the joke. Like I said, my dad was a big movie buff. I've talked about this before. And one of my gag gifts that I got him it was a Christmas or a birthday, I forget what it was, is I bought him Jaws in Blu-ray. Because to me, the movie is crappier the better the visuals are. You want the sound to be good, but you actually want the movie to be looking like it was recorded with a potato. Because it doesn't hold up visually. As soon as you see the shark and all that, it's like, yeah, that looks like shit. That looks like absolute garbage. The worse you can see it, the grainier the footage is, the better off you are. But if the sound's good,
78. That's what I'm trying to. That was pre Star Wars.
I want to say that was 75. Right? I want to say I feel like 75.
75, yeah. So
yeah, I feel like that's right.
pre Star Wars, yeah.
Yeah. It just wasn't very good. It's one of those things like putting it on Blu-ray, 4K, high def. No. Don't do it. The sound treatment though. Like if you can do the Dolby surround sound or something, actually that would be pretty good. The soundtrack and everything, that's good. The sound being good, great. Pixelate the image. It looks better if it's blurry. Just make it real blurry. Wasn't Bruce actually for sale recently, or was it found rotting in some lot? I don't know. It wouldn't surprise. Like I said, I'd be surprised if somebody.
That was pretty big. Yeah.
Yeah, I would be surprised if somebody wouldn't consider buying it.
Your house.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Like, it's not practical. None of that stuff would be super practical. It would be very problematic.
Things the size of a small car, I think.
Yeah, it'd be a bit of a pain to deal with. Yeah, Carlos is saying you want a 12th generation VHS copy of Jaws. Facts. Yeah. But with the remastered audio, like I said, if you can get the soundtrack to be with modern, cleaned up, beautiful, on point, the soundtrack going along with the movie is actually really good. With the music and the whole thing. If you want the whole effect and you can get the sound to be crisp and on point, fantastic. Some movies do better. Yeah, some movies do better with the cleanup treatment and the whole bit. I talked about the whole thing where I watched Dr. No with my dad. And my dad had seen Dr. No in theaters. So for him, it was the best version of Dr. No he had ever seen. It was crisp. It was clean. It was filmed. They restored it beautifully. But it was filmed on film that allowed you to do that. So it actually looked fantastic. It looked clean. They didn't look like they had overdone it at all. So it actually benefited from that treatment. Some movies flat out don't. There was a cheap movie stock. It looks like garbage in the first place. Just leave it alone. Yeah, that'll watch the movie with drunk goggles on. Facts, Bob. Facts. Love some Tommy Boy memorabilia cards. Yep. Brian Gray's favorite card is the JFK signed cut with Lee Harvey Oswald and a piece of the seat from the car the president was shot in. I believe it. It'd be cool to have a Star Wars card with a hole burned out by a lightsaber. You figure Luke or Vader's would be more valuable.
We know lightsabers aren't real, right?
Listen, I bet we could convince Brian Gray they're real. I bet we could convince him, you guys. It's like this card, and then all of a sudden we get a sports car radio video. It's like exposed. Lightsabers aren't real.
He
Brandon's
did.
like, no, I bought
He
one.
he did a recent interview, and it was in the last couple of days, and I actually liked his interview because he was pretty upfront about kind of what he thought about all the different controversies on signing. And and maybe this is more, maybe you guys covered it earlier. I don't remember you guys covering it earlier, but he said, we kind of need a standard of what's acceptable in the hobby for autographed cards, right, that are distributed by manufacturers. And I'm like, that's actually a pretty good point. Like, how much observation is required for the purpose of a manufacturer of the card to be accountable for certifying that this is in fact a real signature.
They will say the
And I'm
utmost.
like, what was that?
They will say the utmost.
Yes, but okay. Well, let's do rule of reason. You got to sit there. Like, I don't know. Look, I don't like autograph cards, so it doesn't faze me, one iota. Well, because I saw so many fake autographs back in the '90s. I was like, just guys, I'm out. I'm not dealing with this. I'll just take the card, please. Don't sign my card unless I get it signed in person. But Larry Bird would never sign my card, so yeah, I'm never gonna. I gotta figure that out at some point. But I don't think he signs much anymore. But other than that, yeah. What makes sense?
No, that's fair. I think that's almost like its own discussion in and of itself as well. The idea of a standard is fair and interesting, but it'd be one of those things like, could you get the manufacturers to adhere to it? It's the consumer who would have to be holding the line on the standard. If you won't accept X, then is no longer viable. Certain kinds of cards are only possible because of that. We talked about before the whole sticker thing. Most people don't like stickers, and perfectly reasonable. But you're not getting any more Gordie Howe autographs if it isn't with stickers that were already pre-signed prior to his death. The only reason Leaf can continue to do it is because of that. Yeah. Yeah. No, for sure, Bobby. And like the thing is, I shown before I think it was the '94 Parkhurst. I got the Gordie Howe autograph from back then, and it was one of those things where at that time it was hard signed, and it was an early autograph for him because those early days with pack pulled autographs, and it looks nice. It still looks solid. The autograph is crisp, but it's one of those things where down the road, like today, if you want to pull a Gordie Howe autograph, you got two options. One is a sticker that pre-existed, or a cut auto. So you find a document that you signed, you cut it and slap it on a card. So that's it for that. It's troubling though because like for me, I like it just because it adds a dimension. Like when I keep track of my Medano cards, I have the overall cards I have a column that's just the autograph cards that I have, and then I've got the ones that's a memorabilia. But you can have a memorabilia autograph as well, and that counts under both columns. I just kind of keep it loose count of those two things, just for my own entertainment. But the reality of it is, it's boring to me if you just provide me a memorabilia card at this point. Unless there's something interesting about it, like there's nothing unique at this point. You can't do it. So it's just a card. The autograph at least makes it semi-entertaining for me, and it gives me something specific to chase after, a little kind of subsection of the collection. Otherwise, it's like, yeah, okay, a memorabilia card. Yeah, there's literally hundreds of those. Memorabilia cards, I think right now, I have 570 memorabilia cards just from that one player alone.
I did think about the next blockbuster Logo Man card that should come out, and it's the LeBron Logo Man Part 2, and it's his jersey logo, but from all the finals games, it has to be a finals game, and it has to be one of the championships he won from each of the three teams, which will best the current Logo Man card, which is just random game used jerseys from during the season, some random season that he played in. So if you have, and maybe if you really wanted to get fancy, you do it from the finals game where the championship was won, not just a finals game. And I think that card, I predict it will exceed the and Eric, I'm sure you would doubt this, but it might exceed the Mickey Mantle card because that's just really a unique card that everyone should try to own. based on your July prediction, and then this is a new prediction of craziness. But if they did Logo Man finals game from each of his 3 championships.
That's like the
What do you
Mona
think?
Lisa. It's like the Mona Lisa. Who cares,
Of course.
right? It's one guy, too much money. Who cares? He doesn't even care about the hobby. Whatever.
I think Eric has a comment though, because I'm trying
he
to
does.
figure out if you could offer up the Poopy Pony Logo Man, like what would it be? Because that would be interesting. Do you have one?
You'd be a series of NFTs. What it would be probably.
Yeah.
We'd have a series.
I don't know. Maybe he just needs to chop that up and put 3 of them in there, and then put it into a new slab. Then it'd be really interesting.
I think we've got a series of products that may have to sit around. But the thing is, we're gonna have to finish that paperwork about the trademarking we talked about. We have to
And copyright too.
That's
two
right,
things,
copyright.
trademark
Exactly.
and copyright.
It's very important that we get it. We got to dot our I's and cross our T's.
Bet that Bob Jackson is trying to undermine me and steal my Poopy Pony idea and market it for himself. So
Correctly so, yes. So Paul says, was that before or after the Pele? If you're talking about the interview, it'd be after. But yeah, he's been doing a couple of interviews recently. So DR here says, I think the historic autographs product with the U.S. presidential autographs, hair DNA, and different relics are really cool. Conceptually, I think it's interesting. The only thing is, if you pay attention to the autographs and little word blurbs and documents and all that, the problem with a lot of that stuff is are establishing provenance, because the authentication piece on a lot of that stuff is like, some of that stuff's really old. So it's like, okay, so what are you basing that on? How are you establishing the provenance of this item that you've presumably cut up and stuck onto this card? I don't know. Like, we'll have to see. I like Bob's, as soon as you said Blockbuster logo, man, he goes, is that the logo from the founder of Blockbuster shirt?
That would
Because
be,
that would be the Blockbuster
cool,
logo, man.
I actually would be interested in that. I would be interested in something like that, because that's that to me is iconic. I remember Blockbuster. Yes.
yes.
Yeah. I saw Gordie Howe Hart for Whalers play at the Omni versus the Atlanta Flames. His hair was gray, and he was one of the few without a helmet. Yep. They had grandfathered it in. Bob Jackson says, don't blame me. I'm on Team Fecal Ferret. He's got the hashtag, too.
He's got the hashtag.
He's got another hashtag, too. He's already building up the hashtags. You're going to have to step up your game, Eric.
What he's doing there? No. I will not support that one. No. Dookie Donkey.
Too close to Poopy Pony.
No.
It's getting dangerously close.
I will sue you. I will Brian Gray your ass.
Interesting. Fair enough. So let me ask you a question about this one. Let me get your take on this. This has been we've had a little time kind of to talk about it, but also I want to let you have a crack at this one. Without delving too far into the slanderous waters, that's mostly my department. Here's my question. Right now, we've talked about already in the past that you've got all the Star Jordans and stuff like that, and you've got some works going on with that. But we'll see what happens down the road with it. But obviously, we've got our new players in the grading space. We won't just focus on one, but we've got a couple. But let me ask you your take on this. Let me keep it general, and then we'll go from there. Do you see any value in anybody legitimately exploring any of those as an early adopter with the established ones already out there? Or is it something like if you didn't send it to PSA, you'd probably just look to an SGC or some of the other ones? Like, what would be your approach? You've got these other players in the space who are coming in trying to make a splash. Is there a scenario where you would consider them?
So I'd say tag no, and the basis for it is I don't see how it would help me. And again, they can't grade my cards anyway, because my cards are the cards that I collect are 2000 or 2000. But even if I had modern cards, I don't. It's not worth the risk for. I'm not out there. I'm out there to sell the card. I don't need 2 problems: selling the card and the grading company that the card comes in. Right. So you created a potential problem for me. I mean, SGC really climbed that mountain fairly well, which is actually kind of incredible. I didn't really look at SGC before. I did for vintage things, like I have SGC holders for Superman, but for the most part, it was PSA because of the registry. Yeah. Beckett never was interested in it. You're welcome, Eric. But Just never really interested in Beckett. But the only thing that I have in Beckett holders is Star Company Basketball, because that was the grading company. So that's the only company that did it. So you got to do it. But then if you're talking about Arena, the funny thing is, I think it was 2 days ago, I bought a card just to see what the process was like. I actually like their software. I don't understand their vault process, but I bought a Simpsons card that is I believe I don't even know what Arena uses for their 3-letter thing, but I bought an Arena graded Simpsons card from 1993. It was $15, so I figured, okay, let me buy it. Then I want to see the slab, so it should be coming to me in by the end of the week. And I wanted to see how their software worked. I actually like their software. Super fast, super clean, easy to sign up. I haven't really looked at the vault kind of thing. I don't know how they're ever going to make money, because it shows you if you want to submit cards to them, the Arena requires, I think it's like $5 per card that you submit to them, right? You can submit any cards from any grading company, but I don't know what cards I'd want to submit on a $5 ingestion level cost. I mean, that's pricey.
Yeah.
But so the short answer is no. I would not use any of the new grading companies. I don't really understand what they're trying to do, but I do like Arena's, what they say their approach is to mimic, we'll call it a card show, or maybe a flea market for collectibles. I don't think it's going to work. I don't think people like that. I wish they would. The problem with card shows, and I know I'm taking way too long to answer this question, but I thought about this a lot because I had a lot of downtime at the Dallas card show because there was low foot traffic. And I said, okay, what's the problem with what's going on? Why is eBay not better? Well, eBay is not better because someone has to come find the card that they're looking for. And I may not have the correct description such that I can find what they think they're looking for. Versus a show, something can catch their eye. The problem with a show and in person is they may not pass by me. And even if they do, I still may not catch their eye because there's someone in front or they're looking in the other direction. So if you wanted to create something that approaches the intersection of efficiency of eBay, yet the experience of a card show, I'm not sure that's possible even with, we'll call it Meta and their, virtual reality. I don't know if it's possible unless you could register in some way various cards that you have in advance, so patrons could come and see it, and most people wouldn't look for it anyway. So I don't know what the answer is. Sure. But no one's solving that problem. And the grading companies, I don't know why they're even trying to create more grading companies. I just don't get it.
Well, that was kind of my look. Part of the fun that I had when Bobbles and I were talking about it is that we tried for the most part to avoid the obvious hate fest that I would have fun with, because I'm gonna have my fun with it. But at the same time, I tried to take it from the approach is like, look, you want to solve a problem, great, but the market's really saturated. It's like super saturated, and you're hoping for business. So are there cards still out there that could get graded? Yes. But if I have a card out there that I want to get graded, I want to grade this card, the question of why becomes crucially important, because unless I have a damn good reason for it, I'm not just going to randomly crack out a card. And the idea, so if the card's already in a holder right now that serves the purpose that I have it for, am I going to just suddenly crack this out and then go put it in another holder and then hope that, I guess, that works for me? Under the certain circumstances, sure. But most circumstances, like if I already went through the trouble, why would I do this again?
Well, here's a simple question. If that card you just showed was in an HGA holder, would you crack it out and put it in a holder of Arena or Tag right now for free, not even at a cost, and they could do it in 5 days? Would you do it?
I know for a fact that if I had an HGA holder right now, I would not need this coaster. I'd already have one. And my dream, Jay, and this is a fact, and again, I'm being very, very honest about this. I want Tag to grade some really cheapo cards. I want to go on eBay and buy one, and I will have a new coaster. And that coaster will show up
I
on a video at
think.
some point.
See, the weird thing is, here's why you should be concerned about Tag. No offense, they
I'm
won't
very
even grade
concerned about Tag.
Sharknado. They will not grade Sharknado because it's non-sport, even though
Because
it's
they're
produced
not a
after
legitimate third-party
2000.
grader. Anyone who would not acknowledge with great respect and reverence a cinematic masterpiece like Sharknado is unworthy of discussion in this house.
Yes.
You are dead to us all. Dead.
As you know, I've tried to remain positive about Tag when possible, but
And make sure in your response that this somehow angles into the Sharknado pump.
Yes, and
Please
what I
continue.
was going to say is, but I have to agree with Carlos on this point. Any company that won't grade Sharknado cards just is illegitimate.
And that's the end of that. Five infomercials, 6 infomercials, 50 infomercials, floating heads, garbage. What? Second, garbage.
I did revisit their videos. I actually do like their. I think they have found an interesting way to optimize the grading card process. I just don't know if they add actually much value. And I assume PSA has that. They've done that 10 times over in in their various locations now that they have. So you could almost say they optimized where they should have been 10 years ago, and that's where they are now. And it's like, okay, so you missed it. I don't know, but someone did bring, I did see one person was showing off a Tag slab. It actually seemed like an interesting slab. It didn't feel like a slab, which is weird. Like I don't, if I had to rank slabs, I kind of, unfortunately, I like SGC, then probably BGS, just because they're bulkier. PSA, the new ones, feel a little more flimsy for some reason compared to their much earlier ones. Maybe it's the thickness. The Tag ones, I like the clarity of it, but it just seemed, it appeared flimsy.
Well, the thing is about a clarity. So kind of what Eric's showing there. Here's the problem. Like, in jokes aside, and I trust me, I can mock Tag all day. But like, if it talks about clarity, like, look, if it's just a straight up holder, all things being equal, just about the holder, I like what CSG has done. Like, I think CSG has produced a very solid slab for. Again, all things being equal, I think if somebody, because what happens is, and I'll touch on a couple of the comments here, and thank you for the comments as always. A lot of people, when they complain about this stuff, what they're really complaining about is PSA. I saw a comment where somebody was claiming they were talking about all the other third-party graders, but they fixated almost everything they were talking about PSA. And I said, so your complaint is about PSA, which is fine. That's okay. Like, that's okay. But just to be clear, like, your complaint is about PSA because you threw everybody else in under the same bus. Beckett has screwed itself up, again, despite Eric's best efforts. But they've messed up their whole thing. But, like, if you don't like PSA, great. Because kind of playing into this comment here, so Carl puts in a lot of new grading companies because the leaders are too inconsistent. Sure, and they're supposed to be the idea of this technology is supposed to help with consistency. Fine. Too slow. SGC couldn't be much faster. And too expensive. A lot of these new ones are in the same ballpark price wise. So 2 and 3 don't work. And you've got options if you're 2 and 3 are your concerns. What you're saying. And this is what I've been having some fun with, and I poke some fun at it, and Bobbles and I, we joke about it. But what happens is whenever anybody goes to these other players and they say, oh man, I'm excited to try out Tag or Arena or whatever it's going to be, what you're basically saying, you're not insulting PSA. PSA is used to people insulting them, but they're still the market leader. What you're saying is SGC shit. That's what you're saying. Because they're the more consistent one, and they're pretty fast. Are they the cheapest in the market? No, but are they competitive with the other ones? Sure. If the only thing is you want reasonable authentication, fairly consistent, not perfect, but nobody is, but because fairly consistent, they're usually cited for being fairly consistent. People don't usually say, oh man, SGC is completely inconsistent. That's usually not how they phrase it. So if they're reasonably consistent and they can turn the cards around for you pretty quick, the speed and the consistency issue aren't as bad. If you don't like PSA, then why wouldn't you use SGC? Or if you like the holder, why wouldn't you use CSG? CSG can offer you a $15 card option. So in terms of price, CSG's got you beat, and I believe the holder's superior, in my opinion. So you're saying it's not the holder, you're saying it's not the price really, and you're saying it's not the speed. You're basically just saying,
value.
yeah, you're saying it's resale value, and PSA already has 30, 40 million cards already graded, and these other ones already have millions of cards already graded, and even CSG, who got in the game later, is approaching 1 million cards graded. You're way behind. Right now, Tag might do well to accept my generous offer to make him a coaster. Just make sure you put a nice groove in there for me so I can just put it right on there. That'd be really nice. I'd appreciate it.
And
Get
I
working
sort
on the
of
molds,
think
people.
That the SGC inconsistency in grading has to do with how much sleep Baubles has gotten.
Facts.
It takes a lot of energy to grade all those cards,
As owner proprietor, he has a lot of work to do.
and if he gets, his day runs a little long, it gets a little wonky towards the end of the day.
Yeah. So real quick, I'll read a couple of these here. I want to make sure I get Paul's here. Hashtag, we are all team fecal ferret. It's a solid hashtag there. Paul here says, Jay, buying Simpsons cards on Salt Shaker Makers. Pronounce it. Salt Shaker Makers. Got it. I like this Jay guy. Bob says, you pronounced Sandwich Maker wrong. Facts. Probably I should call it a Sandwich Maker. You're right. Carlos, just put the holder in another holder. I could. Send Ellen to Tag. Do it. I don't want to devalue my card. I'd rather send it to BCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCG. Get my full market value on it.
They're the best.
Who's going to tag the cards? Raise your hands. Yep.
BVG's better.
Bold statements. It's talking about that one. I saw one of the grading card reports. Looks like they used the Find Edges tool in Photoshop to grade the surface. Yes. The thing is, the part of the reason I want it is, number one, I do want to make the video where I use it as a coaster. That's a legit thing. That's why I want to buy the cheapest tag slab in the world. It's going to be awesome. Secondly, I want to look at that. I want to take a closer look at a card that I have in my possession at that grading report, and we'll give it a proper review. Don't worry. By the way, spoiler, I'm going to find a lot to make fun of. I guarantee that. And by the way,
cards do you need to submit? Right? Are you still at 25 that you have to submit to get them graded by tag?
no, I think they got a 10 card package. They've got a 10 card package.
Okay.
Yeah. It's CSG. I think you're thinking the CSG bulk or one of them that has bulk that knocks it down to 25. Yeah, but I think Tag, you can just buy a 10 card package or whatever. You can split up with some people, but it's got to go in the same. It's got to go in multiple submissions if you want. But it's 10
you don't
cards
know
at
a
a
group submitter for tag?
Well, Bobbles hasn't fully gotten up to speed yet, so I'm expecting him to pick up the pace. He's got his hands on a lot of pies. Is what I'm trying to say. I saw one of the card reports. Yes, quick. They're all going to die when PSA opens bulk back, and they can do 1.5 to 2 million cards a month. The thing is, jokes aside, if PSA does bring back that lower price point, and people do, frankly, for whatever reason, want to send in those base cards, guess what? Well, if you offer it at like 10-ish bucks, they're going to send in a bunch of stuff at that price point, and then it's like, okay, fine. Thanks, Tag, but you're like 18, 19 bucks. This is 12. Why wouldn't I just send it to 12? It's like, but this is more consistent. That isn't actually what I'm sending this in for. Consistency sounds great until we get into practice. I don't care how many people say they want consistency. They want the grade they want. If you got a 10 that is actually a 9, consistency is great. Consistency is awesome. They grade wonderfully. Now, if you got a 9 that you think was supposed to be a 10, the consistency sucks. This is terrible. They're blind. They have no idea what they're doing. It's not about consistency. It's about getting the grade you want. Starting in 2023, I'm starting the MB Diamond Review Service. You send it for grading, have Baker sticker it. I'll review Baker's sticker review, and then send it to the vault of your choice. Now Bobbles confirmed. SGC part owner, tag bulk submitter, and starting his own rock hard review service of secondary grading.
Well, Mike Baker is out of the DC area, from what I realized. So it makes sense. It's a good
conspiracy deepens.
Connection.
It deepens. I like it. SGC got an order from me on Wednesday. It's on its way back already. You're right. Can't get that too much time faster. But here's the thing. I have fun with it. I poke fun with it. A lot of stuff. Yeah. SGC is moving about as fast as it can. And look, they are a legitimate third-party grader.
I love them for 1940 Superman. They actually do a really good job. I buy those cards all the time when I see them on eBay because they're actually really good grades.
Yeah,
like
for sure.
They would cross over perfectly.
Yeah, But there are use cases. The point is there are use cases for this, and there are times where it makes it. I buy SGC cards without too much issue because they generally do a good job. I'm not saying 100%. They generally do a very good job. No issue there. It's fine. But if you don't want that, fine. Go get CSG. You don't want that, Eric will curse you for life. You can always go BGS. If you must. If you must. But for goodness sake, don't go to option 5, 6, or 7. Why? What for?
Hey guys, I'm out.
Sounds good, Bobby. Have yourself a good night.
See you later,
Good
Bobby.
night, guys.
I just want to know why it takes 3 days for Bobbles to get the cards from his basement.
Well, he's taking a sweet time. He's work-life balance. Work smarter, not harder.
It took 3 days to get them out of your basement. Come on.
Yep. People don't want consistency. They want tens and dollars. Yeah, for the most part.
That's true.
Look. I told you guys. You know what my rule number 1 is, Eric. You know what my rule number 1 is.
Yes, I do.
Do you know what my rule number 2 is?
See, rule number 1.
I'm going to add officially for the canon rule number 3.
See, rule 1 and 2.
No. I got a new rule that is rule number 3. My official rule number 3. Rule number 1 is people are stupid. Rule number 2 is see rule number 1. But rule number 3, that is now officially canon tonight. Hobbyists lie. They lie. Lies.
So follow what they do, not what they say.
Exactly. The point is, I don't care what they say they want. I don't care. I don't care if they repeat it 1,000 times. I don't care if they scream it from the mountaintop. I want to see what you spend your money on. You tell me this and tell me this and tell me this. We provide the product that you claim you want, and it doesn't work all the time. Why? That isn't what you actually wanted. It's what you said you wanted. I don't care what you say. I want to see what you do.
They don't want heroin. They want cocaine.
Obviously. But I'm being serious. Like, honestly.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
You can talk until you're blue in the face. I don't believe you. I need to see it. Show me the action, and then I will believe you. Once you show me that you're actually willing to do whatever. That's why I say, like, I hear people talk about consistency all the time. When have you ever cared about consistency? When has that been a thing? I dare you, one time, to tell me that's ever been true. Not once in life. Everybody that talks about that is talking out of their ass. Because they claim it and claim it and claim it, but every time that if you really want that, then you have to stop supporting the ones that don't do it. Because as soon as human grading is going to have human failings, it's going to have people that don't get it quite right. They don't follow it. They don't follow their own rules. They don't do whatever. And that's not even talking about conspiratorial things. I'm talking about just day to day. Because
human error.
Just to reiterate,
human error.
Yeah, but just to reiterate also, and we talked about this last week or the week before. If we really get down to this and we're serious, let's pretend for the sake of argument, there is this hypothetical perfect card, perfect centering, perfect, no flaws. The hypothetical maximum. Okay, so that's one. Then we've got virtually destroyed, maybe there's a speck of dust remaining that exists as a card. That's the absolute bottom rung. So you got poor, which can cover some ground down here. You got this hypothetical maximum. All the rest in between, all those levels, we're making it up. Because really, outside of you writing down a standard, which you had to make up in the first place, what's the difference between a 10 and a 9? What's the difference between a 9 and an 8? What's the difference between an 8 and 7? We're making it up. Now it has 2 flaws instead of 3. 3 flaws instead of 4. So on and so forth. But guess what? Even when you look at the way they write it, SGC has a written standard, PSA has a written standard. But when you go look at them, they go, 1 minor flaw is acceptable. Cool. Eric, what is a minor flaw?
Right.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
How do you define a minor flaw? Is a scratch a minor flaw? Is a refractor line a minor flaw? Is that a major flaw? Is that a moderate flaw? And by the way, bringing it back to this whole tag thing, again, for the sake of argument, for fun, let's assume the computer does exactly what they claim it does. Let's assume the computer is perfect. It will nail this every time, 100% of the time. You can scan the card 5,000 times, and it'll give you the same score every time. So it's consistent. Perfect consistency. Mm-hmm. Problem. You have to program it, which means you have to define what is a minor flaw, a major flaw, and a moderate flaw. So you are making up the criteria that the computer will follow.
And the criteria also includes that pristine isn't the definition of pristine. It is you're allowed to have flaws.
Correct.
Which I will never get. I used to say it again for the 100th time. I have never, ever, and I don't see myself ever doing it. I have never submitted a card for grading. I have purchased graded cards because I think they looked good to the eye and the price was right, whatever the number was on it. I've never purchased a card or not purchased a card because of the number on the top. I've purchased them because the price was right and I liked the way it looked. But I have never submitted a card because I don't believe that you can. I think the practice is flawed, and I'm not giving my money to a flawed practice.
Mm-hmm. That's fair, and that's fine. Yeah, I got your clarification, Carlo. No worries. That's fine. I just wanted to take it as a discussion point, but don't worry about it. That's good. I appreciate the clarification. I bought 4 CSG 10 WB cards at $14 a pop on a ComC sale the other day. Solid. Bob Emerson says,
price.
"Wow, I'd never lie." Oh, we'd never accuse you of
Bob,
lying.
you liar.
I knew Eric did like the Bruins. Facts.
Bob's
Have
way gotta be like
Have
that.
a good night, Baz. Yep. Have
You
a great
know-
night. Stay safe. Sounds good. Agreed with that. This past week, Car Dealer Pro had issues with their artificial intelligence because of an update. Just imagine the headache, the AI pitfalls that happen during upgrades. By the way, I'll give you a scenario. I think we've talked about it already, but I'll give you a quick scenario. By the way, a legitimate scenario that could happen, but that could be an issue for this as well. Carlos says, people continue to pay more for 10s until they figure out they aren't as nice as SGC, fill in other name 10s, then they won't. The best part is it's going to be a lot of fun when people will say this also in 10 years, and in 15 years, and in 20 years. That isn't to say PSA will stay at the top forever, but if SGC becomes the number one, then their standards slide a little bit. Well, people stop paying SGC premium for SGC 10s when they realize that they're not as nice as PSA 10s or BGS 10s or whatever. It's always going to be like that. Somebody has to be number one that everybody points to as being overpriced, overproduced, you're too corporate, whatever. And that's fine.
Guys,
You
we
do
all
have
know
alternatives.
Best 10s, KSA 10s. Always the best.
But here's the key. But here's the problem with Carlisle's point. People will continue to pay more for PSA 10s until they figure out they aren't as nice as SGC. Let's say you figure that out. Remember my rules? Okay. So following my rules, and my rule number one. So here's a question. Okay, you say to yourself, I am convinced the PSA 10 premium is not worth it. Cool. People have said that forever. Awesome. Question. Okay, we know an SGC 10 is nicer. Okay, cool. Question. The market, though, says you can get it for 70% of a PSA 10, 60% of a PSA 10, whatever. Cool. Are you going to be the one that's going to break that? Are you going to the show and offering 95% of a PSA 10 price when the market doesn't dictate that? Why on earth would I do that? No, I'm going to offer you 50%. I'm trying to get a deal out here in these streets. I'm not interested in helping you out. I'm not interested in fixing this problem that you declared. Jay, as a collector or a dealer, there's a premium on PSA 10, justified or not. You get an SGC 10 across your table. You see it's a very nice card. Maybe you pay a little bit more than the average because it's got gray eye appeal or whatever the case may be. But let's say, assuming this person doesn't hold the line firmly and you don't have to pay PSA 10 price, why would you?
I wouldn't. And here's a crazier thing that is now coming up. When I was selling, I had a couple 10s, and apparently they're like, one was in a new hole. I didn't really I didn't notice it. They're like, now they're talking about, oh, that's a new PSA 10 versus an old PSA 10, and it's not even label based. They look at the serial number, and I'm like, and they're like, well, PSA grades it harder now than before. And I'm like, well, I can make the same argument that they graded it harder before for vintage versus vintage now. I'm like, we can go round and round about this, but it's PSA 10. It goes in your registry as PSA 10. Are you collecting it? But the funny thing is, so the SGC thing, certainly I would knock them down on it, but people are trying to do that. They're trying to distinguish between the same company, because it probably happens all the time with SGC, right? Because they've had like 4 different labels, right? You have the numerical score one,
Yep.
which I find funny that even Tag was thinking about coming up with a numerical score, because SGC proved people don't like it. It's too confusing. I have an SGC 50 grade, but it's really an SGC 4, and you have to translate it, and people don't like that. So it's just strange. But yes, I would, whatever I can do to get the best price that I'm comfortable with after looking at the card, if it's a card that I want, yeah, I'm going to do it, because that's the fun of competition.
It's also, as a consumer, why it doesn't make sense. Why would I punish myself when I don't have to? Yeah, exactly. And you had multiple variations. You had the early days where it was a 1 to 100 scale. Then you had the interim period where you had the 2, and then eventually you got to the 1. but you had multiple iterations to get you to that stage. There were multiple time periods where you had that. But the point is that as a consumer, it doesn't make any difference. And then Carlisle makes the right statement here as well. In the interim, I like getting my 10s at a discount. Yes. Why wouldn't you? If you can get a quality card for a discount, I'm not fix. This is a problem I don't want to fix. This is arbitrage. This is to my benefit. I get a better product for a cheaper price because of the label. Sounds great. Sounds like a phenomenal idea.
I call it the dented. It's I always say when people try to sell me SGC, I said I'm going to give you the dented can price. When you go into the supermarket, so as you get dented cans, you get them cheaper. It's like it's still the same tomato sauce, but I get it at a cheaper price. It's going to taste the same. I'm fine with it. That's right. What I did all the time growing up, and I don't know if Tag maybe is the smushed case of something, but there's an analogy there.
There you go. But so now this is the piece I'll make, and like I said, I'm only going to touch on it here and there as we go along. Like I'll have my fun, and I'm going to poke fun at them all the time because reasons, just so we're all clear. But let me give you a legitimate concern I would have. And again, I begin every one of these discussions with the idea that this technology will work as they claim. I'm going to give them the benefit. I am helping them in this argument by saying, let's pretend it works exactly the way you say it will. 100% of the time, everything's perfect. Okay, cool? Awesome. So here's my question. You do this, and after a while, people look at it and they say to themselves. So I'll use the example that Bobbles identified a while ago, and then we talked about a couple different times. There was a Kobe Bryant card on their Instagram page, which is clearly off-center. It is, however, barely within the 55-45 tolerance, which in a lot of the third-party graders would still be eligible for 10 if the other pieces fall into place okay. But it's at the borderline. It's like right on the edge. And they measured it down to 2 decimal places. So they really measured it within a very tight tolerance. Okay, cool. But let's say we look at it, and down the road, we all feel like, but centering that's that off doesn't feel like it should be a 10. And at some point, enough popular sentiment falls under that idea that maybe some of the third-party graders start tightening up their centering requirements just a little bit, just to kind of accommodate that. So at this point, now Tag has a question. They're in a quandary. They've already programmed the thing to do this, to deliver it a certain score and penalize it a certain amount depending on the amount of off-center it is. So they've got a 1 in 1,000 scale that gets thrown into the soup. You throw some tomatoes in there, you throw a banana, and then you end up with whatever you're going to end up with. Heaven forbid, my God, we're screwed. So it already does this. If you want to make any alteration to it, you have to reprogram it. It's a computer program. You can totally do it. But now the standard has literally changed. So it means the Tag one from now, before, you would get a 912 on centering, and now it's an 846 on the same centering for the same card, where everything else is the same. You have now programmed 2 standards, old standard and new standard. But it will follow it every single time now. So the same card would not get the same grade if you resubmit it, even though it's done by the computer. Wasn't that the whole point of this exercise, to prevent that from being a thing? Wasn't that one of the pieces that they said they would prevent? So that means that the standard they've got programmed in today, in theory, should never change no matter what happens, even if they got it wrong. Even if they program something in there.
All right, programmatically, yes, if the same card submitted multiple times should yield the same grade, then that has to presuppose that the base template that they grade it off of, right? Because everything's compared to, we'll call it a master, the master. But but AI is, let's call it machine learning, because
it is machine learning. Is the terminology for that.
It's machine learning, and so machine learning assumes that the master evolves, right, because of the learning that's imparted to the algorithm, which is even crazier because you have multiple masters you have one master per card, but you're going to get variance between 2 cards from the same set because they're going to have a different master. That's a problem too. But you can't do machine learning and have it evolve and then get consistency as well. You can't have both.
Yeah.
It's cognitively impossible to do that. You can't.
Which is why it's been amusing to me. Yeah, which is why it's been
Yes.
amusing to me that the very premise that they market is self-defeating. If the system does, again, I'm beginning with the idea here that it does what they say it's going to do. If it learns,
They should. Yeah, it
yeah,
should.
yeah, but then that means we will never have. As a matter of fact, you've guaranteed consistency is now impossible because the standard will change a little bit over
Yes.
time.
Well, that's actually your pledge. No, we're going to get better.
Yeah, but at the same time, they also said consistency in the sense
Yeah.
that if I run the machine through, I should not get a different score every time over time. It should not be. That is the exact opposite.
Well,
They literally said it
okay,
shouldn't happen.
I'm going to play devil's advocate because I think this is fair. I don't know if they said you will not get the same 1,000 point scale ranking, but you should get the same overall grade ranking. I'm just trying to think through what they said. I'm not sure what their representation was, the 1,000 point output or the overall grade.
Fair enough, but let me kind of throw it back at you as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'll use that Kobe that they used in their social media post.
Oh,
the score of the Kobe.
I can't believe they did that.
But the score of the Kobe is barely over the line to qualify as a 10 on the 1,000 point scale. It would not take much of an adjustment to knock it down to a 9.
Absolutely. That was
it was 8
example
points.
Ever that
it
you
was
could do.
8 1,000ths of a point. The gap between the 9 and the barely a 10. It was the worst possible example they could have done because that card basically outlines the potential failure to this model. Because if something happens that now that card gets knocked down 8 points, it's now a 9 instead of a 10. You ran it yesterday, it's a 10, now it's a 9. Same card.
Yeah. I mean, McDonald's in advertising is really good at things that they pick the best sesame seed bun out of the 20 that they possibly can do. They barely cook the hamburger so it looks big. They pick the best lettuce. Like, you pick the scenario where you look great. I don't know how they picked the scenario that they picked, but it was actually a poor example to choose from.
Yeah. That's why I said it's kind of fun because when you get that granular, you enter into that realm because basically what you said, and also separate from this piece of the conversation, I said if I had that card out on a table, it would be a nightmare to price. Because by definition, you've already told me that is scraping by the bare minimum of a 10. I'm not paying you 10 money for that. I'm paying you 9 money for that. But it says 10 on it. Yeah. By the hair of his chinny chin chin. Like, it's literally right on there. That is barely scraping by. It's not a 10 to me. It's a 9 plus. Sorry. Yeah. So real quick, I'll grab a couple of these here. Yes, this one here. The only time I submitted is to give away 3 free subs through Lucas Tigers for SGC. Hit 2 10s in an SGC 9.5. Felt good knowing if I wanted to do well, but I handled enough raw to learn what mint is. Fair enough. Yep. HGA already did that with a computer grade. In fairness, HGA claimed a lot of things, but I don't think they went with it. But fair enough. Yeah, from a high risk scan. Yep. So Carlisle. So your score should get more accurate over time. Consistency isn't actually the goal. Accuracy is the goal. I think conceptually that's interesting, but the problem is that consistency was their goal. I understand the machine learning thing is, but their point was that there shouldn't be a fundamental. They said you shouldn't be able to grade shop. That was one of the features. One of the things they talk about is not being able to grade shop. Today, if I submit, look, this Josh Allen here is a 9. And I feel that's an appropriate grade given the card because I looked at it prior to and I felt that a 9 was most likely. And it came back a 9. But if I sent it back in and it got a 10, people would be like, oh, inconsistent. And if I send it back in and it gets an 8, inconsistent. Fair enough. But the machine is supposed to solve that problem or it's not supposed to have that issue. But under the right circumstances, if it learns more about the issue and understands it a little bit better, what if I ran it and now it's an 8? Because it was barely a 9 in the first place. Well, the grade changed. So it's saying accuracy is the goal. Well, okay, so accurate. So then the card, the equivalent card that was in the same batch that has similar flaw that's in a 9 holder is actually wrong. And the 8 is the correct one. But the 8 is the newer one. So it means the standard actually changed. So actually the old ones are actually graded inaccurately. And they're still in the holders. So what do we do now? It's the same problem we had before. Yeah, obviously. But I'm saying it's the same problem we had before. It's the same problem you claim you're trying to solve for, right? You didn't solve for it. You just created a different way to get the same problem. Also, by the way, a human programmed it. So what if the human was wrong? What if they miscalculated? Remember, the computer is looking for the severity of these flaws and then assigning a certain deduction based on it. I'm just speaking at a high level. It's assigning a deduction based on a flaw in a certain, like for example, a scratch over a person's face is supposed to be more punishing than a scratch just over to the side here in the background. That's how it's programmed to do it, right? It does facial recognition, supposedly. Again, I'm giving them credit for this working exactly as they say. Facial recognition. It determines that the scratch is not here, it's over here, so it's less punitive. Fair enough? Okay, so how many points should it deduct? Let's say 4. Why not 3? Why not 5? You have to make it up. You have to make a decision.
Well, we have the guy that programmed the tag computer in the chat, so I don't know why you just don't ask him.
Obviously. So, yep, 357. Hey, I think the biggest takeaway is my old human eyes could spot the center of a photo in an angled card. Grading isn't difficult. There you go. Having said all that, I'm going to buy a 3/5 if it looks nicer. Yeah, eye appeal is definitely part of the game here. All right, so I've watched all the videos. I don't recall them saying it's machine learning, progressive learning. It's score based on the level of defects, which acts as deduction on your score, is my understanding. I've definitely heard them use the term machine learning. I don't remember which video it was, but I've definitely heard them use the term machine learning. As well.
Yeah, and it's based on the master too. So the problem is, I think their perfect model master does evolve. So even if it's based off of the hypothetical master, that's a problem.
Yeah.
But
well, the other thing is also they have if the master doesn't exist, they have to make one up.
Yes.
So in the first place, we're starting from a thing that doesn't exist, that is currently impossible or hasn't been encountered, and then we're measuring based off of that. So one just has to remember that is part of the situation. But I definitely heard the machine learning being part of the discussion. And it was in part of the discussion to counteract the idea of AI. Because they're like, oh, no, we don't have AI. And then I think that's where they mentioned machine learning. That they were making the distinction. It's not artificial intelligence.
Which is fair. That it's not artificial intelligence.
Yeah, it's more accurate. It's a more accurate statement. Yeah.
Yeah.
We currently have very sophisticated software that can identify a unique human being from photographs. None of the software can identify beautiful people.
Oh,
there you go.
Because they'd be just focusing on me all the time.
Yeah, focusing. This is not what not to do. This is the anti-master. Go the other way. Sounds like Tag is going to start Judgment Day. Listen, when Skynet is activated, we'll talk. Brian Gray said that Tag is going to be the most disruptive company since Leaf. Leaf 1990? I'm sure he meant his.
But the weird thing is, I think Tag could work, but again, it's a price point thing. Like I just don't see it at the current price point. Why choose it? Like what do you get as a consumer to buy it? Like I can go buy a hamburger for $20 that is a McDonald's hamburger, but why would I do it? Like it's just what's the benefit? Like what do I get out of it? I don't care about consistent grading. I just care about a grade. Mm-hmm. Do I really care how this card's going to grade in the future? No, I already got a grade. I'm done.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you one thing, just to give you guys a bit of a spoiler. Like I said, when I go do a review, I will take a more serious slant on it. I actually want to analyze it a little more thoroughly. I do want to get one of the cards in hand to be able to analyze in hand how I feel about it. I will tell you aesthetically, I hate it. I actually think it's trash aesthetically. Personally, this is subjective.
You actually don't like the slab. Like
I don't like the see-through. I don't like the see-through thing. I'm not a fan of it.
Like
yeah, because I look at that same Kobe picture. I'll actually pull it up. But I look at the same one. It's actually a perfect example of you taking a picture of a card, say for Instagram, because that's literally what they did. They did it for Instagram, and you have to then be cognizant of the background of the card in question.
Yes, that is true. Yes.
Yeah. Because I take pictures of some of my cards, and some of them are slabbed for basically for Instagram, and like so here's the Kobe in the Wild. Now the glare thing, fine. That that happens to all of it. Don't worry about it. That's fine.
You're gonna have that with any holder.
Exactly. Yeah, not a problem. So, but I can see right through it. I can see what's on the back there. So I can see the black on the corner there from the box in the background, and then I can see the wall behind it. So if I've got a background that's a little bit distracting, it's actually a terrible picture. It looks like crap. And for me, the whole white on there, like from a counterfeit detection thing, that might be good. Fair enough. Having the QR code on the front, I'm fine with it. That's okay. But like for me, there's nothing about that there that's special to me. So my curiosity then is, having the slab in hand, I'm curious how it'll feel in hand, and I'm willing to evaluate it like at that time a little bit more fairly. Sure, I'd be curious about that. See what the durability is like and all that stuff related to it. But then at the end of the day, I also want to run the QR code and look at that grading report in some more depth myself. I want to take a really good look at it and really see what it looks like. Because for me, and I'll just give you guys, like I said, a spoiler, what I'm looking for is the idea here is that having this great grading report is supposed to be this wonderful transparency. So the first thing I'm looking at is I'm looking to see what the utility is. As a buyer, as a seller, as a person who's evaluating it. Question that I have, if I read this grading report, does that then help me grade a card, similar card, more accurately in the future? Do I gain an understanding by looking at this grading report? Or are you showing me these disparate elements, but I also don't understand how they relate, and I still don't know how you arrived at the grade? You literally gave me all these components, but because I don't understand how A plus B plus C plus D equals E, I know all the individual pieces and I still can't put together the formula. Because again, you're putting it into a stew, but I don't know. It's not that you say it's not weighted because they tried to be like as obtuse as possible. It's like, for being the transparent company, it's super obtuse. The only part of it that you can tell me, that show me on that report that is helpful is the centering grade, where you actually give me the centering. Okay, great. That one is a number. That's objective. That's a measurement. I can figure that out. Cool. What are 937 corners? Oh, well, it's got these amount of flaws. Yeah, but this flaw is more of a deduction than this flaw, but I don't know what the difference is. I can't look at it and eyeball it and see that. So if I'm pre-grading this card and I'm trying to understand, like, where am I going to fall here? I'm guessing. And did your report help me get closer to figuring it out? I don't think so. I actually don't think that's going to be the case. But I'll look at it. I'll look at it more closely and see if that's true. I just don't think it's going to help as much as they think it's going to help. I think it's like you're getting a bunch of data, but you may as well have given me, and I made this as a joke, but I'm actually kind of serious. You may as well give me the barometric pressure in California the day you graded it. It's a data point. It's a useless data point, but it's a data point. And it can be real, but you're not helping me.
I appreciate what they're trying to do and what their goal is. I really do.
Mm-hmm.
I just, and I've said this a bunch of times, so it's not new. I just think you got to stay to the KISS method and keep it simple, stupid. And this company is their whole business model is we're going to make this extremely intricate, and you need an MIT degree to figure out what we're doing over here. So that's just I just
No,
think
I agree with you. I like that they're trying to do it. The hardest thing that I grapple with based on their explanations, I'm like, I don't have a problem with the 1,000-point scale. It's confusing, but it's fine. And they're going to give you a simple grade overall. But what I can't understand is, Carlos said, okay, can I learn from it in the sense that if I get back let's just call it a blended average of 987, is that a good card or bad card? How did they take off? Even if I look at the report, what did I get right? What did I get wrong? Basically, your report, you could almost treat it as a report card of how you perceive a card. But that doesn't really make sense because you're not going to look at it in the same way the computer is. And based on the overall output algorithm, you don't know whether edges are more important than corners, more important than centering.
That's exactly
or
the point.
Surface. You don't know. So,
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And to be fair, when Bobbles made a video talking about this, one of the tag guys responded and gave the breakdown of the subgrades of the Kobe and explained that the Kobe centering score was this and blah, 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 and tried to explain it. To be clear, they have access to that grading report and they tried to explain it. And in their explanation, they basically left the idea that the other subgrades were high enough to offset the centering. The problem is after you explaining this to me, so then does centering not matter that much? Can the centering be way off before it actually starts being impactful? In which case the centering is a less prominent part of this stew that you're putting together. Which fine. See, if that's the case, that's the case. But I don't know the answer to that question.
I had a different takeaway from that whole exchange that they talked about, because my takeaway was, and this is pertinent only to this Kobe card, meaning pick another card from that exact same set, right? There's different criteria for that card, even though it's the same card. It might be the next card in succession that only deals with that particular issue of Kobe in that set. It's card specific, not even set specific, for a criteria perspective. And then so I have to know how to grade a LeBron versus a Kobe, right? In a sense, like then it becomes really confusing. It's not if the criteria that is applied is not applied across the range of cards available within that series, then it's almost worthless, because it's a 1 by 1 by 1, and then it's not helpful at all.
And but the thing is, that's supposed to be the idea. It's literally supposed to be the individual card as a master. Yeah, it's like, speaking of nonfiction, speaking of fictional characters in fake dramas, generally Americans don't like to read or do math. Not sure how these slabs will fare out in the Wilder card show. I'm looking forward to the argument where somebody argues over the 1,000-point subgrade. I want to be there for it. I want to be there. It's like, that's only 925.
Wait,
Trash.
does that the 1,000-point numerical grade does not appear on the slab? It's only part of the report, right?
It does. It's actually,
it's on the back.
The QR code has the little number.
QR code pulls it up.
No. The QR code has the tiny little number. I'll see if I can find the picture of it. It's glorious. Here we go. I got the picture, and it's the perfect card for it too. Hold on. I'll show
so now I need a magnifying glass so I can read the stupid number that's on the QR code before I look up a grading report.
Yes, sir. Yes, you will. All right, here we go. I got it.
Because us Americans don't do that communist metric system thing, it doesn't mean we don't like math.
All right, so it's kind of small, but if you look right here, it says 972. Really tiny inside of the QR code. So you got a 10 to the right, and then a 972 just beside. And it's the same font.
I never noticed that before.
Yeah, it's the same font as here, this one over here. So you got your 10, and this is a 972, which means it's 40 points better than the Kobe, for whatever that means.
I know. It's also how they could have done better security. They should have imprinted 972 into the bottom left-hand corner of that slab, and that would have made it more secure. So then you can compare small font in the QR code with the bottom left corner.
Yeah. But that means that when you look at the slab, you will be able to see the big number, the 10, and then you'll be able to see the 1,000-point subgrade right to the left of it, and we get to argue about 1,000-point subgrade minutia. For the win! The future. You're welcome. So real quick here. Slabs are always subjective, though. Yes. People love the HGA. Stupid people, but yes. I thought 95 of them were hit. 95%
I like
of them
that
were hit.
HGA. I don't consider myself stupid.
For the custom labels? Yeah.
Yeah.
But Eric prefers BGS. Absolutely. I like tag and PSA. That's fair enough.
Back it forever.
What about the dew point? Yeah. We got to get all that info in that grading report. It's important. The enormous existing pop count is the golden goose for PSA, which obviously puts every new company at a distinct disadvantage. Yes, absolutely. I agree with that, Chris. 100%. Whomever you use, all of them should tell you why they graded the grades the same. And I understand the idea of getting that. That's fine. It's unacceptable that when you get a 9 or 10 without explanation. Totally with you. But my argument, and once I get to sit down and literally, I'm going to sift through a grading report from top to bottom. I'm going to look at the whole thing. I want to fully analyze it because I want to get full value out of my coaster. As I evaluate this very carefully, this grading report on my coaster, and this is critical, as I go through it, I'm going to go through it, and what I want to see is this actionable information? Because you're giving me information, but my question is this action? Because here's the thing: if you tell me the idea here, tell me why I got the grade it did. If you tell me it didn't get a 10 because it has this flaw and this flaw and this flaw, and as a result of that, based on the criteria, published criteria, therefore it didn't meet the criteria of a 10. So for example, today, if I get a card that has perfect corners, perfect edges, perfect surface, everything's beautiful, but it's 70-30, based on a PSA scale, it cannot get a 10. There's a standard there. There's a written standard. If it's 70-30 on the front and 80-20 on the back, but everything else is perfect, it can't get a 10. that is there. When Beckett had the subgrades, if you have a 10, a 10, a 10, 3 10s, and a 1 as the fourth subgrade, didn't matter which subgrade it was, the way they used to do it, I don't know if they changed it, but the way they used to do it is it could be no better than a 2. The overall score could only be 1 point higher if the other ones pulled it up. That was the maximum, because you've got 3 10 subgrades, but one of them is a 1. So you can't be higher than a 2. That's how they used to do it. So while it wasn't beautiful, it wasn't perfect, at least you could be like, okay, fine, I kind of get that. Because the 1 dragged everybody else down, all the way down to its level. So therefore, the other ones couldn't pull it all the way up, not that far. That's the way they used to do it. This one, I don't know how the pieces fit together. You tell me centering is part of the equation. Is it 25%? Is it 10%? Is it 5%? I don't know.
Yeah, but does it help you if they say the most impactful assessment is X and let's say even they allow it to vary per card? Does that even help you? Meaning, for this particular card, corners is more important than centering, right? Because most are, or maybe corners, maybe centering is more important because most cards are centered. So the fact that something's off center means it's more of an impact. How does that really help you as an individual digest the report?
I agree. But that right there, Jay, in a nutshell is my point. If you bombard me with data, a bunch of data, you tell me, oh, I can look at this and I can see here's where a scratch is, here's where this is, I'm like, that's cool. How is this actionable to me? Because if the card has this scratch, this dent, this dent, this dent, this dent, it still gets a 10. Okay, fair enough. It's just a 10 with 3 scratches and a pit. But they were minor enough that it didn't penalize it enough to knock it down from a 10. Still a 10. Cool. Okay. So I'm talking to the dealer. It's got 3 scratches and a pit. I'll pay you 9.75 money. I don't know. What are we talking about? Like,
but going back to what Eric said, does it matter? Because whether it's a 10 that's very close to a 9, or it's a 9 that's very close to a 10, right? You're on the teetering edge of it. In the end, the grade is the grade. Are you going to say I have a high 9 or a low 10, and then I'm going to price accordingly? I mean, I know people will argue about those differences because there's nothing else to argue about. But now you've just created another vector, right? Because
that's exactly my point. And by the way, if you're a consumer and it's a week 10, you should argue the hell out of it. Why settle for a week 10? Foolishness. You created it. You gave me this information. You told me this is a week 10. You gave me that info. So I got to action that. I want a discount. I'm not giving you a full 10 price. Nope. Maybe you can sucker somebody else, but that little number
there. How far into 10ville do you need to get to say this is a sufficient numerical range of 10 that satisfies the 10 price? Right.
That's the beauty. That's the beautiful minutia of stupidity that we have just entered. We have entered into a black hole vortex of pain.
995 and above.
But it's, in all seriousness, that's the dark black hole vortex of pain that this invites. And I'm like, you think this is better? It sounds like trash, but okay, if that's what you want. Have fun. It sounds like a pain in the ass.
Enough trouble with new label, old label, PSAs.
Yes. Like it's like you, my friend, you have attempted to solve a problem that to summarize my feelings. You have attempted to solve a problem that I, A, don't think you've solved, B, don't think is as big a problem as you think it is, and C, am convinced that you've created 10 more problems for the one problem you have purported to solve. I believe you have created new problems, and actually more painful problems than the ones you think you've resolved.
Well, Good luck. And they to solve the problem that they said they would, which means you can't submit the same card and get different grades, but more than likely that's probably going to happen, or I don't know.
Yeah. And also, we haven't even touched on, in all this discussion, I'm still not convinced you can authenticate. I have absolutely nothing in anything they've discussed that convinces me they can actually authenticate a card. That was HGA's problem, in addition to the other problems. In a nutshell, is that they actually didn't know how to authenticate.
It is hard to do. Yeah, it's hard to do with computers. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, by the way, if you can't do that job, HGA had to stop grading Jordan rookies, Lemieux rookie, like Gretzky, a bunch of stuff. They had to basically turn away that business because it turns out they can't authenticate it. So if you can't do the job, one of your letters stands for authentication. Automated card, whatever. But authentication is actually one of the jobs of a third-party grader. You actually have to be able to authenticate. That's part of your job. You can complain as much as you want about the other guys doing it wrong and give examples, and we can all do it. Yes, 100%. But if you actually can't do it, and you're relying on the machine and hoping that somehow it figures it out that this is a reprint, if it's a common reprint, maybe you scan a bunch of reprints and you use that, and great, find some identifying factors. That could work to a point until someone comes up with a better reprint. Oh, but machine learning, it'll figure it out. I'm sure it will.
The critical part of the review is, yes, it's not only an authentic card, but it hasn't been altered. And then the next is the grade. I mean, the grade's important, but I could care less if I have a 10 of a fake card. I mean, I assume that I should be able to get a 10 of a fake card.
And that's the vision I see. That's the vision I see. I'd be like, I'm waiting for the first Tag 10 reprint. It'll be great. And maybe it'll get higher than 931. So Bubbles is starting up his new bags. He's full of businesses in this hobby. He's got a lot of them going on. A lot of happening. I'll read this one because I like this comment. Tag is getting exactly what it's set out to get. Noticed by content creators. Talk around the hobby. Interact with some heads in the hobby. No pun intended. Then sell, sell, sell. Yes, but we also talked about HGA. In fact, we did a live showing HGA's video and making fun of it. And how did that work out for HGA?
Not well.
Not great. Sometimes you don't want everybody's attention on you. Sometimes you might want to be able to prove to me that you can do the job you're purporting to do. In the words of Avril Lavigne, yep, why are we going to make things complicated? Look at you quoting Avril Lavigne. Wasn't planning on that one. Have a good night. Now that's a tag 9.7. When PSA is down to $20 a card, no one will use tag anyway. They're approaching that number. They're getting close to it.
They're at 22 right now. Yeah.
They're creeping towards it, yeah. If tag didn't have their celebrity hired, do you think they would still be relevant? Who's their celebrity hire?
I'm not going to comment on that. What I will comment on is what makes you think they're relevant right now. I mean, unless you're in the top 4, I don't know how you're relevant. They're not. And that's not a dig on them. I just don't think they're relevant yet. They're a brand new company. They're not relevant.
Well, people are going to try them and use them because they're new.
Was HGA
potential
relevant?
For speed?
The people tried them and
used
them
for a while.
For a moment in time, they got a little bit of buzz. I think that was the key.
If they were relevant, they were a startup.
So I would say to this, yes. If you have the link, send it to me because I want to see it. Because if I can start the mocking now, if I can start the mocking early before I even get my coaster, I mean beloved tag card. If I can start the mocking now, I'm all for starting the mocking now. Because that one's excellent. That was a really good example too to have some fun with. So yes, please send the link. Send the link my way.
On eBay yet? I haven't looked.
I not that I've seen yet. I got to go looking. All numbers aside, but we'll tag Slab withstand a shotgun blast. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, well, Eric, what do you think the price differential will be between, say, a PSA? Let's call it a 9, right? So let's not get into the 10 territory. PSA 9 in a simple card. There's very few cards that tag can grade because of their criteria. A Zion Williamson rookie card, base card, both 9s. Which one sells for more? And what's the percentage delta?
We all may obviously PSA. I don't know, 20%.
All right, I was going to say about 50%. Oh no,
Yeah,
so 20% delta. Okay, so discount, 20% discount. I was thinking about 50% because it's new, but so you were.
I would be a lot closer to your number. Like, look, even if I wasn't already, to be clear, I always want to make clear my bias. Even if I wasn't already predisposed, based on the marketing and based on their hiring practices, if I wasn't already predisposed to dislike it to begin with, even if I wanted to give it a legitimate chance, I'm not paying top dollar for that. I am paying a heavy, heavy, heavy discount before I even consider having a look at it. And anybody who doesn't do that, look, you're just being irresponsible with your money. It's your money. Have fun with it. But I'm just saying, like, why on earth? It's the SGC comment all over again. And by the way, again, SGC is a legitimate company. They're a legit company. They've been around a while. But I'm still paying a discount. I am paying a discount. Not because they're doing a bad job, but because the market has already allowed that for me, and I'm not fixing that problem. I'd like to exacerbate that problem. I'd like to make it worse. I want to pay even less than the going rate if I can.
I mean, I get as a consumer, absolutely, and I like SGC. I think they look a lot better than I think PSA slabs are ridiculous. I mean, why this red and white crap up top? I mean, talk about keep it simple, stupid. I mean, this is just bland. I mean, and they really haven't changed too much over the years. It's just
well, I understand that you prefer metallic labels.
Oh, I love metallic labels. Yes, they're my favorites.
Kind of into that kind of thing is what I'm saying. So Bob is slowly building his empire. I'm enjoying it, and I think he's got Andy Shibani refracted. By the way, Andy, good evening. Thanks for joining in. Rick here says, bottom line, do we need another grading company? No, we don't. Tag is gonna have a tough time, yes. Like, in all honesty, I don't think we need more. Like, you're welcome to play in the arena if you want to, but we really don't need another one. Honestly, if you wanted to be a player in the space and you got money, buy one of the existing ones and fix what they're missing. Play to their strengths and fix their weaknesses and just build them up. If you've got money in the game, why try to start from scratch? If you really if you can convince them to do it, go buy BGS and fix it. Just do that. Because they've at least got some market equity, even though it's been hurt over the years. If you fix the problems and actually started operating as a legitimate business in that space with some decent funding, you could at least have a strangle. You've at least got cards in the slabs already. Some people would at least be willing to give you a shot. You got some built-in equity.
Well, you have a pop report. You have a history.
You're not starting from scratch. You're at least doing something with it. Like, starting from scratch, it's like, look, if you enjoy burning money, have fun. Do we need to know what people probably use it for the fancy grading kits and stuff and computers? Probably, yep. Tagging players will shill the first few auctions, allegedly. I love Metallica. Thank you, Bob. I'd like to go back to last week's episode. Eric's favorite Ace Frehley song isn't even written by Ace. Shame.
Well, wait a minute.
And here's Name.
Oh, hey, Name. Look at that. He's all done.
I'll be back in a second. Keep roasting, Eric.
No worries.
Yeah. I told everybody where you were tonight. I told everyone you were, doing your thesaurus homework and that you want to get 30 words a day and that earlier tonight you were only at 7. So you had a lot of homework left to do.
Should I mail you the worst friend ever signed to go along with your keychain? Did you want it? Did you want to have custody of it for a while?
It may fit.
Yeah, it's like, just saying. I earned it back in my day. You're working your way towards it.
And speaking of worst friends, Bob, New York Groove was on his solo album. When the four guys kind of said, "All right, listen, let's not put out a Kiss album. Let's all go separate for a little while and make 4 separate albums and put them out together." New York Groove was on Ace's solo album, so I don't know what to tell you about that.
Oh, shall we do it? All right. So we're going to start winding her down shortly, but I want Jay to come back and we'll discuss a little bit. Should I roast the tag grading report right now? A little bit? Should we have a little fun? I've got one. Straight from the tag site. I got a legitimate card, and it fits the theme because it's our favorite baseball player. It's a double whammy.
Double whammy.
Yep. Let me go here. Yep. Building up a vocabulary to keep up with Eric. # scholarship. Thank you, Name. Beautiful. Doesn't mean he wrote it. It's a cover. Yep. Eric at a card show. Shiny tag. Rumors jersey. Take my money. Facts. All right. Let's have a look.
Sure.
So I don't know how to pronounce the name. Of. See, I understand. I'm gonna need this phonetically. So I got like lap 3R30s. I'm sure it's meant to be like, what is it? I don't know how to pronounce the name. I've actually checked out some videos on the channel, by the way. You guys can check out the YouTube channel here. But thank you for providing the link. I appreciate it. I want to give you credit. So let's do it. Ozzy Carded knows. Go for Carlos Fishman. He's Fish Boy. He doesn't get to be a man until he starts actually doing something. All right. So I thought it was Cardby 101. Lapper. I got you. Okay, perfect. Lapper. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right. Let's do it.
3's an E. Yeah.
All right. We're getting Fish Boy. Let's do it. Let's have a look here. All right. So this is a Fish Boy shiny tag card, a 963 tag grade, vastly superior to that garbage Kobe Bryant. All right. So here you go. This is presumably a grading report, so let's kind of scan through it here. So we got the card here. It's the old snakeskin card. We can zoom in on this thing. It's like, look, and you can see right here, this is the back that's going to get consistently injured and prevent him from ever doing anything that anybody cares about. So beautiful. And this is a swing that leads to a home run that means nothing. So we're already getting a lot of good information out of this. All right, so you can zoom in on that, which is great. And this is where you can do that little surface transparency dealy. Check it out. Look at that. Isn't that fancy? We're all fancy. You can see the number. You can see some stuff. Great. Awesome. So this part's fine. It's part of the scanning technology and everything, which is great. Okay, cool. So let's take a closer look at some of this. So you got your ranks, your population, your chronology, all this. So here is our tag rating summary. Okay. So now we got a little bit. Yep. It's just look forward to seeing this at the show. It's going to be amazing. You're going to love it.
Is this the NCAA tournament?
Oh, you're going to love it. It's going to be great. All right. So you got your centering. So your front centering is 972 and your back centering is 980. Live the dream. Your corners, your front corners are 1,000. Perfect corners. Your back corners are 951 because they're trash. Surface, 991. Back, 971. Edges, 996. Back edges, 999. Almost perfect, but not because his Mike Trout and he sucks. All right. Dimensions. Apparently this card uses the current legitimate dimensions. Congratulations, it's not trimmed. All right, awesome. All right, and here's a further breakdown of it. And we've got the centering here. There's your centering front. There's your centering back. Check it out. Love it. Love it. All right. Left and right. Fantastic. All right. Glorious. Left edge, right edge. Glorious. By the way, let me know when some of this becomes useful to you. Just let me know. Just stop me when it becomes useful to you. Here, you can see that there's a scratch right here.
If the tag people are listening, what would be interesting is if you touched on a particular corner, it would show the impact plus or minus on that overall score that they so prominently like to display in the middle. So at least I could iterate what's impacting, maybe it's surface, whatever, that score and how it goes up or down if the flaw was removed. But anyway, sorry to interrupt you, Carl.
No worries. So real quick. So just like I said, I will do a more thorough deep dive later. We're just doing this quickly just so we can all kind of talk through it for a second. All right. So in the front, you got the scratch here that's going to be marked. By the way, I'll scroll down and we'll be able to zoom in on this stuff. So they do have that going on.
Wait, there's a scratch and it's still 10?
Yeah, there's a scratch on the front here. And then on the back, check it out. You got a pit here. You got a print line over here. You got a scratch here. You got a print line over here. And you got a print line up here. So frankly, this is like a 7. It's pretty much trash. It's garbage. It's just embarrassing. And by the way, you're centering here. You're centering over here. And this is on the back. Here you got 50, almost 54, 46. And then on the front here, you got here almost 50-50 this
PSA
way.
Tolerance.
Yeah,
That's
so, within tolerance. That's all right. That's exciting. Okay, scrolling down, we got our bottom edge and we got all these. All right, so now we got surface details. Let's check out the surface. So we got this here again. And great. Good to know, which is the same thing we had above. But anyway, and you can zoom in and be fancy. All right, so here's where you can see the flaws in question. So we got a front scratch here. So let me click on it and let me view the front scratch. Check it out. There's your front scratch. There it is.
I don't.
Do they identify if it was made by animal or man?
I don't see anything.
Yes, great. No, that's it. That's your. I clicked on it and zoomed in wherever it zoomed in. I just clicked on it.
Okay.
Yep. So there you go. All right. So now let's do the back print line. Let's go. Click on it. Boom. Backing up. Check it out. Print line. See, it's got a square.
What?
It's telling us it's got a print line. Don't you feel better? Aren't you more informed now? Come on.
I don't want to pay 10 prices. This is a low grade 10.
It's obvious, yeah. Done. There you go. There's another scratch there. It's really like if you look, there's like a little thing there. You can see it. Like, look, if you zoom
I feel
in.
like I'm
by the way,
surface of the
this
moon.
looks like there's a thing over here. I don't know what the hell this is supposed to be. Like,
Yeah, right.
so like this is supposedly a thing, but this is not a thing. So there you go. Cool. And and here's a print line on the back. We can click on that one, and there you go. There's another print line.
I can say this though, and I think this is a fair comment. I actually like the interactivity of the report to the identified flaw. I think that's actually a good thing. I don't think it helps me, but I like it. I don't have to go hunting for it. I'd rather you click and it takes you to it. It's a jump. It's basically a jump site we call in the legal profession. I like that, but it's still meaningless to me when I see what they give me as a visual representation of the flaw.
Yep. So real quick, I'll come down here. Let me scroll through. Is this the card facts? Yeah, basically. Yeah. I'm secretly looking forward to watching Floaty Head going down with the tag ship. There you go. Fair enough. He's not even the best fish in Angel history. Facts. Tim Salmon. Correct. I like the Pepino Man style collector's example. All the slabs came past in the hobby. That said, I don't plan on paying any premium for the old slag tab. Fair enough. I get you. I was told in the video I was too technical. Obviously. Do we have to take report routes when we list in eBay and card trade? You're damn right you will. Damn right you will.
Most definitely.
Can anyone explain how the edge was different in scores on the front and back? Isn't the edge simply the edge? It's the edge. It's the front edge, the back edge. It's edge from you too. There's a lot of edges. There's edge from WWE. Edge.
Yeah.
Can't wait for eBay auction screenshots of these pictures. You should get them, obviously. It's a friggin' baseball card, yes. Assume front edge condition, back edge condition, yep. Holy shit, we get coordinates with cards now? Yes. Surface of the moon? Yes. All right, Hobby Champs here. It's like nitpicking the shit out of this so PSA gives you virtually nothing. If you give me worthless piles of information, it's worse than nothing because at least I don't have to look at nothing. You gave me a pile of information that is of no use to me. Like the idea here, remember, this is a 10. If this was a lower grade or something and we're trying to figure out the difference between a 4 and a 5 or whatever.
It's a 963-10.
It is. But the point is, like, look, because it's already at the 10 level and it's a 963, so it's, 37 points shy of perfection, whatever that means. So that means that the transgressions must be minor. So in this case, like, I have it and I could nitpick the hell out of it. I did it mostly for my amusement. But the fact is, like, so basically, if you want to go the other way, you could say, like, oh, you've got all this transparency, but at this level of it is such small minutia that it's worthless to look at it. Well, okay, great. Sounds good. So how far down the grading scale do I need to go before I should probably start caring? Because the scratches have to be very minor. The pitting has to be very minor. The print lines have to be very minor. Otherwise, it should go down another level, presumably, no? Am I wrong?
I think I know the card I want. I want a Jordan, and I want it to be a 9, and I want it to be a 923 Jordan, so it can be a jersey matched grade, jersey tag matched grade, a 923 9. That's better than the 924.
Correct. Facts.
And I just because I don't know exactly where Hobby Champs is coming from with the comment.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to accuse of anything, but you can go back a whole year that I've been doing this show, and you won't find me say anything positive about PSA either. So I'm not just nitpicking on one company over another. I think the only company I've probably ever said anything positive about is CSG.
Sure. But my point is, like, look, the idea of adding additional data, I don't have a problem with that. All I want you to tell me, what I would like you to tell me, is I want you, in the course of doing all this stuff that I'm presumably supposed to be caring about, I'm supposed to be interested in, I want you to tell me, give me an indication of how, because when I'm looking at it, I can see you tell me these things. I can highlight to that print line and go into that level of depth, but I cannot get a sense. I can get a sense of the relative position of it. I can do all that. But some of these, the severity of it is so minor that, and kind of to bring into question here, can you see the defects in color? You can when you're looking at the greater card, because you can zoom in. Like, you can actually zoom in. So you could go to those coordinates again with color on, but the problem is the idea of using this particular type of scan is that it's supposed to make it more visible for you. So when you go back into the regular color of it, you probably can't see it. Because a lot of these the scanner is picking it up that the human eye can't. And the reason this wasn't punished as much as it was, even though the number of transgressions that they have, is because they're so minor that a lot of these to the human eye, they're barely taking any points off.
Well, Carlos, maybe what they could do, because they've already done the work in a sense, with magnifying or highlighting, right, the discrepancies in the card from the template, is they could say impact on visual impression negligible. Like that would be useful. Like, none of these flaws have any material impact on your visual impression of the card to the naked eye. That to me would be useful, meaning disregard, but we're pointing them out to you just so you know.
Yeah, and that's fine. Like I'm going to repeat over and over again. It is completely fine if you are able to extract some value from this. What I am questioning, again, looking at this report, the information is neat. It is interesting. I scrolled through it. Like, I'm scrolling through it. Like, it's interesting to a certain degree. I'll open it up one more time just so we can look at it again. But like, and I'm not going to go piece by piece again, but I'll pull it up quickly. But all I'm getting at, and all I'm asking, actually, let me do it this way. I keep forgetting I've got the option to do it with the specific tab. It's a little cleaner. Let's do that. Oh, for goodness sake. Remind me to get the StreamYard people to adjust the way they do this. It's kind of silly. There we go. That makes sense.
Note it.
Yep. All right, cool. So, fine. Like, you can see the corners up close, very tight. Great. I think that's great. So question, when you're looking at this corner with this yellow thing, how are we making out? By the way, these are 1,000 corners. So, okay. So just for reference, this is 1,000 corners. These are perfect corners. Note it, write it down.
Well, so that's actually for comparison purposes. Shouldn't they show you what the perfect corner looks like? So at least I know what that visual indications are. Like, let me compare it to something. If there's no context.
Now here's a question. So these are, by their 1,000 point subgrade, 1,000 corners. Yes, Eric, 1,000 corners. That's what it says there. Yeah.
That's what it says. Sure.
Okay,
So
cool.
the algorithm says,
bottom left has Frey 997. What does that mean? It seems to imply fraying, but I don't know what that means. Do I have a legend with this?
That one's not perfect.
So why is it 1,000 then? Because that means there's a built-in tolerance. It means you can be 1,000 and not be 1,000.
Well, again, that's my complaint with all the companies is that pristine is not pristine.
Yeah.
Mint, gem mint is not gem mint. 1,000 isn't 1,000. I mean, whatever. That's the problem with every single one of these friggin' companies. This is why I've never sent a card in. I don't believe in it.
Yeah. I think the idea though here is that if I was going to guess, it would be that fraying whatever is so minor, it's so tiny on a 1,000 point scale that it shouldn't knock it down. But I'm like, well, you can make it 999 because it's not perfect. It's literally not. You told me in your report, in your infinite transparency, that it is literally not perfect. So therefore it can't. Why would it be 1,000? It can't be. It shouldn't.
Yeah, but there's no perfect card. I mean,
I agree with you, but they just declared that this card had perfect corners, and yet they also declared at the same time that it doesn't have perfect corners. At the same time,
next card I buy, Jay, that makes me happy is the perfect card. Okay.
Okay, Tom.
Yeah. And this one here is that whole looking at it. So if you're trying to see presumably what the issues are, you could zoom in. You could try to do that and be able to zoom in on it, and that's the general idea for it. So that's kind of how you would play it. There you go. The report has information, a lot of it. I was looking for some barometric pressure. I was hoping for dew point. I wanted tomorrow's long-term forecast.
More data is good. So I wish PSA would do that because frankly I'd like to know. I missed a dinged corner or a small surface crease that I can't see, and they zoom in on it, and I'm like, oh, I missed that when I submitted something. So that's good. But
yep.
Thank you, Bob.
Yep. So why settle for pretty much nothing when you can get nothing here? Yeah. Exactly.
Well, that's all we ever promise is nothing.
Correct. It also kind of, I think he was talking about also kind of like I said, so my question would be, and this is kind of my general philosophy on this, just my general question on it. What if I provide you with a bunch of data, but it's useless data? Like I'm providing you with data, and let's, for the sake of argument, say the data is great. So I provide you all this. I'll give you a different example, okay? So I give you, I'm a doctor, and I'm providing you a bunch of health, you run your vitals, and I'm giving you a bunch of vitals, and you're reading through all of them, blood work, all of this stuff. And I'm looking through it, and I stare at this report, and I look at all this information, page after page after page of data. Okay, so why did the patient die? And I'm looking at all this data, and I might be able to do something, but I'm looking at it. Well, and then I go look at the patient, and I realize that they were decapitated, and their head is over there. That might be why they died. But it says here, that they had low blood pressure. No blood pressure in this case. No pressure anymore. It said here that the pulse had stopped. So I can kind of maybe deduce it, but that isn't actually leading me to the conclusion that their head was separated from the rest of their body. So I still don't understand exactly how until I go look at the patient. Then I kind of understand. But this information is not wrong. The data I'm receiving here is not incorrect, but it just doesn't help me in a vacuum.
High cholesterol.
Yeah, but it doesn't in a vacuum. It doesn't help me.
Well,
It doesn't
yeah,
assist
it's
me.
context because if you give me a number on blood pressure, no offense, you need to know what's normal.
Correct. That's right. Yeah. So we're here. I know. I'm completely fine with too much info when the four big guys give us basically nothing. Certainly saying, yeah, no, that's fine. All good, hobby champs. No worries.
Oh yeah. No, I just didn't want to put words in your mouth, or sometimes writing is difficult with figuring out tone. So just making a statement. That's all.
Yeah. I'm just saying
and
that
this comment is what I actually like. Does the nitpick thing that they point out, does it have an impact on visual appeal? If it doesn't, it's good to know, but I don't care. I personally, I don't care if I can't see it.
Yeah. If I can't see it, I don't care.
Yeah. But in this case, like on a card like this, literally the only information they're providing me is the nitpicks on the card that I cannot visually see. Because remember, it is a 10. And it is a pretty decent 10 on their overall scale. So then is the takeaway here that if a card fits this category, looking at the grading report effectively is meaningless? Because the transgressions have to be minor in order for it to still meet that criteria. So it has to be stuff that I can stare at it with the naked eye and I can't see it. I have to go to this thing where it's pointing these dots on here and it's telling me about this print line. I'm like, where?
Wouldn't you think then that Tag is going to be stingier than all the other companies with giving out 10s and higher grades?
Well, that's the theory, but the Kobe kind of plays against that because it went at the absolute bottom line.
So that's what I'm already confused about, because they're looking deep into the card and saying there's a scratch here and a micro thing here, and okay, that's fine, that's awesome. Then if that's what you're doing, your highest grade might on average be an 8.
Sure.
Which is fine. And I have no problem with that, because I have held so many cards that say 10 and I'm going, there's no way in holy hell this is a 10.
Yeah.
So fine. It's super rare for Tag to give you a 9 or a 10. Now that makes that actual card worth a lot of money. But if they're just going to throw 10s out, just like all the other companies, then this company's no different.
Yep. So real quick, I'm just getting through a couple of these comments. Thank you all for the comments again. Thank you. I appreciate it as always. We'll start winding her down here shortly. I'm going to finish getting through a couple of these comments here.
Yeah, I can't believe you people are still watching this crap.
Hey, listen, our people, as soon as we went through the excitement of the card facts report, the numbers went up. I'm just saying. They did.
Oh, what are they calling their friends and telling them to watch?
They want to know. The people want to know. They want to see the card facts report.
People are ridiculous.
You have nothing. You can have nothing for free 99 facts. Subgrades are actually enough data for me. That's fair. I get you. Yeah. So Lapper here says, I agree. Something like a list of notables, most impact score would help. So this is key. So just to be clear, in the spirit of constructive criticism, let me be constructive for a moment. I've been destructive already for several minutes, but let me be constructive for a moment with my criticism, my critique. If you are giving me all this information, even if you refuse to give me the secret sauce, I do need to understand in context. Obviously, this is probably a bad example because the card is too high up the scale and the transgressions are too minor.
It's near perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, it's too close to perfect, quote unquote, that this isn't as helpful. It's actually less helpful in this category. But for a card that does have flaws that may knock it down a little bit, that we may want to use this a little bit more for, fine. Using the Kobe again. We know it's done. We can see with the naked eye it is not centered, but it is still theoretically within a tolerance of like what PSA would give you a 10 for that, and fine. But it is right on that edge. So here's my question: how far over to the side because here's my question: I don't know what the criteria is for a tag 10 specifically. I've got these numbers, but I don't know what the criteria is. If the Kobe had been a little worse centered, but the other subcategories had been higher, would it have been enough to keep it and still pull it still into 10? Do I get punished a lot for bad centering, or is centering relatively minor on the scale? Maybe it is. I don't know. Is surface more heavily weighted in this situation? Is corners or edges more heavily weighted in the situation? Are none of them weighted any more than any particular one? Are they even? Are they dead square even? I don't know the answer to that question. But that would be relevant because you can give me the score, but I don't know how impactful that is.
Well, they also don't know that for PSA because I still think for modern, and not having graded much modern, but hearing people talk about it, it seems surface is really impact because most of the time the corners are fine, or they're not, but it's surface, which is where a lot of people seem to screw up when they say they submit cards and get a grade back that they did not expect.
Well, I'll tell you this, just as a person, and I've had this conversation with Brad as well on the show and everything else, I can say this. My tip for a modern card, a chromium card, to make this easy. This is PSA system standard. It's worked fairly well for me. I'm not going to claim it's perfect, but this is what has worked for me generally. Two things. Make sure it's not ridiculously off-centered. That's basically disqualification. You're going to get punished for that. Second one, to your point, surface. If I pay attention to those two things, unless there's an egregious error in one of the other ones, I'm pretty much at 9 or 10 territory almost by default. Within reason, I'm basically there. And I did this already. This one was a 9 because the centering wasn't as good. This one got a 10. That's chromium card. This one got a 10, chromium card. This one got a 10, chromium card. This one got an 8 because it actually had a flaw in the back. Still fell within range. This one is a chromium style card, got a 10. That's an altered 55 Bowman. I knew that one was altered. And then the other ones are not and this one was a chromium card. That one got a 10. Notice how many, out of 9 cards, how many 10s did I get that were chromium cards? And the rest were 9s, and there was one 8. You can pretty much stay within a certain band and range as long as you pay attention to those specific areas. The rest of it is good to know. Look it over. You don't have to spend 5 hours staring at it. I spent like a minute and a half looking at them, maximum, front and back. Doesn't take that long. And this has worked consistently for me. I've submitted other Vladimir Guerrero Juniors, the chromium cards. I got 10s on literally all of them. All of them. It's not that hard. Your mileage may vary, but a chromium card pretty much falls under those specific things. If you keep an eye, those are your red flags. Most of the time, that'll work. So real quick, I'll read a couple.
Back to earlier in the show, those are the ones that you can clean up and get the fingerprints off, and
wipe it over. Yeah,
and do whatever else that some people are doing to really
allegedly. That's right. Yeah, tag changes to the PSA rules because of things not related to accurate grading. Yep, set registry and population reports are just one of those other graders and will be so unless PSA implodes. Yep. Bobby Orr did it. Facts. And now we have Jita. That's right, Dave. Seems like going past the naked eye, grading more than that level is asinine. Yeah. Data is individual observations, information they organize a useful interpretation of those observations. Yep, I agree. Also, what was said, if you can't see it versus the human eye, yes, has no impact on score. Well, it does have an impact on score, but it's a minor impact on score. It's not that it has no impact on score. Otherwise, a lot of that stuff looked pretty minor, but it still knocked it down a couple points. Not enough to take it out of 10 range, but it still knocked it down something. So again, the idea here is that it's minor. So what they did is they programmed that it barely had an impact. Otherwise, that should be 1,000. Did you see anything in any of those that looked particularly egregious in those images that we looked at?
No, I couldn't even. Some of the deep scans, I couldn't see where the issues were.
Yeah. And what I'll do, just for fun, like in jokes aside, for fun, I will send you that link later, Eric. When you got some time, just sit down, have a cup of coffee, just sit down. I want you to look at it. I want you to tell me, with a chance to play around with it yourself, can you see it? It gives you coordinates. You can click on it and it zooms right in. Can you see it? I'd be curious.
Yeah.
So again, it's minor. It was minor stuff, so obviously it didn't knock it down that much, which is fine. That's fair. I agree with. I feel that is accurate. If it's that minor, then it shouldn't knock it beyond, based on what we do today. So that's fine. I get it. Nitpick rating. Tag will more usefully convert their data into meaningful information, but at the start, that's hoping. They've been working on it for 10 years, and that's what they come up with. So we'll see. We'll see. I wonder what the lowest possible tag grade is. I think it's 100. I think 100 is the lowest grade they'll actually have. I don't think you can go lower.
Then it's a scale from 100 to 1,000. So it's really 100 to.
It's a 900-point scale.
It's a 900-point scale.
Correct.
All right. See, this is why you got a KISS method, baby. KISS method.
Not just because of the band for you.
But they do that because they do compress it into a numerical grade, right? That's a 10, and I assume like a 922 would be a 9.
Here, I'll help you out.
Actually, do they have 9.5s?
So, nope, they don't. They skip from 9 to 10. So here you start off at 100 to 124 down here, 975 and above is a tag pristine. 925 to 974, that trout falls in that range, is a 10 gem mint. And 875 to 924 is a 9. So no 9.5s. There you go. Moving on here. CSU was stingy for a few months, and they adjusted and started handing out the candy. Yeah. They also changed their scale, by the way, also to an SGC style scale. I wanted to see a tag report of a 5. That report would be a wild ride. Facts. We're not here for you, Eric. Ah, apparently another.
Earlier.
Yeah, I'm trying to get caught up here. We're going to finish it off here in the winder down.
Yes, you are.
We will watch till the Bruins hoist the Stanley Cup. Dang.
Oh, you're going to be watching forever.
Yeah, I really want to see what a .001 looks like. There you go. Here's the best report card. Look at your own cards over, pre-screen, and write what you think the grade is. No defects. Is that Walla or WALA?
Voila.
Oh,
Voila.
yeah. Oh, okay, fine. Literally voila. Okay, you have a report and trading tool for getting good pre-screening. That's fair. But that's my point. Like, I would hope this grading report, it would be nice if this grading report allowed you to pre-screen these cards a little bit to be able to deduce. But just looking at the report on the surface, I don't think I'd be any better served other than just looking for defects myself the old-fashioned way and hoping for the best. Did the report help me in any way necessarily? Not really. So if it didn't teach me anything, and on a card like that it's not particularly helpful, then I basically have to look for a more flawed card to see where the value is. I'm going to need a more flawed card. All unaltered cards to get a grade of A with notes on the back, corner creases, surface wear, back OC. Let the collector decide if they like the card. Fair enough, Dave. I can only imagine with a report for a card that has flaws, you can actually see what the human eye might look like. That's what I want to see now. Now I kind of got to see, so we'll see. The reign of control of the servers will outlast tag, I assume is what you mean here.
Yeah, I think so.
I want to see them get a grading report on the beater card. I think that'd be fair. Actually, a good point. We know what 10 is the highest. What's the lowest possible? Can you get the lowest score if you tried to get there? Maybe minimum right there would be 1.765. I wish they made tag freeze tag cards. It'd be tempted to start a tag PC. Fair enough. I think Tag's goal is to break into the big four grading companies. I don't think their goal is to make enough noise to get PSA's attention and get bought out. They're going to have to defeat the mighty Beckett. Good luck. The other egregious thing on the card is Fish Boy. True.
You know, thinking it through, they could create an app that would create that report from, you know, if you had a flat surface and you scanned it with your phone, they could give you a pretty decent report like that before you submit it to another grading service and charge it for that.
Well, that was a suggestion I think that Bobbles made, is that if they wanted to test this technology originally, and by the way, it would have given you scans that would have helped your machine learning. It would have actually helped. You could have done this as a pre-grading service early on as just a way of getting in the marketplace and being like, if you like what it is and you do this pre-grade and you get the results you're looking for, consider letting us encapsulate it. And then it becomes like a dual service. You can do a pre-grade if you want to and still submit it to somebody else. Or if you're really happy, then be like, hey, we can encapsulate that for you. Here, we'll put it in our slab and here you go. Because once we've proven our grading to you, move on. It'd be a way of kind of getting in, you know, a simple way of getting into it.
They get images, you get a free report.
Yep. I think that would have been an interesting play. I think it would have been interesting to see if they would consider that. I wonder if any of the defects are artifacts from the scan itself and is that instead of actually on the card. Yeah, it's always a possibility. Tag maybe they're trying to make themselves relevant. Yep. Eric, the better the card, the cooler the member of KISS, the card gets assigned. Don't want any Vinnie Vincent grade cards.
Bob, that might be the best thing you've ever written. That's awesome.
There you go. Competitive tag cards graded by Tag. Facts. So Tag won't be grading a card as authentic, only numerical grades, as far as I can tell. Maybe they'll add authentic later. But again, how is the authentication happening? Is the computer doing it? Because there's only really one guy. Oh, by the way, the guy who works there, who's their grading consultant, manager, whatever, he worked at PSA.
Right.
For 8 years. Also, it doesn't say head grader or lead grader. He just worked at PSA for 8 years. So anyway, don't get me started on the skill conversion. Doesn't correlate with the human brain. Yes. Yep. I don't perceive Tag as a competitor to the big four. I see them as an alternative for base card grading based on the tier approach within the grade. I would add additional value with the highest. But if you're going to do a base card grading, though, then the price has to be really low. Wouldn't it? Like, otherwise, why would you?
Sub $10.
Yeah, it'd have to be super cheap. The idea being, it's like, well, if your technology is so efficient, then I'll give you $5. Like, it's not worth more than that to me. I don't know. Maybe for others, different. I don't know. We can only judge the quality of the grading by seeing visible flaws, not at bacterial level. This card has traces of COVID. Facts. All right, guys. I got to the end of the comments. Jay, thank you for joining us. I appreciate you popping in and giving us a little bit of insight. We got back into classic territory. I had a commenter who was like, 4 hours is like, dude, we used to do that's like the average. What are you talking about? Go watch the other episodes.
But Eric, we do have to, and then I'll sign off. But we do have to hook up so we can get you a copyright and trademark rolling. And I'm serious.
If you want, Jay, just a suggestion. I know usually you hop off right as we click off. If you leave it for a moment, you can exchange information with Eric right after. So okay. I can log us off, and then you can do that. Yeah. So hang tight there for a second.
Yep.
So real quick, I'll read the last couple of these comments, and we'll take off here. So Chris Hayes, PSA is the pop count king. SGC is the greater of the people with their elite tier grading service. CSG is the king of clear plastic. BGS is the king of 90s kids and thick modern slab auto cards. For the thick cards, BGS still does have a niche, to be fair. Unless they're booklets, in which case they're then that gargantuan, ridiculous thing. I don't even want to discuss it again. The KISS grading might work out, Eric. 10 numbers in the history of the band. 4 hours rookie numbers. Facts. Good night, Hobby Champs. Appreciate it. Still waiting for the floating head to have a head of tag authentication on. There you go. They're going to need one first. I think they might have to hire him. Have a good one, Name. Thanks for popping in and getting off your thesaurus. All right, folks. Appreciate it as always. Appreciate the comments. It's been a lively chat tonight. Have appreciated you joining in. And thanks to Bobby for popping in as always, being part of it. And thanks to Brad for making it a cameo appearance and hanging out for a bit. Appreciate it. Thank you, Bob. Appreciate it. Thank you for your comments as well. And everybody else who joined in. On your way out, if you could, one last time, I got to invoice Eric. If you haven't already, if you could hit the like button, it always helps the channel. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. More videos coming up on the channel and live streams on Fridays at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, where occasionally we'll have stuff to talk about. Like today was a short show. Imagine if we had something to talk about. Just imagine. Anyway, that's it. Enjoy your weekend. Have yourselves a good one.